Chapter 863. Polo cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and was a late-stage high god. He was a well-known figure among the god hunters in the Fringe. Even in the God Hunter Alliance, his prestige was higher than that of Han Hao's. Given his status and strength, it was only natural that he would not submit to someone else, especially when he did not know whether or not Han Hao had the ability to take him down. After Han Hao killed that late-stage high god of Salus, his overall strength had reached a whole new level. Not only did Salus fail to kill him, Han Hao was even more motivated to devour experts to strengthen himself. After recuperating for a period of time, Han Hao was confident that he could defeat Polo. Han Hao had never been a long-winded person, and he knew very well the rules of god hunters. He knew that if he wished to convince Polo, he must utterly crush him in terms of strength. He must let Polo know that his days of tyrannizing the god hunters in the Fringe were over. Han Shuo unfolded his bone spear. The aura of death and killing intent that soared to the sky fused together. An invisible ripple rapidly spread out from Han Shuo. Polo's face jolted and his face turned gloomy. It had been 2 years since they last met. Polo could sense that the current Han Hao was different from before. Both his aura and his eyes had become fiercer and sharper. His entire being resembled a sword of ice that glittered with cold light. He carried an overbearing and arrogant air. Not a single one of Polo's followers dared to act rashly without receiving orders from Han Hao. Around them, Han Hao's followers were looking at them with cold eyes. They were also waiting for Han Hao's order to attack. As soon as the aura of death and killing intent condensed, circles of ripples emerged from the tip of the bone spear. Each ripple was a boundary of death that rapidly took shape around Polo. Before Polo could react, Han Hao had gathered all the divine energy in his body into a single point, and with a flick of his jade-white arm, the bone spear was thrust at Polo. With a single thought, the other 7 bone spurs on his back whizzed out of his body. They formed a beautiful arc and shot toward Polo from 7 different directions like 7 meteors. The boundaries formed by Han Hao would not hinder the bone spears in the slightest. Instead, they would increase the power of the bone spears. Polo was caught off guard and had no choice but to defend himself. All of a sudden, a blinding light erupted around Polo. All of a sudden, all of the boundaries Han Hao had set up vanished. The bone spurs froze a few meters in front of Polo like an invisible cage, trapping him from afar. The god hunters in the vicinity knew that Han Hao and Polo had exchanged blows with each other in the intense light, but they did not know the outcome of the battle. They were all cautiously observing the two, keeping their guard up against the enemy's men, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Polo's followers were nervous because the number of god hunters Han Hao had brought with him was much greater than theirs. Moreover, they had heard of the ferocious nature of these god hunters. They knew that if Polo and Han Hao had a falling out, they would suffer the same fate as those who had been devoured by them. The divine energy in their bodies would be used to further enhance the god hunters. Han Hao wore a calm countenance. His eyes stared at Polo, and he said, "Polo, the power structure in the Fringe will be broken. Even if I don't kill you today, someone else will." Polo wore a complicated expression. He looked deeply at Han Hao and hesitated for a moment before he asked, "That Brian who destroyed Empyrean Peak and escaped from Salus alive, who is he to you?" Han Hao stared blankly for a moment. He hesitated for a moment before he waved his hand and created another barrier between the two. Then he answered, "He is my father." Polo was greatly astonished. He finally made up his mind. He forced a smile and nodded. "All right, I agree to your proposal." Han Hao nodded and removed the barrier. In front of everyone, he declared, "From today onwards, you and your men are under my control. Put away your weapons." Polo looked like he was about to cry as he ordered Kodiak's men. Polo did not have to say much to convince them that he had compromised. From today onwards, Han Hao and his god hunters would become a force that no one in the Fringe would dare to belittle. Pandemonium. The 5 elite zombies Romont, Rose, Zovik, and the others had gathered. The news that Han Shoa had wreaked havoc on Empyrean Peak and killed many of Salah's followers had spread across the fringe. Luolong and Little Skull Han had sent messengers to inform them of the news, warning them to be careful. During this period of time, Romont, Zovik, Gorin, and the others had swept through a dozen or so forces of various sizes with the Pandemonium as the epicenter. Most of those forces were either killed or surrendered. They posed no threat to the Pandemonium. Just as they were about to go all out, the news that Han Shoa had barged into Empyrean Peak all by himself reached them. Romont and Rose immediately gave up on their campaign against the Fringe and summoned everyone back to the Pandemonium. They decided to hold back for the time being. Romont, Rose, Zovik, Gorin, and Romont all wore solemn expressions. They did not know how they should deal with the current situation. Salas was a sovereign that everyone feared in the Fringe. Now that Han Shoa was missing, they did not know if the Pandemonium could survive until Han Shoa returned. Salas followers have been searching for Master's whereabouts. Many of Salas' spies have appeared in the vicinity of our Pandemonium. We have just swept through all the forces in the Fringe. I don't think the existence of the Pandemonium can be kept a secret for long, said Zovik in annoyance. Of course not. Given Salas' influence in the Fringe, it won't be long before he brings his men here. Sai, should we disperse for now and regroup when we get news of Master? Gorin sighed helplessly. We will not leave. It was not easy to set up the Pandemonium. We will not allow it to be destroyed. Metal Elite Zombie of the 5 Elite Zombies said resolutely. Besides, all of you have underestimated the Pandemonium. Father and I have spent so much effort to set up the Pandemonium. It is not something you can imagine. Humph! Even if Salas himself comes, he will have to pay a hefty price to breach the Pandemonium. The 5 elite zombies and Han Shoa had spent too much time and effort on the Pandemonium. As direct participants in the project, they knew very well how terrifying the forces hidden in the Pandemonium were. They were not even afraid of Salas, one of the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe. I believe in Master's power. Salas Empyrean Peak has been destroyed, and so many of his followers have been killed by Master. I reckon he won't be able to gather much strength anymore, said Romont, ever since he was transformed by Han Shoa using demonic arts. He worshipped Han Shoa from the bottom of his heart. Given Salas' influence in the Fringe, we won't be able to escape even if we leave the Pandemonium. We might as well stay and gamble. I believe that once Master recovers, he will immediately rush back to the Pandemonium. We just need to hold on until Master returns, suggested Zovik. Let's not leave the Pandemonium. We will stay in Tanai for the time being, said Rose, who had been silent all this while. The 5 elite zombies, Romont, Zovik, and the others knew that Han Shoa trusted Rose very much. They were all on friendly terms with Rose. Therefore, after hearing Rose's words, they stopped talking. It seemed that they had decided to follow Rose's suggestion. In the underground palace, Luolong once again reported to Asura, My lord, we have received news that Salas has learned of the existence and location of the Pandemonium. Salas has begun gathering his forces and is planning to march towards the Pandemonium. Asura was rather hesitant. After thinking for a moment, he asked Luolong, Is there any news that confirms that Brian is in Tanai? Luolong shook his head and replied, No. Ever since he mysteriously disappeared from the Empyrean Peak, there has been no news of him at all. Salas and the subordinates of the other sovereigns have combed the entire Fringe, but they have not found a single trace of him. That fella is really something. Asura nodded in admiration. After pondering for a moment, Asura said, You don't have to worry about the Pandemonium. I will personally go and see what's going on there. Luolong was shocked. He did not expect that Asura would personally go to the Pandemonium. After hesitating for a moment, Luolong asked, My lord, wouldn't you be making a mountain out of a molehill by going to the Pandemonium? Asura shook his head smilingly and said, That fella Brian is worth a gamble. I will go to the Pandemonium and see if his subordinates are worth my help. Luo Long was even more curious, but he did not ask any more questions. He respectfully retreated. On the peak of a tall mountain northwest of the Pandemonium, Salus' subordinates were gathering. Those on the Empyrean Peak were only a portion of Salus's subordinates. The rest of his subordinates were scattered across the fringe. Although Salus had suffered a heavy blow, his forces were not completely wiped out. As one of the sovereigns of the fringe, he was able to gather quite a number of his subordinates very quickly. In just a few days, the mountain had gathered 500 to 600 gods. These fierce gods who came from every corner of the fringe had heard about the tragedy that happened on the Empyrean Peak. As Salus's subordinates, they had grown accustomed to riding roughshod over the fringe. Now that the Empyrean Peak had been destroyed, it was not hard to imagine how angry and resentful they were. During this period of time, the fringe had been talking about the Empyrean Peak. They could see from the gazes of others that they were rejoicing in their misfortune. Those who used to avoid them were no longer afraid of them. This made them realize how much Salus's downfall had affected them. Even if it wasn't for Salus's sake, they would destroy the Pandemonium and kill Han Shuo. They knew that this was the only way they could preserve their privileges in the fringe. The fringe was such a realistic place. One side's prosperity meant the other side's decline. Although Salus did not lose, the destruction of the Empyrean Peak and the survival of Han Shuo made the fringe feel that Salus was not as powerful as they had imagined. Half a month later, a bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Salus finally appeared on the mountain peak. Chapter 864. My lord, you are finally here. The group of sovereigns knelt at Salus's feet respectfully. Even though the Empyrean Peak had been destroyed and Han Shuo had escaped their clutches, Salus was still the most terrifying existence in the fringe to these sovereigns. These sovereigns were used to riding roughshod over others in the name of Salus. They knew that their interests were closely tied to Salus's. As long as Salus remained standing, they would still be able to do as they pleased in the fringe. But once they lost Salus's protection, not only would they no longer be able to do as they pleased in the fringe, but they would also be hunted down by their former enemies and torn to shreds. What do you think? Asked Salus with a gloomy face. Recently, things had not been going well for him. The two sovereigns, Wasis and Log, were delighted to hear that his Empyrean Peak had been destroyed. Although they had reached an agreement verbally, it was hard to say whether or not the two sovereigns would keep their word. As one of the sovereigns of the fringe, he could not even protect his own base. He had become a laughingstock in an instant. Salus understood that only by uprooting Han Shuo and his forces and killing all of Han Shuo's men would he be able to wash away the humiliation of the Empyrean Peak. My lord, the Pandemonium is shrouded in colorful miasma. We have been observing it for a long time, but we have not seen a single person emerge from it, replied one of Salus's subordinates respectfully. It seems that they are all in Tanai. Very good, we can take them all down in one fell swoop, snorted Salus coldly. His eyes flashed with lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He took in the expressions of nearly 1,000 of his subordinates and said, The Empyrean Peak's dignity has been challenged. Today, we will let everyone know the consequences of going against the Empyrean Peak. Salus waved his hand and commanded, Charge into the Pandemonium. No matter who they are, kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, Salus' subordinates immediately issued a command. One after another, they took to the skies and flew towards the Pandemonium. As one of the sovereigns of the fringe, Salus naturally wouldn't be the first to act. In his opinion, other than Han Shuo, his subordinates should be able to handle the rest. Therefore, Salus remained silent with a gloomy face. It was only when all of his subordinates were charging towards the Pandemonium that he turned into a bolt of lightning and followed them. Pandemonium, Tanai, the 5 elite zombies, Rose, Romont, Zovik, Gorin, and the others wore grave expressions as they observed the situation outside the valley through an enormous magical mirror. Over the years, McKinley of Ethereal City had been sending many exquisite spatial artifacts to Han Shuo. This gigantic spatial refracting mirror was one of them. Through the spatial magic matrices set up on the mountains around the Pandemonium, it could reflect the scenery of the surroundings into the mirror. Through the spatial refracting mirror, Tanai and the others could clearly see most of the scenery outside the Pandemonium. Through the spatial refracting mirror, they could see a large number of figures flying towards the Pandemonium. Each and every one of them had ferocious gazes. They were led by a few famous generals under Salus. Most of them possessed late-stage, high-god strength. In the void, an enormous figure surrounded by lightning bolts was coldly looking down at the Pandemonium. It was none other than Salus of the 5 sovereigns. Apart from the other 4 sovereigns, there was no other power in the fringe that could contend against him. Even if the Pandemonium's marvelous array was ignored, Salus's experts alone would be able to take down the Pandemonium. Other than the 5 elite zombies, who knew how powerful the Pandemonium was, the others, including Rose and Romont, wore grave faces. They had no idea how long the Pandemonium would last. "Don't worry, not even Salus will be able to break into the Pandemonium," said the simple-minded Hanhua with a mischievous smile. He wasn't nervous in the slightest. He asked Han Mu smilingly, "Littlewood, how many demonic formations do you think the first batch will be able to break through?" Han Mu was wearing a lecherous look on his face. Through the spatial mirror, he was staring at those beautiful female subordinates of Salus. The corners of his mouth curled into a lewd smile. No one knew what kind of dirty thoughts were going through his mind. But when Hanhua asked, he replied impatiently, "Who cares? Without Salus, they won't be able to break in." Zovik, Rose, and the others were stunned. They could not understand why the 5 elite zombies were so confident. From their point of view, no matter how miraculous the Pandemonium was, it shouldn't be able to withstand the ferocious attacks of more than 1,000 gods. If they managed to break through, Tanai's army would be doomed. "Don't worry. If they really manage to break into the Pandemonium, I will lead you out of the Pandemonium. Salus cultivates the power of lightning and can't go several hundred meters underground to hunt you down. I really don't know what you're afraid of." Han too glanced at the nervous people and gave them a reassuring, grumpily. These experts more or less knew some of the miraculous techniques of the 5 elite zombies. They felt much better after hearing Han Tu's assurance and kept quiet. The 5 elite zombies looked relaxed. They didn't seem nervous at all. Instead, they were constantly teasing each other as though they didn't care about their enemies at all. Under the influence of the 5 elite zombies, Rose, Zovik, and the others gradually calmed down. Perhaps it was because they heard Han Tu's assurance they felt a lot more at ease. However, their gazes were still fixed on the spatial refracting mirror in front of them, paying close attention to the incoming enemies. The first wave of enemies soon arrived. Salus subordinates had lived in the fringe for many years. Not all of them were mediocre. They knew how to probe the Pandemonium's situation first. The first to make a move weren't the most powerful subordinates under Salus, but the small characters who were usually nameless. In uncertain situations, they were often used as cannon fodder to charge at the forefront. Back in Tanai, the reason why those foppish youths were willing to pay 500,000 black crystal coins each to follow Little Skull Han, Hao, and not Salus, one of the 5 sovereigns, was because they knew that if they followed Salus, they would be used as cannon fodder at crucial moments. There was a price to pay for everything. Those cannon fodder who hadn't been with Salus for very long and weren't particularly outstanding in strength knew their mission. Following their leader's orders, a dozen or so of them descended into Pandemonium Tanai without much hesitation. Thick, colorful miasma hovered above the Pandemonium. Almost all of the miasma contained deadly poison. The cannon fodder had the awareness of being cannon fodder. They had brought along antidotes and divine energy to protect themselves from the miasma, because they knew that the miasma wasn't as beautiful as it appeared to be. But how could an ordinary person withstand the miasma deployed by Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies? Wood Elite Zombie, as a spirit of life, had spent a great deal of effort to construct the miasma for Han Shuo using poisonous plants, which allowed Han Shuo to mix acid, corpse, and phosphorus toxins into the miasma. Not only did the miasma prevent outsiders from peeking at it, it also became the first line of defense. Although those cannon fodder who knew their mission had done everything they could to prevent the miasma from invading, it was to no avail. As soon as they entered the miasma, they discovered that the multicolored miasma contained toxins that were beyond their comprehension. It was on a completely different level from the toxins they usually found deep in the mountains. The defensive antidotes and protective armors they had smeared on their bodies didn't seem to have any effect at all. Their bodies started to rot. Some started to bleed from their orifices, while others started to feel numb and dizzy. They had lost all their strength in an instant. The first batch of cannon fodder sent into the pandemonium vanished without a trace. It was as though the first batch of cannon fodder had sunk into the ocean. Not simple indeed. A burly man shouted with a sullen face. There wasn't the slightest trace of grief or anger on his face after the death of his subordinates. It was as though he didn't care about the lives of his subordinates at all. An old man with messy shoulder-length hair said with a frown, "Wind elemental gods, let's work together and disperse the poisonous miasma." As soon as he said this, the gods who cultivated in the element of wind began to use the divine power in their bodies to gather the element of wind. Strong winds howled as tornadoes took shape and began to wreak havoc in the colorful miasma. Salus had a few dozen of his wind energy followers, including 5 or 6 high gods. With them working together, the entire pandemonium was shrouded in raging winds. Hurricanes and tornadoes appeared one after another, swirling around the pandemonium. However, using some unknown method, the thick miasma that enveloped the pandemonium seemed to be attracted by a magnet. Although the miasma kept drifting in the air, it remained above the pandemonium. The hurricanes and tornadoes blew the miasma away. But as soon as the hurricanes disappeared, the miasma seemed to be attracted by something in the pandemonium and would gather above Tanai. It was as though water from a high place would naturally flow to a low place. My father spent 2 months meticulously collecting the miasma from different regions and used the universal restoration technique to gather the demonic miasma. It is not something that can be blown away by a mere breeze. Han was sneered proudly. "We should teach them a lesson. Don't you think so, little Wood?" said Han-Tu to Han-Mu smilingly. "Of course. It's time." Han-Mu burst into laughter. No one knew what he had done, but the branches and leaves of the towering trees in the pandemonium suddenly shook violently. The toxic miasma that had gathered above the pandemonium was no longer concentrated in the sky above the pandemonium. Instead, it started to spread out uncontrollably. With the pandemonium as the center, the miasma spread in all directions. The hurricanes and tornadoes created by the gods of wind under Salus were unable to control the direction of the miasma. Instead, they sped up the miasma. "Not good. Retreat," shouted the old man with disheveled hair. He hastily ordered his followers to retreat. However, the miasma spread rapidly under the influence of the wind energy. As soon as he finished speaking, many of Salus' followers were engulfed by the miasma. Chapter 865. All kinds of toxins in the miasma cloud were pervasive and corrosive. In an extremely short period of time, the invaders at the outer perimeter of the pandemonium were corroded into skeletons. The invaders bled from their 7 orifices. The colorful miasma contained within the miasma cloud was made from all sorts of deadly poisons. As a cultivator of demonic arts, Han Shuo was very familiar with such insidious methods. With the assistance of Wood Elite Zombie and Cauldron Spirit in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon, Han Shuo managed to refine a miasma cloud that no one in this world had ever seen. Except for those high god experts who had extremely tough divine bodies and who had anticipated this situation in advance, those mid-gods who were engulfed by the miasma and poisonous gas almost all of them would die. Only those high god experts who had extremely tough divine bodies and had divine energy spread throughout their bodies were able to withstand the miasmic miasma. In the blink of an eye, the miasma cloud had killed 50 to 60 of Salus's mid-gods. The invaders who were close to the pandemonium retreated far away in fear. The few high gods who managed to escape from the miasma cloud had exhausted a significant amount of divine energy. Their faces were filled with fear. Tanai and the 5 elite zombies couldn't help but chuckle sinisterly. "Well done, Littlewood. You are indeed a cunning fella. You even made use of those idiots, wind energy." Hee, without the help of wind energy, the miasma cloud wouldn't have been able to spread so quickly. Han Hu laughed heartily. He seemed extremely excited. Father had long anticipated that the enemies would use the energy of wind to disperse the poisonous miasma. Therefore, he specially asked me to add an extra layer to the miasma so that we can use the energy of wind to help us deal with them, said Han Mu. He did not claim credit for the plan. Instead, he pointed out that it was Han Shua's idea to come up with this vicious plan. The 5 elite zombies discussed the uses of the miasma cloud in a lively manner. They all looked relaxed and confident after winning the first battle. Rose, Zovik, and the others who were originally anxious were shocked to see so many of the invaders die before they could even break through the first layer of the miasma. It was only at this moment that they began to see the power of the pandemonium's messy formation seriously. They suddenly felt that with the pandemonium around, the invaders would definitely suffer unimaginable losses. Rose suddenly felt relieved. She was even more impressed by Han Shua. He wasn't in the pandemonium, but he was able to keep so many fringe dwellers out of the fringe with just a few years of preparation. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. From Rose's point of view, Han Shua would definitely become a legend in the fringe. On a steep slope outside the pandemonium, a figure was observing the changes in the pandemonium from afar. It was the other sovereign Asura. Asura's face was filled with shock. He waved his hand, and a cloud of poisonous miasma floated over his palm. After carefully sensing the miasma cloud, Asura was even more astonished. He did not sense the usual toxins on the miasma cloud. Instead, he discovered that the miasma cloud was filled with multicolored gases. Each gas had its own unique function. All kinds of bizarre toxins were mixed together in an unimaginable way to form a special miasma cloud that he had never seen before. Asura knew that the miasma cloud contained extremely terrifying toxins. Even with his over-god strength, he couldn't completely isolate the toxins. He had to use a trace of divine energy to resist the toxins. It was evident how powerful the miasma cloud was. Asura looked at the pandemonium with a complicated expression. He mumbled to himself, "Brian, oh Brian, who are you?" "Lord Salus, what should we do?" asked the old man after retreating from the center of the pandemonium. He looked at Salus with a pitiful and helpless face. Salus had seen what happened just now. The miasma cloud contained terrifying toxins and was impervious to wind energy. They had no idea how they were going to break into the pandemonium. "Trash!" shouted Salus furiously. He thought that he would be able to easily kill Tanai and his men by leading a group of loyal subordinates into the pandemonium. Little did he expect that he would lose dozens of his subordinates before they could even break through the miasma cloud. If news of this were to spread, wouldn't Salus's reputation plummet to the bottom of the valley? Would he be laughed at by everyone? The old man hung his head low. His subordinates also looked dispirited and pitiful. They knew very well that Salus did not have a good temper. He would kill anyone he disliked, not even sparing his own men. When Salus was enraged, the wisest thing to do was to speak as little as possible. Roared Salus. He swept his cold gaze across his subordinates. In the past, he would have killed 1 or 2 of them to vent his anger, but this time Salus endured it. He knew that things were different now. His reputation in the fringe had plummeted. No outsider would be willing to join him for the time being. To establish a foothold in the fringe, one must have sufficient strength. Now that every one of his subordinates was dead, he could no longer kill them whenever he wanted. Back off, all of you. I'll break this poison cloud barrier. Sakez snorted coldly in exasperation at their failure to meet his expectations. He unfolded his domain of divinity. The element of lightning from all directions frantically converged toward Salas. In a short time, Salas was surrounded by flashes of lightning and thunderclaps. It seems that Salas' strength hasn't regressed. That Brian does have some tricks up his sleeve to be able to escape from him. Asura put on a grave face as he carefully sensed the element of lightning in the air. He could roughly guess Salas' strength from the element of lightning in the air. He could tell that Salas' strength didn't regress due to a setback in his cultivation like the rumors said. Salas' strength didn't regress because of a setback in his cultivation. With that thought in mind, Asura valued Han Shuo even more. If Han Shuo could easily escape from Salas, then even if Asura himself or another sovereign came to deal with Han Shuo in the future, they might not be able to kill Han Shuo. This meant that they would not be able to eliminate the root of the problem. No matter what, Han Shuo would be a huge threat to them. After weighing the pros and cons, Asura carefully recalled the information he received about Han Shuo from the City of Shadows. He made a wise decision. He would never make an enemy out of Han Shuo. While Asura made a decision that would make him extremely happy in the future, Salas gathered the energy of lightning in the sky and started bombarding the pandemonium with devastating lightning. Salas' method was very simple. He ignored the chaotic formations and boundaries in the pandemonium and directed the energy of lightning in the air to bombard the pandemonium with the most ferocious lightning. Although simple, it was the most direct and most effective way to deal with the pandemonium. Bolts of lightning tore through the void and thunder rumbled incessantly towards the pandemonium. For a moment, earth-shattering explosions could be heard from every corner of the pandemonium. If it wasn't for the poisonous miasma that shrouded the pandemonium, Salas wouldn't have acted so quickly. If he had allowed his subordinates to attack the pandemonium, Tanai demonic formations would have unleashed even more terrifying power. However, the presence of the poisonous miasma had instilled fear in his subordinates. They were powerless and did not dare to take another step forward. Therefore, they placed all their hopes on Salas. As such, Salas had no choice but to take action himself. As the sovereign of the Fringe, he was already feeling very aggrieved that he had to take action when the pandemonium had just begun. Damn it, this Salas is way too fast. I haven't even had the chance to have some fun yet. I have already prepared so many demonic formations for his subordinates. Why is he so excited? Cursed Han Hua. He felt that Salas was being too unreasonable. Zovik put on a bitter smile and said, "It's because the poisonous miasma is too powerful. They can't blast it away, and they don't want to die. They won't dare to attack us anymore." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Cursed Han Mu. "No matter what, we still have to kill as many of his subordinates as we can." I got it. We can pretend that a part of the pandemonium has been destroyed and lure them in. Haha, Han Mu, you are truly cunning. That's for the best, laughed Han Hua. While chuckling mischievously, Han Mu once again made his move. He used his soul to communicate with the towering ancient trees that served as the special formation cores of the demonic formations. As though they were highly intelligent life forms, they wriggled their branches and shook their dense foliage. Salas's bolts of heavenly lightning struck the pandemonium, causing earth-shattering explosions. However, the poisonous miasma that shrouded the pandemonium never dissipated. This made Salas even more furious. He spared no effort in gathering the energy of lightning in the vicinity. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the poisonous miasma that filled the sky above the pandemonium seemed to be sucked in by an enormous suction force. It was sucked into the densely packed holes in the nearby mountains of Tanai. Salas stared blankly for a moment before he laughed sinisterly and shouted, "Kill your way into Tanai!" The energy towers and barriers that formed the poisonous miasma have been destroyed by the energy of lightning. Enter the pandemonium and kill all of them. Don't worry, that Brian fellow won't be able to escape from me this time. Salus had absolute confidence in his own strength. In his opinion, Tanai's defenses were very limited. No barriers could withstand the full power of an expert with over-God strength. Therefore, he decisively ordered his subordinates to attack with all their might. Just like how Salus trusted himself, his subordinates also trusted Salus. For so many years, Salus had run amok in the fringe. No matter how arrogant or how strange the barriers were, none of them could withstand his lightning attacks. The sudden disappearance of the miasma seemed to prove that Salus's judgment was correct. The high gods who had suffered in the miasma had been waiting for this opportunity. Without hesitation, they ordered their subordinates to attack with all their might. They themselves took the lead and flew towards the pandemonium from all directions. Chapter 866. Apart from the poisonous miasma that lingered in the air all year round, Tanai was also filled with all kinds of deadly demonic formations. Even if Salus were to venture deep into the pandemonium, he would not be able to come out in a short time. His subordinates would definitely die if they entered the pandemonium. Good. You've come at the right time. Han Mu let out a strange laugh. Ha! Salus is too confident in his own strength. Does he really think that there's no defense that can't be destroyed by him? Han too sneered as he stared at Salus, who had stopped attacking the spatial mirror. Salus, who had been gathering lightning energy to bombard the pandemonium, immediately stopped when he noticed that the miasma cloud that had enveloped the valley had disappeared. He looked down coldly at the buildings in the valley and ordered his subordinates to raise the pandemonium to the ground. With the disappearance of the miasma, the pandemonium seemed to be exposed before their eyes. Many tall black stone buildings stood tall in the deep valley. Towering trees grew all around the valley. The valley was decorated with lush greenery. It was a tranquil and otherworldly place. From Salus's point of view, without the protection of the poisonous miasma cloud, the valley below was clearly exposed under the clear sky. There were also no complicated boundaries or energy towers everywhere. Therefore, even if the valley still had any defensive power, it should not be able to stop them. All signs pointed to the fact that the pandemonium had lost the protection of the miasma cloud. It was like a naked beauty that was at the mercy of anyone who wanted to take advantage of it. Another reason why Salus did not attack immediately was that he was wary of Han Shua. The scene of Han Shua undergoing his demonic tribulation on the Empyrean Peak had left a deep impression on him. Salus needed to conserve his energy to deal with Han Shua, who might be hiding in Tanai. Salus's subordinates descended into the pandemonium one after another. However, before they could reach the bottom of the valley, they suddenly realized that the scenery had changed. The valley had suddenly turned hazy. The clear view of the bottom of the valley was like a mirage. You could see it from afar, but when you tried to get close, you would realize that it was just an illusion. As a matter of fact, the pandemonium was indeed just an illusory formation. Those who didn't know the depths of the illusory formation would be able to see the entire valley from the outside. But if they were to enter the valley, they would discover that what they saw was completely different. One by one, Salus's men fell to the bottom of the valley and suddenly realized that they had lost their way. There was a chilly wind blowing around them, and a soul-stirring, howling sound lingered in their ears. In an instant, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar space, and they couldn't see their comrades clearly at all. There were also some people who suddenly found that the bushes were entangling them crazily the moment they reached the bottom of the valley. The leaves were as sharp as knives and had an emerald luster. It seemed that they were also dipped in poison. There were also some who found themselves in the eye of a raging storm. There were people who looked exactly like them and were attacking them in a frenzy. Those who didn't have a strong will would immediately break down. Many of them couldn't withstand the bizarre pressure and would lose their sense of self and sink into oblivion. Many strange demonic formations activated as soon as someone entered the valley. Those subordinates of Salus who entered the valley were all trapped by the demonic formations, facing the strange attack methods that were different from this universe. Many of them couldn't adapt to it. The demonic formations took advantage of their weakness and killed them in an instant. Mournful wails of agony could be heard from the bottom of the pandemonium. Those who heard them would feel their blood run cold. Ha 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 ha! The 5 elite zombies were rocking back and forth in laughter. They were extremely pleased to see those who fell into the demonic formations being killed. Rose, Roman, Zovik, and the others watched the visitors who fell into the demonic formation being killed by all kinds of strange powers through the space mirror in front of them. Their expressions were extremely interesting. "Master's means are truly beyond our imagination," exclaimed Romont. His admiration for Han Shuo was growing. "It seems that our worries were unfounded. Hee, I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. It seems that in the future, as long as we return to Tanai, we won't have to worry about being hunted down," said Gorin smilingly. He was no longer as nervous as before. "With this, Salus will have even fewer subordinates to use. I reckon that after this battle, Salus will be greatly weakened. Even if he wins, he will be the weakest among the 5 sovereigns in the fringe." "Ha ha! Serves him right for offending his lordship," said the shifty-eyed Zovik with a mischievous grin. Through the magical mirror in front of them, they could clearly see what was happening in every corner of the pandemonium. Inside the pandemonium, the followers of Salus were being slaughtered one after another. Even high god experts couldn't withstand the bizarre attacks of the demonic formations. Most of the time they would lose control of their minds and start attacking in a frenzy. What are those people doing?" asked Rose puzzledly. She pointed at Salus subordinates who had fallen into an illusion and were madly attacking the air. "Why are they killing each other?" Gullen was also a little puzzled. In the other magic formation, the subordinates of Salus all looked bitter and hateful. Inside, they were killing each other. After a while, 20 people came in, but only 6 of them were still fighting each other. As they weren't in the demonic formation, they couldn't understand what those people were doing through the space mirror. This is a power that confuses the mind. If you don't enter, you will never understand what they are doing," said Han Mu proudly. He smilingly said to them, "After today's matter is over, you can enter and have some fun. Then you will know why they are going crazy. Forget it. Just looking at their actions is enough to make my scalp tingle. If I am careless and kill all my subordinates, I will die of regret." Gorin was all smiles and waved his hands. After witnessing the evilness and strangeness of the pandemonium, he didn't dare to enter recklessly. "Ha ha, Gorin, at least you know what's good for you," teased Zovik. "I just don't want to die without knowing why," replied Gorin with a bitter smile. Gorin wasn't lying at all. Those who died in the illusory formation didn't know who killed them. Perhaps it was their best friend or even their relative who killed them. It was indeed a terrible tragedy. While the 5 elite zombies in the pandemonium looked relaxed, Asura, who was secretly observing the situation in the pandemonium, was getting more and more amazed. Although Asura was some distance away, he could see the general situation in Tanai. Salus subordinates that fell to the bottom of the pandemonium were killed by all kinds of mystical energies. Although Asura was one of the 5 sovereigns of the fringe, he didn't understand the mysteries of demonic arts from another world. Everything in Tanai was so mysterious and unfathomable to him. No matter how carefully he observed, he couldn't see a single clue. The only thing he could tell was that the pandemonium was a tragedy that was happening all the time. The shrill screams were like a symphony of death playing all over Tanai. The more Asura observed and learned about the pandemonium, the more he admired Han Shuo. He knew that even the underground palace he had spent 1,000 years building did not have such a bizarre and unfathomable defensive power. Han Shuo, on the other hand, had only been in the fringe for a few years. Yet in such a short time, Han Shuo had established a foothold in the pandemonium and turned it into a place of great danger. This proved that Han Shoa had an extremely mysterious barrier protecting him. Asora made up his mind that he must not make an enemy out of Han Shoa. At this critical moment, he had to find a way to express goodwill to Han Shoa. If Asora could see the changes at the bottom of the pandemonium, naturally the other sovereign, Salus, could also see that something was amiss. Salus, who had just relaxed for a moment, didn't pay much attention to the first screams of his subordinates. He thought that it was normal to have casualties at the bottom of the pandemonium. Gradually, the screams grew louder and louder. It was as though someone was dying at every corner of the pandemonium. In this way, Salus had no choice but to look at the situation at the bottom of the valley again. Then he discovered that the bottom of the valley was filled with many unknown forces at some point in time. Those unknown forces were arranged in a special way, forming many wonderful attacks that were quickly killing his subordinates who had fallen into the valley. Before he could relax, Salus turned pale with fright. By then, many of his subordinates had already entered the pandemonium. He couldn't bombard the pandemonium with his lightning energy. Salus was furious. He roared in the sky above the pandemonium, "Everyone, get out of here!" However, it was easy to enter the pandemonium, but difficult to leave. Those subordinates of Salus who had easily entered the pandemonium were trapped by all sorts of demonic formations. They couldn't break free from the demonic formations. Some of them had lost their minds and were fighting with themselves. They couldn't even hear Salus shouts. Therefore, although Salus was shouting in the sky, none of his subordinates could break free from the demonic formations. They were still wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The death toll was increasing at a rate of 1 every few minutes. The bottom of the pandemonium was now littered with corpses. Salus had no choice but to personally enter the pandemonium and destroy the demonic formations one after another. After all, he was a powerhouse with the power of an overgod. When Salus charged into the center of the demonic formation while covered in lightning, the demonic formation's power was unable to break through the defenses of the lightning power in his body. They were unable to cause any substantial damage to Salus. However, those demonic formations that could confuse one's mind were equally effective against Salus. They instantly pulled Salus into an illusion. However, as an overgod, Salus had cultivated his mind to a higher level than his subordinates. His divine soul was also different from that of an average high god. He broke free from the demonic formations in a very short time and destroyed everything in sight. In just a short while, the 3 demonic formations had stopped functioning. "It seems that it's my turn now." Asora, who had been observing from the dark, smiled when he saw that Salus had finally gone all out. He flew towards the pandemonium. Chapter 867. As one of the overlords of the Fringe, Salus possessed formidable strength. Of all the demonic formations in the pandemonium, only a few could truly harm him. As soon as Salus entered the pandemonium, he managed to destroy 3 demonic formations with his formidable strength. However, it wasn't that easy for Salus to destroy the entire pandemonium. When he was trapped in a formation that was controlled by the 5 elite zombies and Han Shua using the 5 high god demon heads in Cauldron Spirit, he immediately felt that he could no longer use the element of lightning between heaven and earth as he pleased. The elemental energies in Tanai were much denser than those in other regions. Salus immediately sensed at the moment he entered the pandemonium. That was why he was able to use more of his lightning energy to destroy everything in his sight. When he sensed a wave of marvelous energy fluctuation and the 5 energies continuously roamed around him, dispersing all the element of lightning in the vicinity, Salus immediately knew that he was in trouble. Unable to use Tanai's lightning energy, Salus had no choice but to use the divine energy in his body to defend himself. He discovered that he was in a completely different dimension. Many attacks that he had never seen before were crashing against him like 1,000 tidal waves. In this isolated dimension, Salus couldn't sense the auras of his subordinates or see what was happening outside. He could only passively use the energy in his body to defend against the bombardment of the elemental energies. consuming the energy in his body to protect his divine body and divine soul from harm. Asura, who was about to attack Salus, suddenly discovered that Salus wasn't invincible in Tanai. Looking down from above, he discovered that Salus was suddenly sitting cross-legged in a region of blurred light. Salus had a grave expression on his face, as though he was in trouble. Asura was shocked. He didn't expect that the pandemonium could make Salus feel like he was facing a formidable foe. Asura wasn't in a hurry to attack. He once again hid in the dark and carefully observed Tanai's situation. Salus has fallen into the spirit draining formation. The yuan energy in the pandemonium can be used to continuously deplete Salus's divine energy. The yuan energy has drowned him, and he has to constantly use his divine energy to defend himself, shouted Han Mu coldly. More than half of Salus's subordinates will die before he can break free. Those who dare to cause trouble in the pandemonium will have to pay the price in blood, said Han Hua. Han Jin softly sighed and said to Rose and the others, let's get ready. It seems that we really need to evacuate Tanai. Sai, I wonder how Father is doing. Why hasn't he returned yet? Isn't Salus trapped? Why do we have to leave? Asked Rose, puzzled. Yeah, look at Salus's solemn face. He seems very cautious. We might be able to trap him forever, said Romont to Han Jin. If the pandemonium had existed for hundreds, or even thousands of years, Salus wouldn't be able to break free once he's trapped. Unfortunately, the pandemonium has only been built for 2 years. The yuan energy accumulated in the pandemonium is too little. The formation is using the yuan energy accumulated in the pandemonium to deplete the divine energy in Salus's body. Unfortunately, the yuan energy accumulated in the past 2 years is too little. It can only trap Salus for half an hour at most, sighed Han Jin helplessly. There's no other way. Salus has the strength of an overgod. After half an hour, the yuan energy in Tanai's body will be completely depleted. Many of the formations won't be able to sustain them. As long as there's life, there's hope. We have no choice but to retreat. We can only wait for Father to return before we can take our revenge. Han, too, turned to Gorin and said, Tell those people that I will open a tunnel 100 meters underground. We will use that opportunity to leave the pandemonium. After listening to Han Jin and Han Tu's explanation, Romont, Rose, and the others no longer said anything. As those who were directly involved in setting up the demonic formations, the 5 elite zombies knew the functions of the demonic formations inside out. Since they said that it was time to retreat, Rose knew that the situation was dire. All right, I'll give the order right away, replied Gorin in a deep voice. He then hastily left the central hub. Sai, it's been months. Why haven't I heard any news from Father? Han Shui sighed. He thought that if Han Shoa were here, he would be able to tap into the yuan energy in the pandemonium and the energy of the thousands of demon generals in Cauldron Spirit's body. Even if Salus fell into the formation, he wouldn't be able to escape. Father will come back for sure. Humph. The next time Father comes back, it will be the death of Salus and the others, said Han Hao through gnashed teeth. The 5 elite zombies had spent so much time and energy to set up the pandemonium. Now that the pandemonium was about to be destroyed by Salus, they couldn't bear to let it go. Let's get ready. We'll be leaving in a while. Han Mu waved his hand. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Then he shouted, Leave immediately. There's still a very powerful life force in the dark. That guy is no weaker than Salus. Upon hearing those words, not only Rose, Romont, and the others, but even the 5 elite zombies turned pale. Salus alone was terrifying enough. If another sovereign were to join the fray, they would be in an even more dire situation. Rumors about Salus had been circulating non-stop. It was said that Salus had personally gone to Sovereign Wasis and Sovereign Logue and reached an agreement with them. From what Rose and the others could tell, it wasn't entirely impossible. Therefore, when they recalled what Han Mu had said, it was only natural that the person hiding in the dark was one of the 2 sovereigns. Retreat immediately. Otherwise, we will suffer great losses." Han too decisively shouted. A deep passageway had already opened up beneath his feet. It seemed like he was preparing to leave with his men. "Wait!" shouted Han Mu. Han Mu bunched his brows and waved his hand to stop the crowd. He closed his eyes again and sensed for a moment. After a while, Han Mu opened his eyes and said, "It's Asura." He had projected his soul energy into the valley to see if my father is there. I got in touch with him. Asura said that he will assist us in dealing with Salis. Do you think this person is trustworthy? As a cultivator of the Edict of Life, Han Mu had a miraculous connection with all life forms of Pandemonium Tanai. His soul of life was not the same as that of an average person. Therefore, he was able to sense Asura's soul and communicate with him through soul messages. While the 5 elite zombies, rose, and the others were hesitating, Asura was just as shocked. When he received the soul message, Asura thought that Han Shoa was really at the Pandemonium because the fluctuation of his soul energy into the Pandemonium was very subtle. Only experts of his level would be able to detect it. But when Han Mu asked, "Who are you?" Asura immediately realized that it wasn't Han Shoa who detected his divine soul energy. He had met Han Shoa once and could sense that Han Shoa's soul was more sinister and dark, unlike Han Mu's, which was full of life and vitality. After learning of Han Mu's identity through soul communication and stating the purpose of his visit, Asura couldn't help but think that the Pandemonium was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He did not expect that there would be an expert who was adept in soul sensing. This made him even more determined to help the Pandemonium. "Asura." Zovik bunched his brows and said, "Your lordship has met him in the Omphalos at the heart of the fringe. Asura even ceded one of his sovereign shops to your lordship. Asura seems to be trying his best to build a good relationship with us. As the other sovereign of the fringe, if he is willing to help us deal with Salis, we won't have to leave in such a hurry. But is this person trustworthy?" asked Han Mu. "What's Asura's reputation in the fringe?" This person is rather low-key. Compared to the other 4 sovereigns, Asura is one of the more approachable ones. Perhaps Asura is really sincere," said Zovik. "After all, he wasn't the leader of the party, and he didn't dare to make decisions for them." "We can't take this risk. Let's leave," said Han Jin after a moment of hesitation. After a short pause, Han Jin said, "Little Wood, tell Asura that we will temporarily retreat. If he is willing to help us, tell him to stop Salis from destroying the Pandemonium." "I understand." Han Mu closed his eyes and communicated with Asura again. 10 seconds later, Han Mu opened his eyes and said, "Asura has agreed. Let's go." The party was puzzled. They didn't understand why Asura would help them so much at a time like this. But knowing that time was of the essence, they didn't talk about it. They all entered the tunnel that Han too had opened and headed deeper into the earth. In a mountain range thousands of miles away from the Empyrean Peak, there was a patch of dried mud. For the past few months, the mud here had been emitting a foul stench. Humans and beasts would fall into the mud if they weren't careful. But now, this patch of mud seemed to have been dried up by fire. In the cold night, a strange creaking sound suddenly came from the ground. After a while, a hand penetrated through the cracked mud and emerged from the ground. "Kacha!" With a loud sound, the entire silt field seemed to have been lifted up by someone, and dust filled the sky. A majestic figure emerged from the dust. His eyes were cold and sinister, but the corners of his mouth were curved into a gentle smile. He had a devilish demeanor. Han Shuo raised his head and looked at the night sky. He mumbled to himself, "Although my realm isn't stable and I haven't fully grasped the new energy, it should be enough to deal with Salis." As soon as he finished those words, Han Shuo soared into the sky and flew towards the Empyrean Peak at a speed that surpassed the limits of his physical body. He covered the distance of 1,000 miles in an instant. But when he stood on the Empyrean Peak, he discovered that it was empty. There was not a single trace of life. After pondering for a moment, Han Shua's expression changed. He suddenly thought of another possibility. He hastily rushed towards the pandemonium. Chapter 868. Han Shua knew that Salus would search for him at all costs. As the pandemonium was a special place, there was no way it could escape Salus' eyes and ears. It was only a matter of time before Salus found the pandemonium. Han Shua knew very well how powerful Salus and the pandemonium were. He knew that the pandemonium might be able to stop Salus for a while, but there was no way they could kill Salus. If that happened, the lives of the 5 elite zombies, Rose, and the others in the pandemonium would be in grave danger. Therefore, Han Shua had to rush to the pandemonium and stop Salus from attacking the pandemonium. However, Han Shua had somewhat underestimated the intelligence of his 5 sons. He also did not expect that Tanai would have Asura, who was always trying to curry favor with him. While Han Shua was rushing towards the pandemonium was still in a hellish state. Salus' subordinates were killed one after another inside the demonic formations. Their corpses were strewn all over the place. There was a circular platform at the center of the pandemonium with the pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon. The lifelike cauldron of myriad demon glowed with a mystical luster. The souls of those killed by Salus and Tanai transformed into wisps of light, smoke, that drifted into the cauldron of myriad demon. Cauldron's spirit had planned to use the terrifying destructive power of the pandemonium to collect the souls of those who entered the pandemonium. Even if Han Shua wasn't in the pandemonium, he could still use the formation at the center of the platform to collect the souls of those who died. That way, he would be able to collect the souls of those who died when he returned to the pandemonium. Salus of Tanai was still wearing a grave expression as he dealt with the corrosion of the elements in the pandemonium. He was constantly depleting the divine energy in his body. As the yuan qi of the various formations in the pandemonium was continuously gathering around Salus, the power of some of the smaller formations around the pandemonium began to weaken. The pressure on Salus' subordinates that were still alive was greatly reduced, and they managed to escape. **** underground. In the underground tunnel that Earth Elite Zombie had dug several hundred meters deep into the ground, Gerald and his subordinates had long since left. Only Han Mu, Han Hua, Rose, Roman, and the others remained underground. "It's about time. Shouldn't we leave too?" asked Romont. Han Mu, Han Hua, and Rose were somewhat reluctant to leave. They had grown attached to the pandemonium. This was especially true for Han Mu, Han Hua, and the others who had personally helped to set up the grand defensive formation. They considered the pandemonium to be their home. The thought of their home being destroyed by Salus made their hearts ache. Maybe Asura will really stop Salus. "Don't worry too much. We should be fine," comforted Zovik. That was all he could say at the moment. That's right. Forget it. Let's go. Even Han, too, started to get sentimental. At worst, we'll just spend another 2 years rebuilding the pandemonium. What's the big deal? Let's go. "I hope Asura can help us stay here," said Han Jin as he gestured to Rose, Zovik, and the others to enter the pandemonium. There was nothing more to say at this point. The party no longer hesitated and entered the underground tunnel. 10 minutes later, Salus heaved a long sigh of relief. He could no longer feel the strange energy invading his body. He felt lucky to have survived a disaster. Salus didn't know that the elemental energies in the pandemonium could only last for a short period of time. He had just used up a lot of his divine energy. At the rate he was going, it wouldn't take more than 5 days before he ran out of divine energy. When that happened, only death awaited him. For some time, Salus was truly afraid of the mysterious pandemonium. He grew more and more apprehensive of it. Salus straightened his back and looked around. He noticed that most of the demonic formations in Tanai's pandemonium had stopped functioning. However, the ground was littered with corpses. They were all his subordinates. He had brought nearly 1,000 of his subordinates with him when he came to the pandemonium. But now, only about 300 of them were still alive. Of the remaining 300 people, Many of them were injured. Most of them were panting heavily, looking exhausted and powerless. Salus had run amok in the fringe for many years, but he had never been in such a sorry state. He had not even seen Han Shua's shadow, yet he had lost more than half of his subordinates. It was not hard to imagine how frustrated he was. A few months ago, the Empyrean Peak had lost many of his subordinates. Today, they had suffered yet another heavy loss. From now on, Salus would have to face the dilemma of having no subordinates at his disposal. To an overlord like him, there was nothing more miserable than this. Search the area. Kill every single one of Tanai's subordinates. Don't leave a single one alive, ordered Salus with a dark face. He regarded Han Shua as his greatest enemy. He was determined to kill Han Shua. Those who were lucky enough to survive dragged their weary bodies and wandered around the pandemonium in fear, trying to find an enemy that Salus could vent his anger on. A strange valley had killed more than half of their people in just half a day. Until now, not a single person had been seen. This scene deeply shocked them and made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The 5 elite zombies rose, and the others had long since retreated. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find any trace of them. The anxious Salus subordinates hung their heads dejectedly after searching for half an hour without finding anything. "My lord, there's no one. It's all empty. There's nothing here. My lord, what do we do? There's no one here." Salus was about to explode from anger. He had gone through so many hardships to get here. He had paid such a heavy price and sacrificed so many of his men, but in the end he had found nothing. If word of this got out, Salus's reputation would suffer a fatal blow. He would never be able to raise his head in the fringe again. It's all ruined. If you can't find him, then destroy this place. Now that things had come to this, Salus did not know how to face this sullen matter. By now, Salus's subordinates were looking at him with flickering eyes. They began to feel that the sovereign they had always trusted wasn't as powerful and terrifying as they had imagined. Most importantly, he couldn't provide them with any useful help. He even gave the wrong orders, causing their comrades to die one after another. "Destroy everything!" roared Salus fiercely. He seemed to have sensed what his subordinates were thinking. After all, Salus's influence was still there. His subordinates were startled and hastily tried to destroy the pandemonium. "Salus, long time no see." It was at this moment that Asura slowly walked out from the darkness with a warm smile on his face. Salus's face jolted and he coldly said, "Asura, what are you doing here?" "I've been asked to discuss something with you," said Asura smilingly. "The owner of this place spent a great deal of effort to build this place. I hope you can preserve it and not destroy it." Salus stared blankly for a moment before he shouted angrily, "Asura, are you out of your mind? This is Brian's territory. He will only destroy the existing order in the fringe. Why are you defending him? Asura, the 5 sovereigns have ruled the fringe for many years. Do you want to cede your territory to them?" Asura shook his head smilingly and said, "Of course not. But it seems to me that Brian isn't interested in us at all. Haha, you are the only one with bad luck. Not only did you fail to establish your dominance, you even got yourself into trouble." Salus was in a bad mood. He immediately shouted at Asura, "Asura, what do you mean by that? Are you going to defend that outsider?" "Not really. If you can kill Brian first, I don't mind if you destroy this place. But before Brian dies, I have promised someone to look after this place for him." "Haha, I hope you can do me a favor," said Asura. His smile was devoid of anger, but his words were sharp. "Short-sighted," shouted Salus angrily. "Fine, let's see if you can stop me today." Salus was ready to attack as he spoke. Asura chuckled and said, "Salus, oh Salus, it is unwise for you to fight me now. You have exhausted too much of your divine energy in Tanai Pandemonium. Your subordinates won't be able to help you in a real fight. Why don't you reconsider?" "Cut the crap. I will destroy this place today. No one can stop me," shouted Salus as he glared at Asa. As soon as Salus made his move, his subordinates who were planning to destroy the pandemonium scattered in all directions. The shock waves from the battle between the two over-gods were too great. Once an intense battle broke out, all living beings in the vicinity would be affected. His subordinates were already exhausted from the pandemonium, and many of them were injured. They were at their weakest. If the two over-gods were to get into a fight, they wouldn't have the time to care about their subordinates, and they would be the ones to suffer the most. The two over-gods were about to fight in the pandemonium. To prevent the shock waves from the battle from damaging the pandemonium, Asura immediately retreated a distance away. Salus was furious. He ignored everything else and chased after Asura. For a moment, the sky was filled with lightning bolts. Asura landed on the ground and used the earth to congeal into two gigantic beasts that intercepted the lightning bolts. The two over-gods clashed near the pandemonium. Thunderous booms resounded incessantly. Bolts of lightning and mounds of earth were uprooted from the ground. The energy of lightning and earth destroyed two mountains near the pandemonium, razing everything to the ground. A battle between over-gods would usually last for a long time. In addition to the fact that the two were evenly matched in strength, the battle was truly earth-shattering. It would take at least a day or two to end. At this moment, Han Shoa was rushing towards the pandemonium at lightning speed. In the fringe, the other three sovereigns sensed the terrifying commotion coming from the pandemonium at the same time. Tyre, Log, and Wasis rushed towards the pandemonium without hesitation. Chapter 869. In the pandemonium, Salus' subordinates were fleeing like rats, trying their best to get as far away from the place as possible. The two sovereigns, Asura and Salus, caused an earth-shattering commotion in the surrounding mountains. The two were evenly matched in strength. As over-gods, the battle was truly intense. It was not something that would end in a short amount of time. The terrifying elemental undulations were sensed by many experts in the vicinity. Some of the fringe dwellers, who were clueless about what was going on, started flocking towards the pandemonium. They wanted to know what was going on in the pandemonium. The tremors of the earth penetrated deep into the ground. Han, too, who was using his innate ability to tear the earth apart and bring Galin and his subordinates away, frowned and immediately understood what was happening. Han, too, and his subordinates left as soon as the battle between Asura and Salus began. By now, they were in a plain 100 miles away from the pandemonium. "I think we don't have to be in such a hurry to escape," Han, too, said to Gerald. "Tell your subordinates to stay here. I will go back and take a look." "Don't worry, I don't think Salus has the time to deal with us." "What's going on?" asked Gerald, puzzled. Although he was stronger than Han, too, he did not have the ability to sense the earth like Han Tuesday. Therefore, he could not understand what the tremors meant. "Salus and Asura are fighting. With Asura's help, Salus won't be able to wreak havoc in the Pandemonium Tanai," said Han too smilingly before he returned to the Pandemonium. After a short while, Han too ran into Hanmu, Hanhua, and Rose. He immediately told them what he sensed and believed that Salus and Asura were engaged in an earth-shattering battle. As they were deep underground, Hanmu could not sense Asura's soul undulations and had no idea what was going on in the Pandemonium. Upon hearing Han Tu's words, Hanmu and the others were overjoyed. They asked simultaneously, "Really?" Han Tu nodded affirmatively and smilingly said, "I can sense that only an expert of Asura's level can cause such a powerful earthquake. It seems that Asura is really helping us. Then why are we in such a hurry to leave? Let's go back and see what's going on. Who knows when Father will arrive?" Han laughed heartily before he turned around and flew towards the Pandemonium. The commotion caused by the Pandemonium was so great that all the experts in the surrounding regions who had reached a certain level of strength could more or less sense it. Other than those who could sense it, only a few experts who were further away from the fringe could sense it. The peerless experts who sensed the battle between the over-gods and the pandemonium through the elemental energies immediately put down everything they were doing and rushed to the pandemonium. At the mouth of a volcano, the calm little Skullhan was lying in ambush, preparing to attack a force. Ever since he subdued Polo, the power Han wielded had increased tremendously. Unknowingly, the power little Skullhan wielded had far exceeded that of an average force. Although the fringe was vast, there were only a handful of people who were more powerful than Han Hao. "What do we do?" Polo, who was crouching beside Han Hao, asked in a low voice. In front of them were experts under Sovereign Logue's command. Their leader was a late-stage high god expert who cultivated in the energy of light. This group of experts seemed to have gotten used to not being provoked by anyone in the fringe. They wore relaxed expressions and did not put on much of a vigilance. Logue was infamous for his viciousness and treachery in the land of chaos. He was even more troublesome than the violent Salus. Generally speaking, his subordinates could do as they pleased in the land of chaos. No one would dare to lay their hands on them. Polo had been a god hunter in the fringe for many years, but he had never once thought of attacking Logue's subordinates. But now, Han Hao had just taken over Logue's subordinates, and he was about to make a big move. "Kill!" shouted Han Hao without hesitation. Polo made up his mind, raised his head, and waved his hand. The god hunters who received the order flew down from the mouth of the volcano and surrounded Logue's subordinates. Without uttering a word, they started killing them. "Let's join hands and get rid of that man. Once he's dead, things will be much easier," said Han Hao as he pointed at the arrogant high god of light. "Understood." Polo nodded. Polo was now following Han Hao's lead. He knew that it was better to cut the crap. Polo and Han Hao finally charged out. They paid no heed to that high god of light's threat and did not give him any chance to speak. They attacked with all their might and killed the high god of light in half an hour. His subordinates were also surrounded and devoured by the god hunters. While the god hunters were happily killing and plundering, Han Hao raised his head and looked at the sky. Suddenly, he sensed that something was amiss. He bunched his brows and muttered to himself for a moment. His eyes glowed with evil radiance, and he coldly shouted, "I will give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, all of you will come with me. 10 minutes isn't enough for my subordinates to devour all of their energy." Polo stared blankly. "I'll give you 10 minutes." Han Hao shouted. He seemed rather impatient. Polo had known Han Hao for a long time, but he had never seen Han Hao so impatient. He knew that something must have happened. Without saying another word, he ordered his subordinates to hurry up. 10 minutes later, Han Hao flew towards the pandemonium without saying a word. Polo and his subordinates followed closely behind him. The battle between Pandemonium and Tanai was still going on. The battle between Asura and Salus had affected too many factors. Even they did not know how many sovereigns would be rushing towards the Pandemonium. They were all fighting with all their might, hoping to suppress their opponent. At this point, Asura's goal was no longer just to protect the Pandemonium for Han Shua. Although the 5 sovereigns of the fringe possessed almost equal strength, some would speculate about who was stronger. In many people's minds, Tyre was the strongest of the 5 sovereigns. The other 4 sovereigns were almost equal in strength. It was precisely because of this understanding that the super experts from the 12 dominions who came to the fringes would usually choose to submit to Tyre first. This caused Tyre's power to grow stronger and stronger. Whether it was Asura, Logue, Salus, or Wasis, they were all secretly fighting for fame. If Asura could prove that he could defeat Salus, it would mean that he was stronger than Salus, Logue, and Wasis. Asura's strength would then be considered to be on par with Tyre. This kind of reputation would bring him many benefits. In the future, many experts from the 12 dominions would choose to be his subordinates. Now was the perfect opportunity. Salus had used up a lot of soul energy in his battle with Han Shua a few months ago. He had also used up a lot of divine energy in the Pandemonium. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to defeat Salus. How could Asura not grab hold of such an opportunity. Salus was hot-tempered and impulsive. From his point of view, Asora's action was no different from adding fuel to the fire. If it were a sovereign like Log, he wouldn't choose to fight Asora today because it would be disadvantageous to him. But Salus didn't care about that. In his opinion, anyone who offended him must be avenged immediately. He would not allow anyone to get away scot-free. The battle between Asora and Hansho was like a bolt from the blue. How could it be calmed down? As the battle between Asora and Hansho caused an earth-shattering commotion, many forces in the vicinity of the Pandemonium hurried over. They didn't dare to approach the area where the two overgods were fighting. They only observed the battle from afar and observed the changes in the elements and the interweaving of lightning. Battles between overgods rarely happened. It was very difficult for outsiders to witness them. For those high gods who wished to advance further, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That was because they might be able to comprehend some of the true essence and usage of power through a battle between overgods. This would help them understand the mysteries of the overgod realm. There wasn't a late-stage high god who didn't want to break through the most difficult hurdle on the path of cultivation. Breaking through to the overgod realm meant that one would have the right to speak to anyone. It meant that one would have more power, more influence, and more subordinates. It was an irresistible temptation. Gods from all over the fringe had gathered at the Pandemonium to witness the earth-shattering battle between the two overgods with all kinds of motives. Some of the more daring wind elementals learned about the Pandemonium and Tanai's corpses. Those wind elementals quickly spread the news. The gods who came to the Pandemonium soon learned of the situation and started gossiping among themselves. The Pandemonium was littered with corpses, but they were all Salus's subordinates. Not a single corpse belonged to the Pandemonium. What did this mean? Those who came with ulterior motives were suddenly filled with curiosity about the Pandemonium. They reminded themselves not to provoke the people of the Pandemonium before the situation was clear. Another day passed. The battle grew more and more intense. The sky was filled with lightning bolts and thunder. The earth undulated like an ocean, while all kinds of energies soared into the sky. On this day, a big fat man with a benevolent smile appeared in the Pandemonium. His beady eyes sparkled with amazement as he observed the battle between Asora and Salus from afar. "It's Monarch Log. He's here." A high god of death sensed the change in the energy of death around him. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he raised his head to look. The crowd raised their heads and saw the big fat man. Their faces jolted, and they quietly left the area as though they were trying to avoid the plague. Chapter 870. Rog's arrival caused many people to be alarmed. One by one, they distanced themselves from him, afraid that their careless actions would anger Rog, who changed his attitude faster than flipping a page. As an overgod, as soon as Log arrived, the two overgods who were fighting immediately sensed his presence. Salus and Asora were startled. They moved cautiously, fearing that they would be ambushed by the cunning Log. Wazer arrived within half a day after Log. His arrival caused a chilly wind to blow across the Pandemonium and the surrounding temperature to plummet. The appearance of the two sovereigns, Log and Wasis, caused the smaller forces in the vicinity to move far away, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. They hid in the valleys and the crevices of the cliffs to observe the situation. They carefully sensed the intense elemental undulations coming from afar. "Haha, I didn't expect that Salus and Asora would fight over an insignificant character. It seems that the fringe has been peaceful for too long. Everyone is looking for something to do," said Log smilingly as he looked at the battle between Salus and Asora. Varus wore a cold face. His piercing eyes stared at Log and said indifferently, "Asora doesn't see the bigger picture. He actually helped a troublemaker who popped out of nowhere." Log looked at Wasis smilingly and said, "In my opinion, helping that youngster is just an excuse. Asora's real motive is to use Salus to establish his dominance." Wasis let out a cold groan and said disdainfully, "Asora has a good plan." But if he really defeats Salus, won't you seize the opportunity to fight him? Log was stunned. He shook his head and replied, I don't have the time to do that. If you are interested, you can come at me. If you don't have the time, why did you come all the way here? Wasi smirked and said, I am going to make a move and you are going to watch from the sidelines. You are going to attack me when I am injured from my battle with Asura? Hee, Log, that's a good plan. Ah, Wazer, you are too paranoid. Log shook his head and sighed. He looked as if he had been wronged. Wazer snorted and did not say anything else. The 5 sovereigns of the Fringe were familiar with each other. They had a general understanding of each other's strength and style of doing things. Log was one of those treacherous and vicious people who put on a friendly face but would strike at the most opportune moment without hesitation. If Log did not come today, Wasis might have attacked the winner between Salus and Asura. But now that Log was here, Wasis dared not act rashly. He was afraid that he would become Log's target. While Log and Wasis were conversing, the battle between Salus and Asura was still going on. Originally, Salus and Asura were equally matched in strength. However, Salus had exhausted the energy of his believers from several material planes in his battle against Han Shua. Then he had consumed too much divine energy in the battle against Pandemonium Tanai. Therefore, as the battle went on, Salus began to show signs of fatigue. Asura, on the other hand, had taken the defensive stance right from the start. He used the energy of the earth element to withstand Salus' lightning strikes. As the battle dragged on, Salus began to show signs of exhaustion. Asura finally began to go on the offensive. One side was unstoppable while the other was exhausted. Salus finally realized that he was in a disadvantageous position. As Asura's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, Salus found it hard to keep up. Gradually, he fell into a disadvantageous position. The battle between the 2 overgods was so intense that most of the spectators couldn't see it clearly. But from the density of the elements in the air, they could roughly tell which side had the upper hand. When the battle began, the energy of thunder and lightning filled the entire space. Asura's earth element seemed to be weakening. But as time went by, the spectators noticed that the energy of thunder and lightning above their heads had gradually weakened. On the contrary, the energy of earth element had become denser and denser. The spectators knew that Salus had fallen into a disadvantageous position. They did not know what happened before the battle between Salus and Asura, but judging from the current situation, Asura seemed to be slightly stronger than Salus. That was more than enough. In the future, when the 12 dominions came to the Fringe, if they had to choose between Salus and Asura, they would undoubtedly choose the stronger one. Log and Wazer looked on coldly from the sidelines. Salus and Asura were still engaged in battle, for of the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe had arrived. Only Tyre, who was rumored to be the strongest, had yet to arrive. The battle dragged on until late at night. Salus was starting to show signs of fatigue. It was getting harder and harder for him to withstand Asura's attacks. However, Salus was one of the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe and one of the most hot-blooded of them all. Salus's eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that he would drag Asura to hell even if he had to die in the battle. Although Asura had gained the upper hand, he didn't feel proud at all. He knew that Salus was the kind of person who would fight to the death with anyone who provoked him. If Log and Wasis weren't here, Asura might really fight Salus until one of them died. However, Asura knew that neither Log nor Wasis were honorable characters. Once he and Salus fought to the end, it would be a battle to the death. At that time, even if he won, he would have to face the attacks of both Log and Wasis. He would be in his weakest state. It would be hard to say if he could escape from Log and Wasis. Even if he were lucky enough to escape, Log and Wasis would attack the underground palace without hesitation after learning that he was injured. They would do everything in their power to destroy Asura's forces. That was not what Asura wanted. Therefore, even though Asura had gained the upper hand, he started to hesitate. He was even more worried than Salus. Salus, I don't think there's a need for us to fight anymore." Asora suddenly retreated. He looked at the panting Salus from afar and said with a bitter smile, "Logue and Wasis have arrived. If we fight to the end, none of us will come out unscathed. Asora, how dare you hit me when I'm down? I will not let you off," roared Salus. Asora was stunned for a moment. He thought that Salus would risk his life to fight him. "But let's call it a day. When I recover my divine energy, I will find you in the underground palace," shouted Salus to Asora after he shot a cold glance at Logue and Wasis, who were watching the fight from afar. Although Salus was hot-tempered and impulsive, he knew that the situation was extremely unfavorable for him, especially when Logue and Wasis were still in peak condition. If he continued to fight Asora, he would be the one to suffer in the end, followed by Asora. "Hey, why aren't you two fighting?" Logue made a fuss and shouted, "The fight isn't over." "Salus, this isn't like you at all." "Logue, what did you promise me?" Salus was enraged. He glared at Logue and said, "Didn't we reach an agreement? Didn't you say that you would help me?" Logue chuckled and nodded. "That's right, I did say that I would help you. But what I promised was to help you deal with that outsider named Brian, not Asora." "Haha, I've been friends with Asora for many years. My relationship with him is no less than yours. How could I do something so unbefitting of a friend?" Asora put on a fake smile as he listened to Logue's nonsense. After Logue finished, Asora smilingly said, "Yeah, I think it's about time for it to end." By now, Salus had lost all his dignity and was no longer in the mood to stay and destroy the pandemonium. All he wanted to do was to leave this place as soon as possible. "Asora, just you wait. I will definitely find you in the underground palace." Salus shot a cold glance at Asora before he waved his hand and shouted, "All of you, return to the Empyrean Peak!" The subordinates of Salus hung their heads dejectedly. They felt that the recent period of time had been nothing short of torture. They were thinking about how they should face others in the fringe in the future. So many of their men had died. Not to mention that Salus was clearly not as powerful as he used to be in the battle against Asora. It was obvious that Salus was not as powerful as he used to be. As subordinates of Salus, their benefits were directly affected. Now they began to worry about whether they could still be respected in the Omphalos like before. "I didn't say to leave. No one is allowed to leave." Suddenly, a shrill voice sounded from afar. A majestic figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the pandemonium. "It's you. You have finally appeared." Salus, who was about to leave, was enraged. He glared at Han Shuo with hatred in his eyes and looked as though he was about to pounce at Han Shuo. "None of you are allowed to leave either," shouted Han Shuo coldly. 17 icy radiances whizzed out from his swords. Those who had gathered from all directions to see what was happening in the pandemonium were sliced in half by the 17 flying swords. Among the dead were 3 high gods. Those onlookers who were planning to ignore Han Shuo and get as far away from the scene as possible. When they saw that Han Shuo had the audacity to disregard the 5 sovereigns as soon as he arrived and slaughter a dozen, or so experts in a single move, they were horrified. None of them dared to make another move. Standing proudly in the air above the pandemonium, Han Shuo's eyes were glistening with icy radiances. He looked around and took in every single person and scenery around him. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the pandemonium was not destroyed. Han Shuo expanded his consciousness and gradually discovered the 5 elite zombies hiding underground. Han Shuo felt a little more at ease. "Logue, Wasis, you said that you would help me get rid of this outsider," roared Salus. Logue and Wasis were astonished. They looked at the young expert, who had recently shown off his abilities in the fringe, and sensed the evil and frenzied energy emanating from him. They looked hesitant. Chapter 871. As soon as Han Shuo appeared, he started killing people in front of everyone. He did not show any mercy. Not only that those he killed were not Salus's subordinates, but the bystanders who were trying to escape from this dangerous place. The 17 flying swords whizzed through the air and took away more than a dozen lives. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, the dozen, or so people had turned into puddles of blood. This was the first time that Logue and Wasis had seen Han Shuo in person. When they discovered that Han Shuo possessed unfathomable strength, their faces turned gloomy. Instead of joining forces with Salas to deal with Han Shuo, they remained unusually silent. "Hey, Brian, it's been a long time." "Hee, I've been fighting with Salas for the sake of protecting the pandemonium for you," said Asura with a smile on his face. To him, the stronger Han Shuo was the better. That way, Salas and the others would have more headaches. Han Shuo, who had been wearing a cold face all this while, finally ascertained that the pandemonium had not suffered too much damage. His consciousness had also sensed the life auras of the 5 elite zombies. Han Shuo finally put on a smile and said to Asura, "Thank you very much. I will remember this favor." "You're welcome, you're welcome." Asura waved his hand repeatedly. Deep down, he was very happy. He thought that with his help today, no matter what kind of trouble Han Shuo was causing in the fringe, he would be able to reap the benefits. After Han Shuo's killing spree, no one dared to move recklessly. They were all looking at the troublemaker who had caused a huge commotion in the fringe. Logue and Wasis couldn't gauge Han Shuo's true strength. They couldn't decide if they should help Salas in the battle against Han Shuo. "Logue, Wasis, what is the meaning of this?" Seeing that Logue and Wazer were not saying anything, Sokka's cursed. "Mother asterisk cur! I don't need you two to deal with him. All I need you two to do is to block his path and make sure he doesn't slip away. Can't you two be a little more decisive?" From Salas's point of view, as long as Roger and Wasis could stop Han Shuo from escaping again, he was confident that he could kill Han Shuo in front of everyone. Now that Han Shuo was dead, Asura would no longer have a reason to go against him. As long as he was given some time to recover his strength, he would be able to prove that he was still one of the sovereigns in the fringe. He would be able to summon the ferocious gods from the 12 dominions and wreak havoc in the fringe. "Sakaz, cut the crap, you bastard. I won't be leaving today. Let's see if you can hold out until the end." Han Shuo suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. As soon as his laughter sounded, he turned into a rainbow and shot toward Salas. In an instant, Han Shuo seemed to have transformed into a demon god from hell. A terrifying, evil energy crazily spread in all directions with him as the center. This evil energy was filled with ruthlessness, bloodlust, cruelty, and coldness. It was as though it wanted to annihilate the entire heaven and earth. The faces of Logue, Wasis, and Asura changed at the same time. They looked at Han Shuo in astonishment, as though they couldn't believe that this was the same Han Shuo who had stirred up a storm in the fringe recently. All the gods in the vicinity were affected by this sinister energy. Some of the weaker mid-gods felt their hearts tremble, and they almost prostrated themselves before Han Shuo. They couldn't even muster up the urge to oppose Han Shuo. It was a feeling of invincibility. It was as though Han Shuo was the overlord of the world at this very moment and could easily vaporize any life form that dared to defy his orders. At this very moment, the leaders of the various forces who had come to spectate all had the same thought. Perhaps Sokka's will be defeated? Logue and Wasis were astonished. They looked at Salas in bewilderment. They couldn't understand how Salas managed to force Han Shuo to flee back at the Empyrean Peak. Judging from the terrifying aura that Han Shuo had just displayed, it was highly unlikely that Salas would emerge victorious even if he and Salas fought. What the hell is going on? Logue and Wasis shouted in their minds, but they couldn't get an answer. The one who was the happiest of them all was Asura. He suddenly realized that he had made the right bet this time. Although he didn't know why Han Shuo had suddenly become so terrifying, he knew that he and Han Shuo were friends, not enemies. In the future, as long as he and Han Shuo could work together in the fringe, they would not have to fear even the most powerful sovereign, Tyre. Of course, Salas found it the hardest to accept. When he sensed the terrifying evil energy emanating from Han Shuo, he realized that the current Han Shoa was completely different from the one he knew back at the Empyrean Peak. Back at the Empyrean Peak, although Salas didn't know anything about Han Shoa, he didn't sense any terrifying energy from Han Shoa that could threaten him. But this time, Salas knew that he might very well die. "Salas, who do you think will die here today?" asked Han Shoa as he laughed maniacally at the sky. He felt extremely carefree as he sensed the destructive energy in his body. He had just entered the Skybreak realm, and there were still many demonic arts and profound mysteries that he had yet to comprehend. Yet, with just his current strength, he was able to suppress Salas in terms of aura, striking fear into the hearts of everyone present. Facing Han Shoa's provocation, Salas's face was filled with uncertainty. He was no longer as reckless as before. He had become much more cautious. He's bluffing. He must be bluffing. If he really has such a powerful force, he wouldn't have run away from the Empyrean Peak. This can't be real, said Salas as he glared at Han Shoa hatefully. However, he didn't dare to attack Han Shoa. He kept telling himself in his mind to encourage himself. "Hee, Salas, are you afraid?" said Han Shoa as he laughed maniacally. "It doesn't matter. Since you don't dare to attack, I'll help you." As soon as he finished speaking, the 17 flying swords shot toward Salas. Each flying sword was like a spirit snake as they followed a dazzling and beautiful curve, surrounding Salas from 17 directions. The 17 flying swords transformed into 17 rays of light as they shot toward Salas. The rays of light strangely overlapped and gathered all the power into one. The Avicii god slaying sword formation's deity, Slaying Slash, was easily released. A huge ray of light carrying a world-destroying murderous aura firmly locked onto Salas and destroyed all the barriers that Salas had hastily formed. The power of thunder and lightning was scattered by the ray of light and couldn't be gathered together. Salas felt that his soul was firmly locked onto, no matter where he hid. It seemed that he couldn't escape from the huge ray of light. He knew that he couldn't retreat. If he did, it would only strengthen the momentum of the ray of light. In the end, he would suffer a crushing defeat and even be killed. After gathering all the power, the souls of the believers in Salas's hands once again offered up all the power in the remaining realms. One by one, the believers who worshiped Salas as the only god bled from their 7 orifices and died one after another. At this moment, those realms were plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. They became planets of death without a trace of life. The power of the souls of those believers crossed the realms and all gathered on Salas's body, forming the most powerful power of thunder and lightning above his head. At the most critical moment, it blocked the bombardment of Han Shoa's world-destroying ray of light. As if the end of the world, an incomparably loud rumble resounded. Amidst the dazzling ray of light, the earth was torn apart. 2 hills were razed to the ground. Rubble flew into the air and turned into dust. Apart from Log, Wasis, and Asura, who possessed the strength of an overlord, no one knew what happened between Han Shoa and Salas. Amidst the dazzling light and deafening sound, they lost all sight and hearing. They could only sense their surroundings through their souls. After a long time, the dazzling light dissipated and the flying sand and stones gradually calmed down. Salas panted heavily. He glared at Han Shoa, who had an indifferent expression, and said, "That's it for today. I won't let you go. If it wasn't for the fact that I had fought with Asura earlier, I would have killed you." Before Han Shoa could say anything, Salas transformed into a rainbow and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind even his followers. Han Shoa did not pursue him because he knew that it would be very difficult to pursue an over-god expert, especially when Log and Wasis were present. Furthermore, the 5 elite zombies, Rose, and the others had just emerged from the Pandemonium. He did not know what would happen to Pandemonium if he left now. After the spectators adjusted to their surroundings, they still did not understand what had happened. But after seeing Salas's sudden departure, they came to the conclusion that Salas was afraid of Han Shoa. I'm just here to watch the show. I have no intention of making an enemy out of you. Logue stared blankly for a moment before he forced a smile and said those words to Han Shuo. Then, ignoring Han Shuo, he hastily left the place. Wasis did not say anything. He nodded at Han Shuo and left after Logue, disappearing in the blink of an eye. You may all leave now. I don't want to see strangers in my valley, said Han Shuo smilingly. He waved his hand at the people nearby, hinting them to leave. Can we leave too? One of Sokka's subordinates asked in disbelief, his face full of anticipation. Leave. I don't think you have much of a future with Salus. A sovereign who abandons his followers and leaves on his own is not worth following. All right, leave. I don't have any enmity with you, said Han Shuo generously as he waved his hand. He was going to use these people's mouths to spread the news of what happened today throughout the fringe. Those followers of Salus felt as though they had just been pardoned. They thanked Han Shuo gratefully and hastily left the pandemonium. On a bald mountain not far from the pandemonium, a man muttered to himself, Interesting. The fringe has been peaceful for too long. It's time for some fun. As soon as he finished those words, he disappeared in a burst of destructive energy. Chapter 872. Those who had gathered in the pandemonium from all directions vanished in an instant. They had witnessed the battle between Salus and Asura. They had even witnessed Han Shuo's terrifying evil energy forcing Salus to retreat. Soon, there was no one else in the vicinity except for Asura. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and thanked Asura again. Thank you very much. Without your help, the pandemonium wouldn't have survived until now. You're welcome. Haha, we are friends. It's only right for us to help each other, replied Asura with a smile. He did not dare to be careless. Although Asura was very curious about Han Shuo the last time he met Han Shuo, he did not have a deep impression of him, and his attitude towards Han Shuo was not as friendly as it was now. The fringe was a place where the strong were revered. The last time Asura met Han Shuo, he did not regard Han Shuo as an existence of the same level. It was inevitable that he would behave with the arrogance of a sovereign. But today was different. Judging from the strength Han Shuo displayed in the battle against Salus, Han Shuo clearly possessed the strength to fight any sovereign in the fringe. Therefore, when Asura met Han Shuo again, he had already regarded Han Shuo as a hero of the fringe. There was not the slightest trace of arrogance on his face. In short, I will remember this favor, said Han Shuo smilingly. Then he shifted his gaze to the center of the fringe. At the same time, the cauldron of myriad demon whizzed out of Han Shuo's body. It transformed into a gray shadow and floated to the center of the platform with the image of the cauldron of myriad demon. Thousands upon thousands of wisps of gray smoke drifted into the cauldron of myriad demon that was hovering in midair. The souls of those who died in the fringe were pulled into the center of the formation and collected, awaiting the arrival of the cauldron of myriad demon. Asura immediately sensed the flow of bizarre energy. He looked at the little cauldron of myriad demon in amazement and wondered what kind of miraculous functions and energy this divine weapon possessed. In Asura's eyes, every part of Han Shuo was shrouded in mystery. He had yet to figure out what kind of energy Han Shuo cultivated and how he was able to force Salus to flee. To Asura, Han Shuo was unfathomable. He wanted to know as much about Han Shuo as he did in Han Shuo. Strands of his divine soul flowed into the cauldron of myriad demon. With a calm face, he spoke to Asura in a relaxed manner. Do you think Salus will be able to establish itself in the fringe? Asura stared blankly for a moment before he chuckled and said, Unless Salus can prove that he is stronger than you and me, his reputation in the fringe will take a nosedive. Most importantly, he left his followers and left on his own. I don't think there will be many who will be willing to serve a master like him in the future. Han Shuo laughed heartily and said, It won't be that easy for Salus to recover his strength. I'm starting to wonder if he dares to come to me again. Even if Salus did not fight Asura, Han Shuo was confident that he could defeat Asura. Han Shuo believed that Salus himself was well aware of this. Therefore, Han Shuo did not believe that Salus would be so reckless as to throw his life away. It will be difficult for Salus to survive in the fringe. Brian, the Omphalos has always been managed by the 5 sovereigns. Now that Salus has lost his power, are you interested in taking over? Asked Asura smilingly. As the center of the fringe, the Omphalos was a very special place. Due to the existence of the 5 sovereigns, the Omphalos had always maintained a transcendent status. No one would dare to cause trouble in the Omphalos. The Omphalos was also a trading hub for the sovereigns. It was obvious that Asura intended for Han Shuo to replace Salus and take over a portion of the Omphalos. Of course, Han Shuo would never let go of such a precious land. He put on a mischievous smile and said, I will be visiting the Omphalos soon. I would like to see who dares to collect my taxes. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Asura couldn't help but feel a little more concerned after hearing those words. Since he had achieved his goal, he still had to deal with some matters regarding Salus. Yes, thank you, Asura. I will remember your kindness, promised Han Shuo before he smilingly watched Asura leave. After Asura's figure disappeared, Han Shuo put on an enigmatic smile and mumbled to himself, Asura, oh Asura, you are truly considerate this time. A few minutes after Asura left, the 5 elite zombies, Rose, Romont, Zovik, and the others walked out of the underground palace. They were overjoyed to see that the pandemonium did not suffer too much damage. Father, you are finally here. Han Jin heaved a sigh of relief and said, If you had come any later, the pandemonium might have been destroyed by those bastards. We have spent too much manpower and resources to build up the pandemonium. I don't want to see our homeland being razed to the ground. Where's Salus, father? What happened to Salus? Han asked as soon as he emerged from the underground palace. He was more concerned about Salus, who forced them to flee the pandemonium. He ran away. I believe that even if he had fully recovered his strength, he would have to reconsider whether or not he can fight us, said Han Shuo calmly. He looked at the crowd smilingly and guaranteed, From today onwards, you will not have to fear anyone in the fringe. The 5 elite zombies rose, and the others could sense the difference in Han Shuo, even if Han Shuo didn't say it. They could only sense that the current Han Shuo was as oppressive as a mountain and as unfathomable as the ocean. They dared not think of making an enemy out of him. The 5 elite zombies rose, and the others did not know what had happened to Han Shuo, but they knew that Han Shuo must have made some kind of breakthrough and become even more terrifying than before. Han Shuo wasn't a person who would speak without thinking. The fact that he dared to say that they did not have to fear anyone in the fringe was enough to prove that he was no longer afraid of the 5 sovereigns. Father, are you saying that you now have enough strength to deal with the 5 sovereigns? Han Mu was overjoyed. He knew what this meant, and he could hardly contain his excitement. Han Shuo nodded smilingly and replied, That's right. That's great. Han Hu laughed maniacally and shouted, In that case, we can do whatever we want in the Omphalos. We don't have to worry about taxes anymore. Those sovereigns sure are greedy. They have to pay 100 black crystal coins to stay in the Omphalos for a day. How many black crystal coins can the Omphalos earn in a day? All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Han Shuo asked, Where are Gorin and his followers? Don't worry, father. Gorin and the others are fine. They are staying underground. Well, because Salus is here, I was worried that Salus will destroy the pandemonium and everything he and his followers have. That's why I brought them underground. I believe that they will come out of the pandemonium soon. Han too explained. That's great. Han Shuo looked around and said, The pandemonium has more or less sustained some damage. All right, the 5 of you will work with me. We will restore the pandemonium to its original state. After a short pause, Han Shuo grinned and said, Perhaps I can add some more power to Tanai Pandemonium. Hee hee, Even if one of the 5 sovereigns comes to destroy the pandemonium one day, they will have to shed a layer of skin first. Back when the pandemonium was being constructed, Han Shuo had yet to enter the Skybreak realm. Therefore, his physical strength and understanding of demonic formations were not as strong as they were now. Now that he had reached the new realm, he had gained even greater power and a deeper understanding of demonic formations. Therefore, the pandemonium was no longer the same as before. "That's great," the 5 elite zombies exclaimed. They knew that Han Shuo was confident in his ability to make such a bold claim. Han Shuo and his father then spent all their energy on the pandemonium. They patiently made the pandemonium more and more terrifying. What? Han Hao, the little skull, was standing next to a cold lake in a valley. He was looking at a wind spurt who had come from the pandemonium. "Salus has been defeated. That outsider Brian has defeated Salus. Everyone has left the pandemonium." The unlucky Windspurt had a terrified look on his face as he looked at the group of ferocious fiends rushing towards the pandemonium. When Han Hao sensed the anomaly in the pandemonium, he put down everything he was doing and rushed to the pandemonium. He had only made it a third of the way to the pandemonium when he ran into this Windspurt who was spreading news about the pandemonium. "I won't kill you if you tell me everything." Han Hao was overjoyed to hear that Han Shuo had defeated Salus. He knew that his father had finally made a breakthrough, and he was more excited than ever. Salus came to the pandemonium looking for trouble. First, he suffered great losses. Then he encountered Asura. After fighting for a few days, the Windspurt knew what kind of people he was facing. He hastily recounted everything he knew. Han Hao patiently listened until the Windspurt finished. He nodded and instructed his subordinates. "Let him go!" "Chief, this fella cultivates in the energy of darkness. Can I?" One of the god hunters looked at the Windspurt greedily and begged Han Hao. "Spare me, my lord, please spare me. I have told you everything. You promised to let me go." The wind spirit knelt in front of Han Hao in fear and cried with snot and tears running down his face. Han Hao waved his hand and said, "You may leave." Han Hao glanced at his subordinate, who cultivated in the energy of darkness, and said, "You must abide by the rules." "Understood." The subordinate replied solemnly but did not say anything else. "Let's turn around. We'll go to Sokka's place to take a look," commanded Han Hao. Instead of heading towards the pandemonium, he planned to wipe out the remaining forces of Salus and plunder all the wealth that Salus had accumulated in the Fringe. Chapter 873. A year passed by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Han Shuo had been staying in Tanai Pandemonium. He had been working with the 5 elite zombies to set up the pandemonium and meditating on the differences in his new realm. After entering the Skybreak realm, Han Shuo could clearly feel the changes in his body. Every strand of demonic yuan in his body was much stronger than before. It gave Han Shuo an indescribable sense of satisfaction. In this new realm, Han Shuo's invincible omen body was finally nearing completion. No matter how sudden the attack was, the invincible omen body would be able to protect his body in a timely manner. When there was no danger, his demonic body would remain relaxed and wouldn't waste any magical yuan. What delighted Han Shuo the most was that not only could the invincible omen body proactively defend against attacks, it could also generate the power to counterattack. No matter who it was, as long as they wanted to harm him, they would face the power of the invincible omen body's counterattack. Han Shuo experimented on Romont, who had a relatively stronger body. Han Shuo sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating and not thinking about anything else. He calmed his mind and gave Romont the opportunity to attack. Romont approached and suddenly attacked Han Shuo. When his ferocious attack landed on Han Shuo's body, an overwhelming force erupted from Han Shuo's body. Romont was sent flying by the rebounding force. His eardrums were ringing and he saw stars. As Han Shuo couldn't estimate the force of the counterattack, he didn't dare to go too deep and let Romont attack with all his might. But judging from the fact that Romont didn't dare to attack again after using the invincible omen body, Han Shuo reckoned that the force of the counterattack was not small. From this point of view, after reaching the Skybreak realm, not only did Han Shuo's state of mind and strength improve tremendously, he had also reached the mastery level of the invincible omen body. In the future, even if Han Shuo didn't have to be vigilant, he wouldn't have to worry about any sneak attacks. Anyone who dared to harm him, as long as they were weak, would fall into a trap of their own making and might even lose their lives in vain. During the year, Han Shuo spent his time laying out the pandemonium. The 5 elite zombies added many deadly demonic formations to the pandemonium. Perhaps it was due to Han Shuo's influence, or perhaps the 5 elite zombies had gained some enlightenment while laying out demonic formations. But all of them made breakthroughs and were on the verge of becoming high gods. The 5 elite zombies were different from others, due to the unique energy within their bodies and the fact that they could form the penta-elemental undead formation. The penta-elemental undead formation would become even more terrifying as long as their strength increased. Every time the 5 made a breakthrough, it meant that the power of the penta-elemental undead formation would increase several-fold. After a year, the 5 elite zombies stayed in the pandemonium and focused on stabilizing their realm. They had made the breakthrough from mid-stage mid-god to late-stage mid-god, hoping to advance even further and possess even greater power. In Tanai, the elemental energy between heaven and earth was denser than anywhere else. Rose and the others had benefited tremendously. Many of the gods cultivating in the pandemonium had gained new insights into the mysteries of energy and made breakthroughs in their realms. The concentration of elemental energy in the pandemonium was dozens of times higher than anywhere else. Not only did the elemental energy in the pandemonium increase the rate of elemental energy gathering, but they could also sense the changes in themselves. Even Rose seemed to be on the verge of a breakthrough. She stayed in the gymnasium for months at a time. Other than the 5 elite zombies, Rose had spent the longest time with Han Shuo. She had experienced many battles and battles. Every time she faced death, Rose would have a clearer understanding of herself. After such a long time, she finally felt the calling of a new realm. She was preparing to enter the late-stage high god realm. During that year, news about Han Shuo had been circulating in every region of the Fringe. Anyone who talked about Han Shuo would speak with reverence. They regarded Han Shuo as an existence on par with the 5 sovereigns. Some youngsters even idolized Han Shuo. Many of those with decent strength even went to the pandemonium to follow Han Shuo. Han Shuo left the management of the Fringe to Zovik and Goran. If there were extraordinary talents and clean identities, Han Shuo would let them stay. After all, Han Shuo had planned to make a big splash in the Fringe, and he needed more manpower to handle all kinds of emergencies. Other than Han Shuo, there was another person who had made a name for himself in the Fringe this year, Little Skull Han Hao. Salas had been missing ever since he left the pandemonium. No one knew where he had gone. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. No one had seen him in the Fringe for a year. Even his most loyal subordinates had not received any news about Salas. There were many rumors about Salas' disappearance. Some said that he was hiding in an unknown region to recover his energy. Others said that he was afraid of Han Shuo and had left the Fringe. There were many rumors about Salas, but none of them could be verified. Salas had disappeared without a trace. His subordinates were disheartened and could no longer act as they pleased in the Fringe. Salas's subordinates had suffered greatly in the past year. Some powerful enemies who had misgivings about Salas had taken advantage of Salas after Salas had fallen from power to force them into hiding. As for Han Shuo, he was the most frightening person to be chased by. He wasn't motivated by hatred, but by the wealth Salas had left behind. Leading a group of god hunters, Han Hao wreaked havoc in the Fringe. Many of Salas's subordinates were killed by Han Hao's men. Most of the wealth Salas had left behind fell into Han Hao's hands. Other than Han Hao, the other 4 sovereigns were also drooling over the wealth Salas had left behind. They had also dispatched their subordinates to target Han Hao's wealth. However, it seemed that the subordinates of the other 4 sovereigns weren't as capable as Han Hao. Their gains couldn't be compared to Han Hao's. The subordinates of the sovereigns were all domineering and ruthless people in the fringe. However, it seemed that they had received some sort of order. None of them attacked Han Hao, who had suddenly risen to power. They allowed Han Hao to compete with them for Salas's wealth, but did not kill Han Hao. They maintained a tacit understanding of not interfering with each other's business. None of the other 4 sovereigns in the fringe were easy to deal with. Although they did not know the true relationship between Han Hao and Han Shuo, after some investigation, they knew that Han Hao and Han Shuo had a close relationship because the energy they used was very similar in some aspects. Just this alone was enough. Therefore, the 4 sovereigns had tacitly instructed their subordinates not to get into a conflict with Han Hao over Salas. Naturally, they weren't worried about Han Hao, who had recently shown off his abilities, but Han Shuo, who had forced Salas into hiding. Han Hao seemed to know what the 4 sovereigns were thinking. He would not deliberately provoke or get into a conflict with the subordinates of the 4 sovereigns. When he encountered Asora's subordinates, Han Hao would be very friendly and even share some of the profits with them. To Han Hao, although he wasn't in Tanai, he had long regarded the Pandemonium as his home. In any case, Asora had protected the Pandemonium. Not only did Han Shuo feel indebted to him, but even Han Hao, who had not entered the Pandemonium, had a favorable impression of Asora. He was willing to share some of the profits with Asora's subordinates. A year later, at the checkpoint of the Omphalos at the center of the fringe, Han Shuo was leisurely walking towards the checkpoint. The checkpoint was guarded by one of Logue's subordinates. It was obvious that he did not recognize Han Shuo. When Han Shuo arrived, the guard coldly shouted, "Pay the black crystal coins!" Han Shuo looked at the guard with interest. His smile was as gentle as ever, but his words sounded rather arrogant. "My apologies, but I will not pay a single black crystal coin in Tanai in the future." Upon hearing those words, the mid-stage high god who cultivated in the energy of water put on a cold face. With a wave of his hand, a group of divine guards surrounded Han Shuo with malicious intentions. "Do you have a death wish?" shouted the guard coldly and blocked Han Shuo's path. It seemed that he was ready to attack Han Shuo. "Let Logue come and collect black crystal coins for me." "You people are not qualified to do so," replied Han Shuo with the same smile on his face. He was not the least bit enraged. He merely felt that these guards were indeed discerning. "You are courting death. How dare you address Lord Logue by his name?" The guard's face jolted. He shouted, "I don't care who he is, kill him. He has not entered the Omphalos, so he is not breaking the rules." It was obvious that these subordinates of Logue did not recognize Han Shuo. They did not treat Han Shuo as a big shot. In their minds, anyone who entered the Omphalos would have to pay black crystal coins, except for the 5 sovereigns. These people knew the 5 sovereigns very well, and they did not think much of it. All they wanted was to protect the dignity of Sovereign Logue. "You people are really courting death. You should know that the fringe is no longer the same as before. Other than the 5 sovereigns, there is another person that you absolutely cannot afford to offend." Even if Logue were to come personally, I think he would still let Brian enter the Omphalos courteously. At this moment, a chuckle came from the Omphalos as Haralai slowly walked out. Logue's subordinates did not know who Han Shuo was, but they knew that Haralai was a well-known leader in the fringe. The leader was rather surprised to hear Han Shuo's words. Then he suddenly recalled someone, and his face turned pale. He looked at Han Shuo in awe and asked, "Are you Mr. Brian?" Han Shuo smiled and did not answer his question. Instead, he asked, "I would like to know if you still dare to accept my black crystal coins." "Of course not." The guard's face was filled with fear. He hastily explained, "Our Lord has instructed that you are free to do whatever you want in the fringe. Our Lord will not interfere." Han Shuo chuckled and nodded. He said, "That's good then. After that, he leisurely walked into the omphalos without even looking at the guard. Logue's subordinates stepped aside to make way for him. Their movements were respectful, and their faces were filled with awe. Chapter 874. That was how it worked in the fringe. Whoever's fist was harder would have the final say. If it wasn't Han Shuo, but someone else who dared to be so arrogant as to refuse to pay the entrance fee, Logue's guards would have mercilessly slaughtered that person. They wouldn't even give Han Shuo a chance to enter the omphalos. But when he recognized Han Shuo's identity, his attitude immediately changed. He knew that a person who could defeat Salus was not someone they could afford to offend. Even their master, Logue, would not want to offend Han Shuo at this point in time. Therefore, they immediately put down their arrogance and respectfully made way for Han Shuo. Han Shuo knew that the rules in the pandemonium were determined by strength. He was not worried that Logue's subordinates would have any ill intentions against him. He walked into the omphalos as though there was no one else around. Harelai followed closely behind Han Shuo. He seemed hesitant, as though he had something to say, but did not know how to start. When Harelai's subordinates looked at Han Shuo again, their faces were filled with reverence. They were even more respectful to Han Shuo than they were to Harelai. They secretly observed Harelai, hoping that their leader would be able to point them in the right direction. Hurry up and say it. We have already missed our chance last time. We can't afford to miss it again this time. Harelai's subordinates were secretly anxious. They signaled Harelai with their eyes, urging him to speak as soon as possible. Harelai was in a dilemma. He did not know if this was the right time to speak. After hesitating for a moment, Harelai finally made up his mind. He suddenly raised his voice and said, "Mr. Brian." Han Shuo was stunned. He looked at Harelai with a puzzled expression and asked with a smile, "What is it?" A year ago in the omphalos, you asked me to follow you. I told you that I would think about it. Haha, do you still remember that?" Harelai put on a fawning smile and appeared cautious. Han Shuo was stunned. As though he did not know what Harelai was talking about, he put on a warm smile and asked, "Is that true?" "It's at Luolong's checkpoint. Do you have any recollection of it after you killed Buzz?" Harelai said with a forced smile. Back at Luolong's checkpoint, the penta-elemental undead formation of the 5 elite zombies annihilated many forces. It was also at that time that Goran killed Buzz and joined Han Shuo's side. After that, Han Shuo asked Harelai if he was interested in following him. Harelai hesitated for a moment and said that he would consider it. With Han Shuo's memory, he naturally wouldn't forget what had happened a year ago. He was just purposely making things difficult for him. When Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies first arrived at the omphalos, Han Shuo had boldly asked Harelai if he was interested in following him. Harelai had decisively rejected Han Shuo's offer and even mocked Han Shuo, saying that Han Shuo was courting death and would be killed by Buzz sooner or later. The second time Han Shuo asked was after he had proven his strength. At that time, Harelai did not immediately agree to it, but gave the excuse that he needed to consider waiting. Now that he had defeated Salus, the news of his formidable strength had spread across the fringe. Harelai had taken the initiative to come to him and express his goodwill, asking to follow him. "Sorry, I don't remember much." Han Shuo shook his head and ignored Harelai. It was hard for a man of such influence to be sincere. With Han Shuo's current status in the fringe, he wouldn't have to worry about recruiting subordinates. Harelai was no longer a threat to him. Watching Han Shuo leave, Harelai looked dejected. Of course, he knew that Han Shuo would never forget what happened a year ago. Han Shuo's explanation clearly showed that he looked down on him and resented his snobbish ways, which was why he refused to follow him. "My lord, what should we do?" "Sigh, if I had known this would happen, I would have agreed to it. There are too many people who want to follow him now. Our faction isn't the strongest in the fringe, and we won't stand a chance in the future." Harelai's subordinates sighed in regret. What's so great about that?" Harelai's face was filled with anger after being rejected. He's not the only powerful expert in the fringe. He just took advantage of the fact that Salus had exhausted too much of his divine energy after the battle with Asura. Given my status in the fringe, I can survive even without following him. Haralai was obviously trying to make himself look good. Having been rejected by Han Shuo in front of so many of his subordinates, Haralai harbored a grudge against Han Shuo. Therefore, he was trying to regain his dignity by saying such harsh words. If he wasn't that powerful, why would you choose to follow him? Haralai's subordinates' eyes flickered. They secretly despised Haralai's words, but none of them dared to voice it out. In their eyes, Haralai obviously lacked foresight. If Haralai could understand the situation and decisively agreed to follow Han Shuo a year ago, they wouldn't be in this situation today. Haralai was short-sighted and did not dare to admit it. Instead, he harbored hatred and even thought of revenge. In the eyes of Haralai's subordinates, Haralai was digging his own grave. Han Shuo did not take Haralai seriously at all. He walked past the omphalos and stopped thinking about it. After entering the omphalos, Han Shuo stopped a random person and asked smilingly, "Excuse me, where are the 10 sovereign shops owned by Sovereign Salus?" Salus, ever since he disappeared without a trace, his 10 sovereign king shops have been temporarily taken over by the other 4 sovereigns. Sovereign Tyre has 4 sovereign shops, and the other 3 sovereigns have 2 sovereign shops each. Now, even the direct subordinates of Sovereign Tanai and Salus have to pay black crystal coins to enter the sovereign shops. The situation has changed. Han Shuo was stunned. He thought that Tyre, Asura, and the others were really quick to act. They had already taken over all the sovereign shops owned by Salus. It seemed that if Han Shuo wanted to get his hands on those sovereign shops, he would have to rob them. Han Shuo hesitated. He wondered if he should seize the sovereign shops from the other sovereigns. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo gave up on the idea. Han Shuo, who had just entered the Skybreak realm, was confident that he could defeat any one of the other sovereigns. However, if the other sovereigns were to gang up on him, Han Shuo did not think that he could handle them all. This was especially true for Tyre, who was said to possess unfathomable strength. Before Han Shuo had seen Tyre in person, he did not want to take the risk of making everyone his enemy. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo decided to take the long view and take them down one by one. Han Shuo did not waste any more time talking to the sovereign shop that Asura had ceded to him. Ever since Asura handed the sovereign shop to Han Shuo had turned it into a shop for his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. The pharmacists from Ethereal City had provided the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy with enough medicines to sell. However, as Han Shuo had been busy with the pandemonium, he did not have time to personally refine the medicines for sale. Therefore, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's business wasn't particularly flourishing. The reason why the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was so popular in other cities was that Han Shuo's medicines were unimaginable. However, some of the medicines sold in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy could be bought in other shops. There was nothing special about them. Naturally, those who came to the omphalos would not sell their medicines. In Tanai, there were all kinds of poisons and pharmacists everywhere. After coming to the fringe, these crazed pharmacists who were not accepted by the 12 divine dominions focused their research on extremely vicious and exaggerated pharmaceutics. Each and every one of them was a genius in this field. The medicines they refined were far more bizarre and had a wider range of uses than the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Since the fringe did not forbid such research, it naturally did not forbid others from using their medicines. Without the medicines refined by Han Shuo, the medicines refined by ordinary pharmacists could not be compared to the medicines refined by the sovereign shops. If it wasn't for the fact that the sovereign shops did not have to pay exorbitant taxes, they might not even have survived. When Han Shuo arrived at the sovereign shop, he discovered that although the sovereign shop was large and had a dazzling array of medicines on sale, there were only a few customers. It was obvious that the goods here were not as attractive as those in other shops. Power, wealth, and status were indispensable. In the fringe, These were the basic requirements to ensure that a faction would be stronger than others. Since Han Shuo was planning to establish a foothold in the fringe, he had to take care of all the necessary resources. Han Shuo's arrival made the pharmacists extremely excited. They had heard that Han Shuo had defeated Salas, and they were full of admiration for the mighty sovereign shop. Han Shuo didn't say much to these pharmacists. He entered the material warehouse as soon as he arrived and picked out all sorts of rare herbs that could be used to refine pills. After notifying the pharmacists, he entered a secluded training field to refine all sorts of pills. Stock after stock of medicinal herbs were placed into the 9 tessellation cauldron. Strands of demonic yuan flowed through the veined patterns of the 9 tessellation cauldron. Balls of scorching flames gently lifted the 9 tessellation cauldron. The aroma of medicines gradually spread. Han Shuo, who was holding his breath and concentrating on refining medicines, skillfully used his newfound energy to grind the medicinal herbs and knead the energy contained within them together. He suddenly discovered that after attaining Skybreak Realm, not only did his strength and state of mind improve, even his efficiency in refining medicines had improved. Originally, it would have taken him a month or 2 to refine medicines. Now he only needed a few days. Not only did the quality of the medicines not decrease, their medicinal efficacy was even better. In addition, Han Shuo, who had put all his attention on refining medicines, discovered that his demonic yuan was flowing smoothly and steadily. He could even feel the gradual increase in demonic yuan. This made Han Shuo realize that as long as he could truly calm his heart and cultivate, his demonic yuan would grow at a much faster rate than before. 10 days later, a total of more than 2,000 medicines were successfully refined. The medicines refined by Han Shuo were as smooth as pearls. They shone with a beautiful luster and emitted a rich fragrance that refreshed the mind. Master, there are many people outside who want to buy medicines. They have all smelled the fragrance of the medicines. Also, many pharmacists from the fringe have rushed over, requesting to see you. A pharmacist hurried in and reported to Han Shuo, who had just completed his task. Just in time. Han Shuo laughed heartily and walked out of the pill refining room. Chapter 875. After attaining the Skybreak realm in demonic arts, not only did Han Shuo's pelletization speed increase, even the medicinal efficacy of the pelletized pellets was much better than before. Wisps of refreshing medicinal fragrance wafted out of the celestial pearl pharmacy. Many gods in the vicinity smelled the fragrance and came over to ask around. They had all heard that Han Shuo was refining medicine. These people were well informed. Many of them had learned about the miraculous medicines refined by Han Shuo from the other dominions. As soon as they heard that the one refining the medicines in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was Han Shuo, they swarmed over, wanting to be the first to buy the medicines in Han Shuo's hands. In the fringe, there were all kinds of poisoners who had delved into the field of evil and developed some horrifying poisons. However, almost all of these poisons were used to harm others. There were none that could improve one's cultivation. However, the medicines refined by Han Shuo were different. According to the information from the 12 dominions, most of the medicines refined by Han Shuo were for his own use. Not only could they speed up the recovery of injuries, they could also stabilize the user's state of mind during cultivation and help the user comprehend the mysteries of energy faster. To many, this kind of medicine was what they lacked the most. Therefore, when they heard that Han Shuo was refining medicines, they rushed over from all over the fringe with sufficient black crystal coins in hand in hopes of exchanging them for medicines from Han Shuo. These people were all fiends from all over the fringe. However, when they gathered in front of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they were all very friendly. Not a single one of them dared to barge into the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. They knew that in addition to being a genius pharmacist, Han Shuo was also a top-notch expert with terrifying strength and ruthless methods. In the territory of such an expert, they tried their best to restrain themselves and their subordinates, afraid that they would incur Han Shuo's displeasure. When Han Shua walked out of the secret chamber, he noticed that there were many people gathered in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy shop. When they saw Han Shua, they cautiously walked towards him. Each and every one of them had a respectful and friendly attitude, indicating that they intended to purchase his medicines. Han Shua himself did not expect that these people would come after smelling the aroma. However, it wasn't a bad thing for him. He immediately raised his voice and announced, "Those medicines will be sold according to the market price. However, only a portion will be taken out every day. In the future, whoever comes first will get to buy first." Han Shua had been handling the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy for a long time. From Phoebe and Emily, Han Shua had learned some methods to raise the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy reputation. Given Han Shua's current reputation in the fringe, no one dared to say anything. After giving his instructions, Han Shua distributed the medicines. He personally refined to his subordinates, who were in charge of placing the medicines. He left the crowd. Many of the poison pharmacists who came to the fringe wore strange expressions. They wanted to say something, but dared not. After watching Han Shua leave, one of them groaned in a low voice, "What's so great about him? I don't believe that these medicines are that miraculous." That's right. If he had the strength to defeat Salus, there's no way he could have reached a high level in the field of pharmaceutics. If it wasn't for his strength, I would definitely compete with him to see who's better at refining medicines. Another person said indignantly, "Every single one of these fringe dwellers was proud and arrogant." When they saw that so many people had rushed into their Celestial Pearl Pharmacy right after Han Shua had started refining medicines, they were naturally displeased that their business was greatly affected. However, with Han Shua's strength, no matter how resentful these poisoners were, they dared not say anything in front of Han Shua, much less cause trouble for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. "Let's buy some of those medicines and see if they have the same effect." Even if he's strong, we can still tell the truth if the medicines are fake," one of the poison pharmacists suggested. The poison pharmacists who came to the fringe also agreed. These poison pharmacists who specialized in special fields were all very eccentric. If they weren't afraid that Han Shua would kill them, they might have started to nitpick. Although Han Shua had left, his senses still covered the entire Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. He heard every word of the poison pharmacists. With a smile on his face, he summoned a shop assistant and said, "If those poison pharmacists want to buy the medicines, we can sell them even if they can't get in the queue." "Why, those fellas are obviously here to cause trouble. My lord, you might not know this, but when you weren't in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, they would often badmouth us, saying that the medicines we refine are nothing special," the shop assistant said angrily. He seemed to have a very bad impression of those poison pharmacists. Back when Han Shua wasn't in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, nor did he defeat Salus to prove his terrifying strength, these poison pharmacists were not afraid of Han Shua. They secretly slandered the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, greatly affecting the Celestial Pearl's business. Although Han Shua didn't know much about them, he immediately guessed their intentions after hearing the shop assistant's words. He put on a faint smile and did not explain too much. He instructed, "I understand. Just do as I say. Although these fellas are eccentric, they are still quite capable in the field of pharmaceutics. I'd like to see if they can find any clues when they bring my medicines back." After hearing Han Shua's words, the shop assistant did not waste any more time and retreated with a mind full of doubts. After the shop assistant left, Han Shua chuckled and mumbled to himself, "The headquarters of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will be in the fringe. Every single one of those pharmacists is a genius. I'd like to see which one of you can escape from my grasp." Han Shua had been eyeing those poison pharmacists for a long time. He planned to recruit all of them. Even if those poison pharmacists didn't show up, Han Shua would have taken the initiative to deal with them. Han Shua was determined to make them work for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. "Mr. Bryan, long time no see." A chuckle sounded from outside. Moments later, Luolong, who was with Asura, walked in. The reason why Brian came to the secret chamber was because he was waiting for Luolong's visit. Han Shuo had sensed Luolong's arrival the moment he finished refining the pellets. Luolong was so loyal to Asura that he must have come to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy on behalf of Asura. Han Shuo wanted to hear what Luolong had to say. "Oh, it's you, Luolong. What brings you here?" Han Shuo said to Luolong warmly after letting out a long laugh. Luolong put on a flattered face, as though he did not expect that Han Shuo would treat him as casually as before. In his opinion, Han Shuo, who had defeated Salus, was now on an equal footing with the 5 sovereigns. Han Shuo's way of doing things should be different from before, and Han Shuo wouldn't treat him the way he used to. Therefore, Luolong intended to treat Han Shuo the same way he treated Asura. However, before Luolong could show his respect, he was surprised to find that Han Shuo was as friendly and easygoing as before. Luolong found it very strange. "I have been instructed by Lord Asura to come and inform you." Luolong smiled and explained in a respectful tone. "Salus has disappeared without a trace. The 10 sovereign shops under his control have all been divided up. You weren't in the Omphalos at that time, so you didn't get any benefits. Lord Asura believes that you are now strong enough to take control of the Omphalos. Recently, he has been negotiating with the other sovereigns, hoping that the other 3 sovereigns will cede some of their profits to you so that you can replace Salus in the Omphalos. However, it's not an easy matter and there hasn't been any progress." Han Shuo looked at Luolong smilingly and nodded. "Luolong, please thank Lord Asura for me." "Haha. I really don't know what else I can do for him to help me so much. I came here to tell you that Lord Asura is going to give you the 2 sovereign shops we acquired. Well, they belong to Salus anyway. Lord Asura believes that you are strong enough to replace Salus in the Omphalos. If you want to establish a foothold in the Omphalos, you have to have something in your hands," said Luolong smilingly. Han Shuo was stunned. He did not expect that Asura would be willing to pay so much just to build a good relationship with him. In Han Shuo's eyes, Salus's belongings should belong to him after he left. It was not Han Shuo's style not to take advantage of an opportunity. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He hastily said, "Thank you so much, Asura." "Haha, I really don't know how to thank him. What is this Asura trying to do? Is he going to continue using me as a tool?" Han Shuo put on a smiling face, but he was cursing in his mind. There are hundreds of thousands of shops in the Omphalos. If you want to establish a foothold in the Omphalos, you will need the approval of the sovereigns and at least half of the shop owners. Only when these 2 conditions are met can you become the new owner of the Omphalos. "Lord Asura sent me here to tell you this," reminded Luolong. Han Shuo nodded smilingly and said, "Thank you. I know what to do. Hee, I don't think the shop owners will have any objections. As long as I can convince the other 3 sovereigns, there shouldn't be any problems." Those shop owners who were loyal to Tanai did not possess any formidable strength. It would be a miracle if they dared to resist a fiendish Han Shuo. But after hearing Luolong's words, Han Shuo realized that there must be something fishy going on. The other 3 sovereigns might have instructed the shop owners to oppose him. That way, the other 3 sovereigns could avoid offending Han Shuo immediately and also prevent Han Shuo from entering the Omphalos for the time being. The shop owners of the Omphalos were all in the Omphalos. If Han Shuo decided to attack the shop owners, he would be making an enemy of the 4 sovereigns of the Omphalos. That way, Tyre, Log, and Wasis could at least find an excuse to deal with Han Shuo. Han Shuo had a rough idea of what the other sovereigns were thinking. He sneered in his mind and tried to think of a way to deal with them. Chapter 876. While Han Shuo was making a name for himself in the fringe, the Han family in the City of Shadows, far away in the Darkness Dominion, ran into trouble. After Han Shuo disappeared from the City of Shadows, the members of the Han family gradually retreated to Fort Lossberg. The Han family kept a low profile in Fort Lossberg and no longer meddled in the affairs of the City of Shadows. Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows, had tacitly allowed the Han family to leave the city. He did not inform the Han family of any major or minor affairs in the City of Shadows. It was clear that he had excluded the Han family from any power structure in the City of Shadows. As the Fringe was too far away from the City of Shadows, it was very difficult for news from the Fringe to reach the City of Shadows. The ferocious gods from the 12 Dominions would travel to the Fringe to bring the latest news from the 12 Dominions when they had nowhere else to go. However, those Fringe dwellers who entered the Fringe rarely returned to the 12 Dominions. As a result, there were more Fringe dwellers than Fringe dwellers. As a result, news of the Fringe rarely spread to the 12 Dominions as quickly as possible. The latest news that Phoebe, Emily, and the others from the Han family was that Han Shu'a had left Ethereal City. They had no idea what happened after that, much less what happened in the Fringe. Not only the Han family, but even Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows, knew nothing about Han Shua's situation in the Fringe. From their point of view, Han Shua had suddenly disappeared without a trace, and no one knew when he would return to the City of Shadows. With Han Shua's many miraculous feats in the City of Shadows, for the sake of the House of Saints' position in the City of Shadows, Wallace started to weaken the Han family. However, as Wallace knew that the Han family was on good terms with Andre, Erebus, Aobashi, and the others, and was concerned about Han Shua's strength, he did not dare to go too far. Phoebe and Emily's decision to transfer the Han family's forces to Fort Lossberg was exactly what Wallace wanted. He turned a blind eye and ordered all the House of Han's forces in the City of Shadows to be transferred to Lossberg. He even allowed those from the 5th Corps who were personally trained by Han Shua to leave. Fort Lossberg was located at the border of the City of Shadows. From Wallace's point of view, moving the Han family there shouldn't cause him any trouble. As long as the Han family did not expand their influence in the City of Shadows, Wallace would not take any action against the Han family. He was happy to see the Han family keep a low profile. However, back when Han Shua was in the City of Shadows, he had offended far too many people. For example, Hoff's Hushvale City was located very close to Fort Lossberg. After several years of investigations, Hoffs had learned that it was Han Shua and Rose who had wreaked havoc in Hushvale City. Through his investigations, Hoffs discovered that Wallace seemed to have deliberately alienated the Han family. Hoffs, who had been searching for Han Shua for revenge, had shifted his attention to the Han family in Fort Lossberg after failing to find any trace of Han Shua. He planned to start with the Han family. Other than Hoffs, there was another person who was eyeing Fort Lossberg covetously. It was Lerickson of the House of Broadhurst from the city of Gorging Clouds in the Darkness Dominion. Lerickson had suffered greatly at the hands of Han Shua. Not only did Han Shua kill a few high gods of his family, but even his son was killed before he could marry Donna. Over the years, Lerickson had discovered that the culprit was Han Shua. With so much hatred, Lerickson had no intention of sparing Han Shua and the Han family. The House of Broadhurst was the most powerful force in the Darkness Dominion, the city of Gorging Clouds. Lerickson was a greater threat to Fort Lossberg than Hoffs. Lerickson and Hoffs had the same goal. They soon came to an agreement to deal with the Han family in Fort Lossberg. Hushvale City and Fort Lossberg were very close to each other. Lerickson and the experts he brought from the city of Gorging Clouds were confident that they could destroy Fort Lossberg. In Hushvale City, Hoffs and Lerickson were sitting in the city lord's residence. Hoffs put on a gloomy face and said, "Lord Lerickson, with your help, we will be even more assured of success. However, Fort Lossberg is, after all, the territory of the City of Shadows. If we attack Fort Lossberg by force, won't Wallace attack us?" Hoffs and Lerickson had been plotting for a long time. The two were confident that they had the strength to annihilate the Han family in Fort Lossberg. The only threat they had now was not the Han family, but Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows. No matter what, Fort Lossberg belonged to the City of Shadows. If they were to invade Fort Lossberg and attack the House of Han, it would be a provocation to the City of Shadows. This could very well lead to a war between cities. The overgods of the Darkness Dominion would not be happy to see that happen. Lerikson's eyes were filled with hatred. He said in a low voice, "You don't have to worry about that. Just attack Fort Lossberg. Wallace won't interfere." Humph! Given the status and power of my House of Broadhurst in the Darkness Dominion, Wallace won't make an enemy out of us just because of a puny Han family. Hafs was overjoyed to hear those words. He cried out in surprise, "You mean Wallace has already?" Lerikson nodded affirmatively and said, "Don't worry, I have already communicated with Wallace. He will pretend that he doesn't know anything about it. At most, he will reprimand us. He won't fight us to the death over a puny Han family. Hee. The existence of the Han family has already affected the status of the House of Saint in the City of Shadows. I think the destruction of the Han family is exactly what Wallace would like to see." "That's great." Hafs heaved a sigh of relief. He put on a sinister smile and said, "All right then, let's move." "All right, gather your men. We will head to Fort Lossberg. The Han family in the fort won't be able to withstand our attack. This time we will wipe them all out in one fell swoop," said Lerikson viciously. "There's still Brian. When the Han family is destroyed, no matter where he is, he will rush back to us. When that time comes, we will be able to get rid of him." Hafs laughed heartily. It hadn't been easy for him to suppress those disloyal family clans in Hushvale City. Now he finally saw hope for revenge. The members of the Han family in Fort Lossberg had more or less learned about Hafs and Lerikson's unusual behavior. For the past few years, the Han family had stopped expanding in the City of Shadows. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows did not increase. They also stopped participating in the affairs of the City of Shadows and kept a low profile. However, the Han family had been growing stronger in the dark. Although the Han family had stopped expanding in the City of Shadows, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had formed an alliance with many large family clans in the Death and Destruction Dominions. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's influence extended to the Death, Darkness, and Destruction Dominions. With enough black crystal coins to support them, the Han family was able to recruit even more experts. Before Han Shual left Fort Lossberg, not only had the 8 Desolation and Torment Formation been fortified, but it had also been restored. Over the years, an endless stream of disciples of the Han family had entered the 8 Desolation and Torment Formation to cultivate. The overall strength of the Han family had rapidly increased. Han Shua's influence in the 3 dominions was still considerable. Through his connections in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the 3 dominions, he learned of Lerikson's trip to Hafs and the unusual behavior of Lerikson and Hafs. He could roughly guess that Lerikson and Hafs' target was Fort Lossberg. Although the Han family had rapidly grown in strength, Hafs and Lerikson were just too powerful. Hafs was the ruler of Hushvale City, and Lerikson was the younger brother of the Broadhurst Patriarch. If the two were to join hands and attack Fort Lossberg, the Han family would be utterly annihilated. Phoebe, Emily, Ermike Statholm, Sanguiner, Ballins, Gilbert, and other high-ranking members of the Han family gathered in the Han family's meeting hall in Fort Lossberg to discuss how to deal with Hafs and Lerikson. It is said that when Lerikson went to Hushvale City, he brought 3 high gods of the Broadhurst family with him. Lerikson himself possesses late-stage high god strength. This fella is too terrifying. Hafs is the city lord of Hushvale City. If he comes, he will surely bring a large number of Hushvale City divine guards with him. With our current strength, we won't be able to deal with them, said Emily worriedly as she looked at the few. The Han family had no idea how to deal with these 2 formidable forces. It was impossible for the Han family to gain the strength to deal with an entire city in just a few years. They did not know how to deal with the formidable threats of Hafs and Lerikson. Sigh, it's a pity that Master isn't here. If Master were here, those 2 would be in serious trouble, sighed Gilbert. In his mind, Han Shoa was an invincible existence. Although Larrickson and Hofs were powerful, they had suffered greatly in the hands of Han Shoa. It was obvious that they were far inferior to Han Shoa. Humph, if Master is really here in Fort Lossberg, I doubt that those two would have the guts to come here, shouted Sanguiner coldly. His eyes turned crimson red, and wisps of blood mist visible to the naked eye started to seep out from his body. It appeared that his strength had once again increased by leaps and bounds. Brian isn't here. We can only rely on ourselves. Stratholme, the old monster, furrowed his brows and said, First of all, we must never leave Fort Lossberg. Inside the fort, we still have something to rely on and can wait for our enemy to exhaust himself. But once we leave the fort, we won't be able to deal with those two. Stratholme remained calm and continued, Also, send someone to inform Erebus, Aobashi, Carmelita, Andre, and the others about the situation here. These people are close to us. If they receive the news, they will not sit idly by. As long as they can get to Fort Lossberg, our chances of winning will greatly increase. All right, I'll send someone to inform them right away. Phoebe immediately nodded in agreement. She dispatched her men, and Fort Lossberg became bustling with activity. Many figures quietly left Fort Lossberg to fight for the survival of the Han family. Chapter 877. A few days later, Phoebe, Stratholme, and the others gathered together. They were all wearing ugly expressions as they tried to suppress the anger in their hearts. The people who were sent out to deliver the news returned one after another, but none of them brought back good news. Carmelita was still in seclusion, and the news could not reach her. Andre had gone to Blackwater City 10 days ago and had yet to return. As for Erebus and Aobashi, they had been dispatched by City Lord Wallace on a secret mission somewhere. It was hard to say if they were still in the City of Shadows. Naturally, the Han family members who were sent to deliver the news did not even see the shadows of the two. Carmelita, Andre, Erebus, and Aobashi, the 4 people who were closest to the House of Han, had disappeared without a trace as if they had agreed to meet at such a sensitive time. This caused Phoebe and the others to feel gloomy, not knowing what they should do. It can't be that coincidental. There is no way that Carmelita, Andre, Erebus, and Aobashi would all vanish at such a crucial time. Of all times, it would happen right after Larrickson entered Hushvale City. Phoebe gnashed her teeth and said angrily, back when Brian was in the City of Shadows, he was very close to those 4. If not for Brian's help, Carmelita and Erebus would not have survived until now. Who would have thought that they would be so heartless? Perhaps this wasn't their intention. Stratholme, the old monster, explained with a gloomy face, There is one person who could have sent all 4 of them away and prevented them from receiving our message for the time being. Wallace. Mike called out in a deep and meaningful tone. Stratholme, the old monster, nodded and said, He is the only person who could send Erebus, Aobashi, and Andre away at the same time. He could also force Carmelita into seclusion. This person is the most powerful person in the City of Shadows. He is the only person in the entire city who could do such a thing. Yes, given Brian's relationship with those 4, they definitely wouldn't sit idly by after receiving our message. Wallace definitely had something to do with the current situation. It looks like even though Wallace isn't going to do anything to us, he's planning on killing us with a borrowed knife. Mike Cotton said hatefully, We should have left the City of Shadows long ago. That guy is obviously someone who would burn bridges after crossing the river. That's what happened to the House of Lavers. Gilbert shouted loudly. In my opinion, we should just fight with that despicable person first. I hate this kind of person who plays dirty behind the scenes the most. No. Stratholme shook his head and said, Larrickson and Hofs are already too much for us to handle. Even if we know that Wallace is behind all this, we can't show it now. Let's wait for Brian's news. We can't even protect ourselves now, so we can't make another strong enemy. Then what should we do? Gilbert sighed, his face full of frustration. let's hold on for now. Don't worry, I have already contacted a few major family clans in the Death and Destruction Dominions. Although Wallace wants us dead, our business partners don't want to see anything happen to us. They have already sent their men to Fort Lossberg. As long as we can hold on until reinforcements arrive, we will be able to leave the City of Shadows. Emily forced a smile and consoled. Over the years, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had cooperated with some family clans in the Death and Destruction Dominions. They had set up shops in the Death and Destruction Dominions. As the medicinal pellets refined by Han Shua were extremely miraculous, those family clans had earned a large amount of black crystal coins. To those family clans, as long as Han Shua was alive, they were more than happy to continue working with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Therefore, when Emily informed them of their predicament, those family clans immediately announced that they would send their men to the City of Shadows in the Darkness Dominion to help them leave Fort Lossberg. That's great news. Statholm, the old monster, nodded gratifyingly and said, Then we should start preparing. Since Wallace wants to kill us with a borrowed knife, we really can't stay in the City of Shadows any longer. Right? Let's move our assets and materials out of the City of Shadows as soon as possible and get ready to leave Fort Lossberg. Before our allies arrive, we will have to stay in Fort Lossberg and defend against them using the formations in the fort. Don't worry, his lordship has spent a lot of time and effort setting up the fort. Even if those fellows come, they won't be able to break in. Bollins, the old assassin, said in a cold voice. Then let's prepare to fight with all our might. Sanguinaire's eyes were bloodshot. It seemed that he was ready to start a massacre. For the next few days, Fort Lossberg was bustling with activity. Under the management of the Han family, energy towers and cannons were installed in every corner of the fort. The once barren fort had now become a famous, dangerous place in the City of Shadows. All kinds of deadly boundaries and seals were installed everywhere. With the support of large amounts of black crystal coins and energy crystals, Fort Lossberg now had many terrifying weapons of mass destruction. It had the most elite divine guards in the City of Shadows, the Fifth Corps, Sanguinaire, Bollins, and other ruthless and merciless experts whose strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The entire Fort Lossberg was bustling with activity after orders were issued. Silhouettes could be seen at all the gates of the fort. Energy crystal cannons that glowed with bright light were pushed to the gates and coldly aimed at the vast wilderness, waiting for the enemy to invade. Deep in a dense forest 1,000 miles away from Fort Lossberg, the chief of Second Corps, Ralph, was lying in ambush like a viper. Behind him were the Second Corps Divine Guards who were once defeated by the Fifth Corps. They wore ice-cold expressions as they silently listened to Ralph's orders. You should all know why we are here. We are not the ones who will be taking action. But once the battle begins, we will be responsible for taking care of those who have slipped through the net. The Han family's actions have seriously threatened the interests of the House of Saint. Aobashi Erebus and the others have been bewitched by Brian and will not attack them. We are the only ones who can take care of this mission. Ralph's face was cold and sinister. He looked at his subordinates who were glinting with ferocious gazes and said, The Han family may seem to be keeping a low profile all these years, but they are in fact very close to some family clans in the Death and Destruction Dominions. They have established branches of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the Death and Destruction Dominions. They are getting stronger and stronger. If we don't eliminate them now, we won't have another chance in the future. Don't worry, my lord. The existence of the Fifth Corps has seriously threatened the survival of our Second Corps. Regardless of the reason, we will annihilate the Fifth Corps and the Han family from the City of Shadows, said one of the subordinates in a sinister face. After taking a short pause, he hesitated for a moment before he continued. But that Brian is nowhere to be found. He is so powerful. If one day he learns of what we have done, wouldn't it be inappropriate? Many people's faces jolted at the mention of Han Shua. Although Han Shua was not in the City of Shadows for the past few years, Those in the City of Shadows could not forget what he had done. In their hearts, Han Shoa was an expert, second only to City Lord Wallace. As long as Han Shoa was alive, he would always be a threat to them. Ralph's face turned cold, and he said, "What are we afraid of? The City Lord is the most powerful existence in the City of Shadows. Even if he learns of what we have done, the City Lord will protect us. Don't worry, no matter what happens. The City Lord will take care of it for us." Although the subordinates were still apprehensive after hearing Ralph's words, they did not say anything else. They all knew Ralph's temperament and knew that there was a grudge between Ralph and Han Shoa. They did not dare to make Ralph unhappy at this critical moment. The group of Second Corps Divine Guards, led by Ralph, were secretly hiding in a secluded corner of Fort Lossberg. As soon as they heard the cannons from Fort Lossberg, they would immediately disperse and annihilate any member of the Han family that walked out of Fort Lossberg. In another direction, Larrickson and Hoffs were stealthily approaching Fort Lossberg with several groups of troops. Although the experts of Hoff's family clan had suffered significant losses, he was, after all, the City Lord of Hushvale City. Many outsiders would be more than happy to submit to him. After a period of replenishment, Hoffs had regained some of his strength. Larrickson's face was cold and gloomy. He could not stop thinking about revenge. The tragic scene of his son's death haunted his mind day and night, torturing him day and night, making him restless and restless. Brian, the Han family, the House of Lavers, and Donna, all of you deserve to die, thought Larrickson as he gnashed his teeth. When the news of Larrickson's son's death spread in the city of Gorging Clouds, Donna immediately guessed that the murderer must be Han Shua, as Han Shua had sought her out. Fearing that Larrickson would vent his anger on her after finding out the truth, Donna told her father about the incident that very night. Field immediately made up his mind to escape from the city of Gorging Clouds, while Larrickson was frantically searching for the murderer. After Larrickson found out about the incident, he pursued Field with all his might. But as Field managed to escape in time, Larrickson did not manage to annihilate the House of Lavers. Since then, the House of Lavers had vanished from the death, darkness, and destruction dominions. No matter how hard Larrickson searched, he could not find anyone from the House of Lavers. The House of Lavers, Donna, Han Shua, and the Han family had become a deep-seated hatred that Larrickson could never let go of. He could not find the House of Lavers or Han Shua. Therefore, he decided to target the Han family of Fort Lossberg. He was going to start with the Han family. Half a month later, a group of Avengers led by Larrickson, Hoffs, and Larrickson arrived at Fort Lossberg from Hushvale City. They did not waste any time and immediately launched a fierce attack. They intended to flatten Fort Lossberg with overwhelming force. Chapter 878. Larrickson and Hoffs had the same goal. They led the experts of Hushvale City and the House of Broadhurst to Fort Lossberg. As soon as they arrived, the two gave the order to attack and ordered their subordinates to storm Fort Lossberg. In their minds, Han Shoa was the only expert in Fort Lossberg. When they discovered that Han Shoa was not in Fort Lossberg, they did not take the Han family in Fort Lossberg seriously. The two had the most elite divine guards of Hushvale City and high gods of the House of Broadhurst. Larrickson and Hoffs also possessed late-stage high god strengths. Even the House of Kinson and the House of Kisa that had stood proudly in the City of Shadows for many years, let alone the House of Han in Fort Lossberg, would not be able to withstand such a ferocious attack. Outside of Fort Lossberg, Larrickson and Hoffs wore cold and gloomy expressions as they looked at their subordinates flying towards Fort Lossberg. They didn't care about anyone from the House of Han except Han Shua at all. They felt that they had already given the House of Han enough face by coming here in person. Before a super expert appeared, the two of them would never lower their statuses and personally make a move. The human figures flew towards Fort Lossberg. Each and every one of them was howling wildly and ferociously. The divine weapons in their hands were overflowing with astonishing divine energy. They appeared to be brimming with confidence and thought nothing of Fort Lossberg. All of a sudden, thunderous explosions sounded from within Fort Lossberg. Shortly after, dazzling beams of light carrying astonishing amounts of energy bombarded the outside of Fort Lossberg. The beams of light were as thick as a man's waist. More than a dozen of them shot out at the same time. Hoff's divine guards from Hushvale City were caught off guard, and many of them were struck by the energy beams. The divine bodies of many mid-gods were instantly penetrated. Those who were struck by the energy beams fell to the ground with grievous injuries. Ever since the Han family took over Fort Lossberg, they had spared no expense in spending crystal coins on the defense of the fort. Countless energy crystals were transported from various mines to Fort Lossberg and used to fill the energy crystal cannons. These energy crystal cannons were extremely powerful and destructive. With enough energy crystals, they could unleash as much power as a high god. The dozen or so energy crystal cannons were usually placed on the outer walls of Fort Lossberg to deter outsiders. But now that the enemy had arrived, Phoebe and the others had placed a dozen or so energy crystal cannons in the energy towers so that they could launch a surprise attack at the enemy. One had to admit that the casualties suffered by Hoff's divine guards were their own doing. If they weren't so conceited and arrogant, if they had been a little more cautious, they would not have suffered such a heavy blow from the energy crystal cannons. With the energy crystals in the energy towers, the dozen or so energy crystal cannons fired dazzling beams of light at Hoff's divine guards. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Hushvale City divine guards were blasted by the energy crystal cannons and died on the spot. Beneath the energy towers, the members of the Han family continued to fill the energy crystal cannons with energy crystals. Dazzling beams of light soared into the sky. Loud rumbles were heard as the energy cannons rained down on the Hushvale City divine guards. One after another, human figures fell from the sky. Severed limbs and blood rained down from the sky. The entrance to Fort Lossberg was dyed crimson. Be careful. Spread out. Hoffs did not expect that a puny little Fort Lossberg would possess so many energy crystal cannons and so many energy crystals. He was so angry that he yelled at the top of his lungs. The energy crystal cannons were very expensive. Every time they fired, they would consume an enormous amount of energy crystal cannons. Many people believed that the energy crystal cannons were worth tens of thousands of black crystal coins. That was why even though some small family clans had energy crystal cannons, they would not expend so much energy crystal cannons. But what they did not know was that the Han family of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was able to rake in an astonishing amount of profits every year due to its branches in the Death, Destruction, and Darkness dominions. The Han family was now filthy rich, and they could afford to consume such an enormous amount of energy crystal cannons. Due to Hoff's miscalculation, nearly 100 Hushvale City divine guards were killed in just a few moments. That was equivalent to an entire company of divine guards. The energy crystal cannons did not stop firing. They fired at the human figures flying above Fort Lossberg and at the enemies stationed at the Fort Lossberg in the distance. Beams after beams of burning energy crystal cannons bombarded the Hushvale City divine guards. Hoff's shout was drowned out by the deafening explosions of the energy crystal cannons. His divine guards continued to charge towards Fort Lossberg without a care for their own safety. But this time they had learned their lesson. They spread out and kept a large distance between each other. With that, the dozen or so energy crystal cannons could no longer be as arrogant as before. Under the continuous bombardment, only 20 or so Hushvale City divine guards fell from the sky. The Hushvale City divine guards finally flew into the sky above Fort Lossberg and landed on the ground. The first divine guard to land suddenly jolted. He discovered that he was stopped by an invisible barrier. He could not enter Fort Lossberg at all. But just as he was about to get up, he discovered that the invisible barrier suddenly exerted a strong pulling force on him. He could not control his body and began to sway in the sky above Fort Lossberg. It was at this moment that an energy crystal cannon shot into the sky and bombarded the Divine Guard, turning him into mincemeat. After him, 15 people successively fell from the bombardment of the energy crystal cannons. But without exception, they were all blocked by the barrier formed by the energy towers. Similarly, more and more energy crystal cannons shot into the sky. Those unfortunate Divine Guards who fell into the barrier were struck by the crystal cannons and died on the spot. Both the energy crystal cannons and the energy barrier were powered by the energy provided by the energy crystals in the energy towers. Therefore, the energy from the energy crystal cannons could not be hindered by the energy barrier at all. That was also the reason why the Hushvale City Divine Guards were so confident in charging into Fort Lossberg. As a result, they tasted the bitter fruit. Every single Divine Guard that dared to charge into Fort Lossberg was killed. The energy crystal cannons and the energy barrier worked in tandem to kill every Divine Guard that dared to charge into the barrier. In just the blink of an eye, dozens of Divine Guards were killed. They died horrible deaths. "All of you, get back here!" shouted Hoffs furiously as he hovered in midair. It was too late for Hoffs to shout. Most of the intruders had been killed. Many of them realized that things were not going well for them and decided to stay where they were. Before they even entered Fort Lossberg, Hoffs had lost more than 150 of his subordinates. Hoffs had used up a lot of his forces during the last chaos in Hushvale City. Recently, he had managed to deter a few other family clans with ill intentions. The death of his Divine Guards caused him great heartache. He was worried that if this continued, those family clans would start plotting against him again after learning that he had lost even more of his forces. City Lord, with both the energy crystal cannons and the energy barrier protecting Fort Lossberg, this is going to be difficult. We have been too impulsive. It seems that the Han family is truly wealthy. They are willing to burn their money to resist us, said the chief of the First Corps to Hoffs in a grave face. Let's destroy the energy barrier first. Once the barrier is destroyed, we will be able to charge into Fort Lossberg. Hoffs was enraged, but he did not lose his mind. He put on a dark face and shouted, "Once we enter Fort Lossberg and encounter them head-on, they will not be able to stop us with their strength. Let's work together to destroy the energy barrier. The Han family must be very wealthy. We have made the right decision this time," said Larrickson in a mischievous smile. He was thinking about the black crystal coins of the Han family. The Divine Guards that Larrickson brought with him were the elites of the House of Broadhurst. They did not participate in the assault on Fort Lossberg. Although Hoffs had lost 100 or so Divine Guards, Larrickson and his subordinates were unharmed. Therefore, while Hoffs was cursing and swearing, Larrickson could leisurely think about how to divide the black crystal coins of the Han family. Upon hearing Larrickson's words, Hoff's eyes lit up. He looked at Fort Lossberg greedily and said, "That's right. For the Han family to be able to provide so many energy crystals, they must be very wealthy. I have long investigated and found out that many family clans in the abyss of death and destruction have business dealings with them. God knows how many crystal coins they have earned from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy over the years. If we can get those crystal coins, we will be able to make up for the losses of my subordinates." Larrickson shot a glance at Hoffs, but did not say anything. He seemed to be plotting something. "Let's attack Fort Lossberg together. Every time the energy barrier on the fort withstands a wave of our attacks, it will cost tens of thousands of black crystal coins. Humph! Let's see how many waves the energy crystals in the energy towers can withstand," shouted Hoffs as he waved his hand. Following Hoff's command, the Divine Guards of Hushvale City started bombarding Fort Lossberg with their divine energy and divine weapons from a distance. Beams of colorful divine energy landed on Fort Lossberg like meteors. All sorts of bizarre divine weapons with astonishing penetrative power whizzed out and bombarded the fort. "Hold them off. Damn it, we have a lot of crystal coins. When those bastards get in, They will surely rob the energy crystals in the energy towers. Fill them up. Don't leave any for them. At the very least, it will consume their divine energy. Humph! When they arrive at the Han family, we will show them what we're made of. Shouted dark dragon Gilbert from Fort Lossberg. He instructed the divine guards of the Han family to place the sparkling energy crystals into the energy towers. Chapter 879. Gilbert shouted from inside Fort Lossberg. He himself had joined in the burning of money. He was stuffing energy crystal after energy crystal into the energy towers while mumbling to himself. God damn it, one energy crystal is worth 3,000 black crystal coins. How extravagant! The energy crystals used in the Han family's energy tower were of the highest purity and contained the highest amount of energy. These energy crystals could provide a huge amount of energy, allowing the energy tower to support the energy crystals and the energy barrier, which cooperated with the attack of enemies. Although more than 100 of the invading enemies were killed, the energy crystals used in Fort Lossberg were worth at least 1,000,000 black crystal coins. To some small family clans, 1,000,000 black crystal coins was an enormous sum. Their tax revenue and profits for several years might not even be worth 1,000,000 black crystal coins. Gilbert cursed and shouted at the Han family guards to continue filling the energy crystals with all their might. The energy towers were glowing with dazzling radiance. Not only did they support the energy boundaries, but they also shot beams of light at the outside of Fort Lossberg, aimed at Hofs and his men who were attacking the fort. Before entering the Han family, these guards of the Han family had gone through many rounds of interrogation. Every single one of them had a clean background and extraordinary talent. Of course, most of them possessed mid-god strength before they entered the Han family. Once they entered the Han family, with the enormous financial support of the Han family, they would first be provided with the most suitable divine weapons and divine armors. Then they would be sent to the 8 Desolation and Torment formation to temper themselves. After exiting the formation, they would be personally trained by Balins and the others. After going through many rounds of tempering, every single one of these guards possessed strength that could not be underestimated. They had tenacious minds and were calm in their actions. They would never drop the ball at a critical moment. With them in charge of filling and operating the energy crystals, they were much more efficient than the other divine guards in the City of Shadows. Not only did those energy crystal cannons possess incredible firepower, but they also had a long range. Under the bombardment of the energy crystal cannons, Hof's subordinates were thrown into confusion. Many of them were struck by the energy crystal cannons and killed outside Fort Lossberg. Every bombardment from Fort Lossberg was burning money. Using the wealth and energy crystals they had, the 30 or so soldiers on Fort Lossberg's side were able to keep the invaders led by Hofs and his men at bay. Spread out. Damn it. Don't you know that those energy crystal cannons have a long range? Hofs couldn't help but yell and curse when he saw that more and more of his subordinates were dying. He ordered them to distance themselves from each other. Larrickson and the high gods of the House of Broadhurst had no choice but to expend their divine energy to form a boundary to protect the area they were in. Larrickson and the high gods were all respected characters in the city of Gorging Clouds. Naturally, they would not hide like Hofs and his followers. For the sake of their reputation, they had no choice but to consume the divine energy in their bodies to resist the energy blasts that were falling from the sky. The battle was in a stalemate. One side was powerful, while the other side had sufficient financial resources. Just like that, the battle continued. It was obvious that Fort Lossberg was on the losing side. The number of energy crystals they could carry was limited. They had used up too many of their energy crystals to withstand the high-intensity attacks. Gradually, they discovered that they were running out of energy crystals. Lord Gilbert, we're running out of energy crystals. What should we do? Asked a man who was as hot-tempered as the dark dragon. Of course we're retreating. What do you think we should do? Are we going to rush out and die? shouted Gilbert. "Brothers, it's about time. Let's get out of this godforsaken place while there's still some energy left in the energy towers. Come on, let's return to the Han family first. We have plenty of time. We'll take our time," shouted the army. They filled the remaining energy crystals into the energy towers and swiftly retreated to the Han family at the center of Fort Lossberg. Not a single one of them hesitated. It was as though they had been trained in this field before. All the energy crystals in the area had been stuffed into the energy towers. There was nothing of value left in the vicinity. In the blink of an eye, not even a shadow of the army could be seen. Although they had already left, the energy towers were still firing beams of light at the enemies outside Fort Lossberg due to the support of the energy crystals. In just a short while, a few dozen of Hoff's subordinates had been struck by the energy crystal cannons. Even Larrickson and the experts of the Han family had exhausted a significant amount of their divine energy to maintain the energy barriers. Gradually, the energy crystal cannons inside Fort Lossberg calmed down. They listened carefully and discovered that the fort was completely silent. There were no signs of the attacks. "Let's go in." "There's no one left," said Larrickson calmly to Hoffs after carefully sensing for a moment. Hoffs had also noticed the anomaly inside Fort Lossberg, even without Larrickson's warning. But this time, Hoffs was much more cautious. He pointed at one of his subordinates and instructed, "Go in and see what's going on." The subordinate felt bitter, but he dared not show it. He nodded and went into the fort. Hoffs cautiously descended into the air above Fort Lossberg. When he finally broke through the energy barrier, he shouted, "The energy barrier has been completely depleted. The energy towers are no longer glowing. My lord, there's no one left." "Let's go in," commanded Hoffs. He knew that there would be no more danger for the time being. Hoffs and Larrickson flew out and landed at the center of Fort Lossberg. As soon as Hoffs and Larrickson entered the fort, they immediately looked around with glistening eyes as though they were looking for something valuable. Hoffs rolled his eyes and cursed. "Damn it, there's nothing left. That damned Han family, they really don't leave us any loot." Larrickson wore a dark face. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the barrier. He let out a cold groan and said, "Now that we have entered the fort, it will be much easier. The Han family is right at the center of the fort. Let's see what they can do. Hoffs, don't worry. I'm certain that the Han family has what you want." "I can't wait any longer." Hoffs put on a cold face and commanded, "Let's go to the center of the fort and annihilate the Han family." Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk at the center of Fort Lossberg, the Han family. Unbeknownst to him, layers of thick, dark clouds had strangely stopped in the sky above the Han family. These dark clouds were very strange, as they only covered the area around the Han family. Other than that, the rest of Fort Lossberg was clear, and the sun shone down warmly. Inside the Han family, chilly winds blew. Clouds of hazy mist came out of nowhere and filled every corner of the Han family. The Han family was shrouded in mist, and no one could see what was inside the Han family. "Balin, Sanguiner, have all the demonic formations been activated?" asked Phoebe in a solemn face. She was in a spacious meeting room at the top of the tallest building in the Han family. "No problem. I have checked them one last time. They have all been activated." Sanguiner nodded. His crimson eyes gazed into the distance. He took a deep breath and said, "Gilbert has returned. He should have completed his mission. It seems that it won't be long before Hoffs and his men arrive. Mr. Statholm, are there any other unrelated people in the fort?" Emily asked Statholm with a faint smile. Statholm nodded and smilingly replied, "They have left long ago. Other than our Han family, there are no other people from the City of Shadows in the fort. Those people have nothing to do with our Han family. I believe that even if Wallace wants to get rid of us, he won't be able to do anything to them. We can spread the news through their mouths. I think Wallace is just waiting to be scolded," Ermike interjected. ere Mike Cotton interjected. He felt that such a petty city lord would never be able to bring the City of Shadows to greater heights. I finally understand why the City of Shadows is ranked just above Hushvale City in the Darkness Dominion. Huffs isn't forbearing enough, and Wallace is intolerant enough. Although the two possess extraordinary strength, they can't achieve greatness because of these two traits. Who cares? As long as we can get through this, we will leave the City of Shadows and look for Brian. Given Brian's strength, he will surely bring a bright future to our Han family. Statholm put on a relaxed smile and consoled the crowd. Although I haven't spent much time with Brian, I know that he has limitless potential. In the future, our Han family will surely surpass Wallace's House of Saint. When that time comes, we can come back for revenge. It seemed that Statholm had underestimated Han Shua's capabilities. The current Han Shua did not even need to fight personally. Just the power that Little Skull Han had possessed was enough to completely suppress the Saint family of the City of Shadows. I'm back. Damn it. I've used up so many energy crystals. My heart aches. It was at this moment that Dark Dragon Gilbert's voice sounded. Moments later, Gilbert walked into the room with a pained face. It's all right. As long as we can get results, we don't mind losing some energy crystals. Emily put on a faint smile and asked, How did it go, Dark Dragon? We killed 200 of their divine guards. Gilbert laughed sinisterly and said, There were many who suffered light or serious injuries. Even Larrickson and the others must have used up some of their divine energy. Wonderful. Ha! Dark Dragon, you are really something, shouted Sanguiner. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, Just you wait, I will not lose to you. I will make them wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. Chapter 880 ****** Fort Lossberg, in front of the Han family's residence. Larrickson, Hoffs, and their subordinates had finally arrived at this place. The Hushvale City Divine Guards, who had been fuming with anger all along the way, stopped in front of the Han family's residence. Their faces were filled with worry and vigilance. From the outside, the Han family's residence was shrouded in strange dark clouds. Thick smoke lingered in the air, and it was impossible to tell what dangers lurked within. The Hushvale City Divine Guards, who had suffered heavy casualties from the energy crystal cannons, had grown fearful of the Han family. They no longer dared to venture into the city. After Larrickson and Hoffs arrived at the House of Han, they immediately gestured for their subordinates to stop after they saw the unusual situation in the House of Han. The two wore gloomy faces and were secretly probing the situation inside the House of Han with their divine souls. After a long while, the two were astonished. Hoffs softly cried out, Something's wrong. My divine soul seems to be blocked by layers upon layers of thick fog. I can't sense any signs of life. That's impossible. Those fellows must be in there. They must have used some special method to cut off our soul probing. Larrickson nodded in agreement. That's right. I can't sense any signs of life either. But I am certain that none of the Han family has left Fort Lossberg. According to my sources, they have been defending Fort Lossberg all this time. Those who have left Fort Lossberg are just some unrelated people. Hoffs knew that Larrickson had communicated with Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows. He bunched his brows when he heard Larrickson's words. He sneered and said, Wallace sure is a petty man, but this is a good thing for me. After we exterminate the Han family, I will spread the news. If Brian is still alive, he will know what role Wallace played. When that time comes, Wallace will be on our side whether he is willing or not. That's right. Wallace has his own plans, and we have ours as well. Hee. Although we are the direct actors in this matter, Wallace will not be able to get away with it. Larrickson had no intention of letting Wallace off the hook. He had long planned how to drag Wallace into this mess. I didn't expect this Han family to be so hard to deal with. It seems like we have to be careful, said Hoffs to Larrickson in a grave expression as he stared at the Han family shrouded in thick mist. Let's try attacking the fortress from a distance, like we did earlier, Lerickson suggested. Hofs nodded and commanded, "Move a distance away from the Han residents and attack together with them." Let's see if the Han family can withstand our joint attack. The divine guards of Hushvale City did not hesitate after hearing Hof's command. They shot more light curtains of divine energy at the Han family shrouded in mist. They wanted to probe the situation inside the Han family. The intertwining light screen fell into the foggy Han family, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean without any signs of life. Hofs and Lerickson focused their attention, but did not hear any screams from the Han family. Not only that, when the various attacks landed on the Han family, there were no violent explosions. Something's not right. Needless to say, everyone knew that the House of Han, who was shrouded in thick fog, would not be easy to deal with. With the precedent of what happened in front of the fortress, they were all like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. The first thing they thought about was how to protect their lives. "Everyone be careful. You, and you. The few of you, go inside and see what's going on. They might just be putting on a show," said Hofs as he pointed out a few more cannon fodder and ordered them to enter the Han family first. The hearts of the Hushvale City divine guards, who were called out, sank. They slowly and nervously entered the Han family. As soon as they entered the Han family shrouded in mist, they discovered that their vision was greatly affected. They could not see anything more than 10 meters away. When they stepped on the flat ground of the Han family, they felt as though they were riding the clouds. They felt that everything around them had become so unreal. Lerickson and Hofs focused their divine souls and paid close attention to every movement of the cannon fodder. They discovered that after the cannon fodder entered the Han family, they did not encounter the ferocious attacks that they had expected. With that, the two felt a little more at ease. However, they did not dare to let their guard down and continued to sense the movements of the cannon fodder. Gradually, the few of them went deep into the Han residence. However, after going around and around, they realized that they had no idea where the exit was. They walked around in the foggy area, but they couldn't find the end. They couldn't see a single building, and they couldn't sense any signs of life. Lerickson and Hofs wore puzzled expressions. They could sense the divine soul auras of the cannon fodder and their general location. However, the two discovered that the cannon fodder were only circling around a small area. No matter how hard they tried, they would not venture deeper. Hofs felt that it was rather odd, and he had been cursing the cannon fodder outside. However, the cannon fodder that he had sent into the Han family did not seem to hear his voice at all. They were still circling around a small area as though they had lost their way. They could not venture deeper, nor could they find a way back to report to their superiors. Hofs gradually grew impatient. He pointed at a few of his subordinates and instructed, "The few of you go in from the other side. There might be some kind of spatial folding boundary set up inside. Keep an eye out. Don't be as useless as those guys who still can't find a way to get in or out. Don't worry, my lord. I cultivate in the Edict of Space. If there is a spatial folding boundary set up inside, I should be able to detect it," one of the divine guards assured Hofs before he dived into the boundary. Another group of soldiers charged into the Han family. They continued to wander around the misty area, trying to venture deeper into the Han family. However, for some unknown reason, as soon as they entered a specific area, they would all be knocked out as though they were drugged. They would wander around in a small area like the first group of soldiers. Hofs knew that the Han family would not be easy to deal with. He did not send any more of his subordinates deeper into the Han family. He turned to Lerickson and asked, "What do you think?" "There must be some kind of spatial energy inside. Otherwise, there's no way such a thing could happen. However, the person who set up the spatial defensive boundary must have a profound mastery of the energy of space. Your subordinates couldn't detect any clues at all. That's why they were trapped inside," Lerickson explained to Hofs after thinking for a moment. "What should we do then?" Hofs glanced at the few people around Lerickson and said in a deep voice, I think it's time for you all to show your sincerity, right? Hofs and Larrickson had come together with Larrickson. However, up until now, Larrickson and his companions had only sent out Hof's subordinates from Hushvale City. Larrickson and his companions had yet to make a move. It was clearly not a result that Hofs would like to see. In any case, it was time for Larrickson and his companions to make a move. Larrickson put on a mischievous smile and nodded. All right. He turned to a high god of lightning behind him and said, Kinnu, go in and have a look. Your energy of lightning can affect space. I believe that if you bombard the barrier with your energy of lightning, you should be able to destroy the spatial energy. The high god named Kinnu bowed at Larrickson, and without saying a word, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew towards the Han family shrouded in mist. As soon as he moved, thunder rumbled in the sky. Tiny lightning bolts slowly emerged from the dark clouds and gathered above the Han family. Inside the Han family, on top of a building shrouded in layers of mist, Ballins wore a gloomy face and shouted, Open the mirage window and lure them in! Hee, that's exactly what we're going to do. That guy cultivates the power of lightning. Let's give him a way out of this embarrassing situation. Retract the fog for now and leave this matter to me. Gilbert shouted excitedly as he dashed down while waving his arms and legs. Other than Han Shuo, Balin, Sanguiner, and Gilbert were the most familiar with the demonic formations in Fort Lossberg. Before Han Shuo left, he had explained the power of the demonic formations and how to activate them in detail. As all three of them had cultivated in demonic arts, they knew very well how powerful demonic formations could be. Under Han Shuo's guidance, they knew the situation inside out. Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Ballins got to work. They temporarily concealed a portion of the demonic formations and activated another portion of the demonic formations that were used to create illusions. Everyone, after a while, the fog will disperse, and the window of illusion will be able to clearly show our appearances to the people outside. When that time comes, everyone has to pretend to be scared. It's best if you can add some movements that suggest that you're ready to escape, Sanguiner instructed Phoebe and the others. Don't worry, we know what to do. Emily smiled, indicating that she understood Sanguiner's words. Kinnu entered the depths of the mist and summoned the energy of lightning above his head. Bolts of lightning shot down from the void and bombarded every corner of the Han family. As though some strange mechanism had been triggered, the thick mist that shrouded the Han family suddenly dispersed. Even the ominous dark clouds that were hovering above their heads started to sway. It gave the illusion that the clouds would dissipate at any moment. As though the mist had parted to reveal a rainbow, the Han family that had been blurry all along started to reveal the buildings inside to the outsiders. The members of the Han family wore terrified expressions. Helplessness and despair were written all over their faces. They were at a loss of what to do as they stared blankly at the scene outside. Many of them were fleeing in panic. The realistic scene had fooled everyone. Hofs had been waiting for this moment. He thought that the Han family's barriers had been destroyed by the High God's attack. Hofs licked his lips cruelly and howled. Charge in! Kill them all! Chapter 881. In the eyes of Hofs and Larrickson, the Han family no longer had anything to worry about. Wave after wave of High God Kinnu's lightning bolts had destroyed all of the Han family's defenses and exposed the Han family. As the mist dissipated, the panic-stricken faces of the House of Han were revealed to the world. It seemed to further prove the desperation and helplessness of the House of Han. Even Hofs and Larrickson, the two most powerful leaders of the House of Han, were bewildered, much less the other divine guards. Therefore, at Hof's command, all the divine guards of Hushvale City, including Larrickson's divine guards, charged towards the House of Han that had just emerged from the mist. Those leading the charge were not the divine guards of Hushvale City, but Larrickson, Hofs, and those subordinates of Larrickson's. They were the strongest experts of the party. In the minds of Hofs and Larrickson, the Han family that was unguarded at this moment posed no threat. The wealth that the Han family had accumulated over the years seemed to be dazzling and blinding. They were the first to charge at the Han family. Before they were certain that the Han family was safe, the few leaders did not make a move. But now that the Han family was no longer a threat, they charged at the forefront. They wanted to seize all of the Han family's wealth and resources as quickly as possible. In an instant, the group led by Hofs and Larrickson had entered the Han family. They headed towards the most luxurious building of the Han family where Phoebe and Statholm resided. They intended to seize the most important building first. Ha ha ha. Gilbert laughed maniacally and shouted, "Demonic formation, reactivate!" Rays of colorful light suddenly shot into the sky from every corner of the building. It was as though the Han family had turned into an enormous whirlpool. The mist that had just dispersed gathered at an even faster speed. The Han family was once again shrouded in thick mist. At the same time, chilly winds blew past. Ear-piercing wails and howls sounded from every corner of the building. In an instant, the Han family was filled with all kinds of evil energies. The evil energies took effect at the same time and engulfed all living beings in the vicinity, preventing them from escaping from the enormous whirlpool. Hofs immediately sensed that something was amiss. He absent-mindedly shouted, "Not good! Everyone retreat!" Hof's shout came a little too late. Most of the divine guards from Hushvale City had already entered the city. There were only a few dozen divine guards left outside, and they were the weakest of the group. Larrickson's face jolted. He sensed an uneasy aura from the energies that soared into the sky. He suddenly realized that he had fallen into someone else's trap. The feeling made him very uncomfortable. He felt that he had been on the passive side all along. Strange sounds resounded in every area. Suddenly, a strange power appeared in every area. Those demonic arrays began to operate. Illusion arrays, poison arrays, combined soul arrays, and all kinds of other demonic arrays suddenly burst out, firmly trapping the invaders who had gone deep into the area. It was at this moment that the horn of death was blown. Under the effects of the demonic formations, the invaders were slaughtered one after another. Corpses fell into puddles of blood. Strange beams of light shot out from every direction like dense spiderwebs, slicing the invaders into pieces. The members of the Han family, standing in the middle of the building, wore cold and callous expressions. They were in a very pleasant mood as they looked at the wretched situation in every corner of the building. Being in this building, Phoebe and the others weren't affected by the demonic formations of the House of Han. They could see the true destructive attacks of the demonic formations very clearly. They saw the corpses being torn apart and splattered everywhere. They saw the death of those people, the miserable screams and struggles of those people. Life seemed so fragile at this moment. The divine guards of Hushvale City, who used to flaunt their prowess, were as weak as newborn babies. They could not find a single solution to the bizarre attacks that they had never seen before. All they could do was wait to be slaughtered. Haha, it's good that they're dead. They deserve to be killed for daring to barge into our Han family, shouted Gilbert crazily. He pointed at the nearest areas and explained to Statholm, Candide, and the others how the demonic formations worked. Ballins, Gilbert, and Emily had the deepest understanding of the demonic formations. Apart from the three of them, even Phoebe, Emily, and the others didn't know much about the demonic formations. Although they had confidence in Han Shuo and felt that the demonic formations would be effective before they saw the demonic formations in action, they still couldn't help but feel apprehensive and uncertain about the situation. But now that they had personally witnessed the demonic formations deployed by Han Shuo before he left, they finally understood why Gilbert and Sanguiner were so confident that the demonic formations would make the intruders suffer. At this moment, Statholm, Mike, Phoebe, and the others were at a loss for words. They had once again acknowledged the miraculous abilities of Han Shuo and regarded Han Shuo as a super powerful character who could bring them miracles. Their impression of Han Shuo's invincibility grew deeper and deeper. Hee, it's not fun to just watch from here. I'm going down to kill. With bloodshot eyes, Sanguis let out a hideous grin and suddenly leaped into one of the demonic formations. Wielding his broadsword that was glowing with blood-red radiance, he began slaughtering the intruders inside the demonic formations. Without saying a word, Ballins also flew into the demonic formations. His killing intent soared to the sky, and with a flash of the slender flying sword in his hand, he cut an intruder in half. When Statholm, Airmike, and the others saw Sanguiner and Ballins rushing down, they also wanted to try. But Gilbert, who was above, hurriedly stopped them. "Everyone, stay here and watch carefully. Those demonic formations don't recognize you. If you get trapped in them, you'll be in trouble." "Then why are Sanguiner and Ballins fine?" asked Phoebe with a frown. "Before Master left, he let the three of us in and told us how to walk through each demonic formation and what to pay attention to at each step. The two of them remembered all of it clearly, so they could charge around unscrupulously without being affected by the demonic formations." Gilbert put on a mischievous smile and said, "I can't remember that many steps. Even I don't dare to walk around casually in there. That's why I didn't go down. As for you guys, I don't think it's a good idea to go down there and risk your lives." Upon hearing those words, Statholm, Emily, and the others were stunned. They exchanged glances with each other and gave up. Even Lerickson and Hofs were unable to break free from the demonic formation for a short period of time. Even now, they were still trapped in the demonic formation. Phoebe and the others were aware of their own limitations and knew better than to show off at a time like this. "Brian is just too incredible. I don't think we have anything to worry about this time. Hundreds of our people have died in the demonic formations," said Phoebe, who had been on tenterhooks. She put on a somewhat relaxed face. Upon hearing those words, the others nodded and smiled in agreement. It was as though they no longer cared about the fiendish spirits down there. "Don't let your guard down. The demonic formations are powered by the yuan energy of heaven and earth and the energy of the demon generals that Master left behind. Master said that the demonic formations cannot last forever. Let's wait and see. When Sanguiner and Ballins have killed enough, and when the power of the demonic formations gradually dissipates, we must retreat as far as we can," said Gilbert as he poured a bucket of cold water on everyone's nerves. Everyone was immediately beaten back to their original state. After hearing Gilbert's words, they all recognized the situation and threw away their unrealistic fantasies. They began to carefully think about how to protect themselves. "Gilbert, how long can the demonic formations last?" asked Statholm with his brows bunched. "It's hard to say. It depends on the rate at which the demonic formations consume the yuan energy. In any case, the demonic formations only have so much energy. Once the energy is depleted, the demonic formations will cease to function. We should make preparations in advance and leave as soon as possible while Lerickson and Hof's forces are still trapped." Gilbert let out a helpless sigh and said, "Damn it, if Master was here, none of these invaders would be able to leave this place alive. Sigh. It's a pity that we don't have anyone on our side who can deal with experts of Lerickson and Hof's level. Otherwise, Since it's better to leave as soon as possible, let's cut the crap. Gilbert, notify Sanguiner and Ballins that we will immediately activate the airship and leave Fort Lossberg as soon as we can," commanded Emily decisively. "Don't worry, Sanguiner and Ballins will know what to do," replied Gilbert. Emily, Phoebe, Statholm, and the others hastily issued orders for the invaders to enter the secret underground chamber at the bottom of the building. They wanted to leave the Han family as soon as possible and leave this perilous region as soon as possible. One figure after another shuttled through the building. The Han clan's guards, who were gathered in the various rooms, dived down and left through a wide underground passageway. Sanguiner and Ballins shuttled back and forth between the demonic formations. They avoided Lerickson, Hofs, and the other high gods as they madly slaughtered the invaders who were only mid-gods. Sanguiner and Ballins were in high spirits. They shuttled back and forth between the demonic formations as if they were having a competition. Their bodies were drenched in blood, and they looked incomparably ferocious. "Sanguis, old man, get ready to retreat!" Gilbert shouted from inside the building, just as they were about to lose themselves. The two slowly regained their senses. They exchanged a glance with each other before they simultaneously darted into the building and joined up with Gilbert. Chapter 882. Although the members of the Hahn family had left, the demonic formations of the Hahn family at the center of Fort Lossberg were still operating. Every once in a while, miserable shrieks of despair would be heard from the demonic formations. As Lerickson and Hofs were trapped in the heart demon purgatory formation, the two had no idea what was going on outside. When the heart demons attacked them, they fell into a state of confusion. In such a state, Lerickson and Hof's divine soul could not pay attention to what was going on outside. They had to focus all their energy on resisting the heart demons. As the two had cultivated to late-stage high god realm, their willpower was much stronger than that of an average god. They were able to use their divine soul to resist the heart demons. Around them, some of the more fragile mid-gods lost their minds one after another. They had lost their sense of self after being attacked by the heart demons and embarked on the path of self-destruction. Time flew by, and a few days went by in the blink of an eye. The Yuan energy supporting the House of Han was gradually fading away. The demonic formations were losing their power one after another. Many exhausted divine guards of Hushvale City were lucky enough to survive the trip to the gates of hell. Slowly, all the Yuan energy disappeared. The source of energy supporting the Han family's demonic formations had finally dried up. The thick mist that shrouded the Han family had long disappeared. At a glance, all the buildings in the Han family's residence could be seen clearly under the sunlight. After the mist dissipated, the demonic formations had also lost their power. Around the buildings, at the center of the towering pillars, and among the plants were corpses of all shapes and sizes. These were Hof's divine guards from Hushvale City. They were either missing limbs, drained of blood, or bleeding from their 7 orifices. All of them had died horribly. Of the 1,000 divine guards who had come to Fort Lossberg, only 300 were still alive. Moreover, they were all exhausted and not in the same condition as before. Hofs took in the scene of devastation before his eyes. An extreme sense of desolation and rage rose from his heart. This was not an outcome that Hofs wished to see. He had no idea how he should continue looking at the corpses strewn all over the place. At this moment, Hofs was at a loss. He felt a sense of helplessness, despair, and defeat. For a moment, he did not even think of pursuing the culprit who caused all this. Those divine guards from Hushvale City, who were lucky enough to survive the attack, were wearing dejected faces. Their eyes were filled with fear and cowardice. They huddled together and tried their best to recover the divine energy in their bodies. Lerickson and the others were also very surprised. They did not expect that the strange energy alone would cause Hofs to lose so many of his subordinates. Although Lerickson was rather surprised, he did not feel sad because none of the high gods who came with him had suffered any casualties. "Keanu, you guys go and search. See if the Han family members are still around." Lerickson pondered for a moment before he gave an order in a cold voice. At the same time, he shot a meaningful glance at Kinu. Kinu knew Lerickson very well. He understood that Lerickson was implying something from the meaningful glance. Kinu nodded knowingly and immediately got to work. He went to some of the tallest buildings in the city and searched for everything in the Han family. Given Lerickson's strength, as soon as all the demonic formations lost their effect, he sensed that there was no one else in the Han family apart from himself. The reason why Lerickson said that was because he wanted to find the Han family's wealth. Kinu and the others were well aware of that. Therefore, Lerickson's target was the same. Hofs was still immersed in grief and bewilderment, but when he heard Lerickson's instructions to Keanu and the others, he immediately understood what Lerickson was trying to do. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Hofs shouted, "Search the place. Someone has killed someone. Take anything valuable. The exhausted Hushvale City Divine guards immediately put on bitter faces and started moving again after hearing Hoff's order. They quickly searched through the Han family. 10 minutes later, Kinu, and the Hushvale City Divine guards returned one after another. Their faces were dispirited. My lord, not a single person was left alive. Not a single energy crystal or black crystal coin was left. Those damned Han family bastards. They took everything away. Kinu said to Larrickson in a furious tone. Phoebe had started making preparations the moment she received word that Larrickson and the others had disappeared. Naturally, she would not leave anything valuable for them. The only valuable things in the Han family were the demonic formations that had lost their Yuan energy support. Unfortunately, Larrickson and Hoffs did not know how to use demonic formations. Even if they moved everything away, they would never be able to use demonic formations to attack people like the Han family. 4 Han Shua, Sanguiner, and Ballins, who knew how to deploy demonic formations. The materials used to deploy demonic formations were very useful. But for Hoffs and Larrickson, those materials were completely useless. Damn it, they can't get far. Let's go after them. Humph. Other than us, Wallace must have made other arrangements. They won't be able to leave the City of Shadows so easily. Larrickson coldly groaned and said, They must have escaped towards the Death Dominion. Let's go after them. At this point, Hoffs had nothing else to say. So many of his men had died. No matter what, he couldn't give up, even if it was just for the sake of his subordinates. He had to kill every last member of the House of Han. Moreover, those members of the Han family might have a large amount of black crystal coins with them. Hoffs would not let Larrickson take advantage of the situation. Although many of his men had died, Hoffs was confident that he could take down the Han family. Hoffs had several high gods on his side, while the Han family did not seem to have a single high god. Hoffs was certain that, as long as they fought head-on, they would be able to emerge victorious even if they had only a few high gods and their remaining troops. Go after them. Hoffs gave the same command. The party that had suffered a crushing defeat at Lossberg once again marched towards the Death Dominion. In a deep tanai far from Fort Lossberg, Ralph wore a gloomy face as he waited for the latest news. A silhouette flew from the distance and landed in front of Ralph. He knelt on one knee and reported, My lord, we have received accurate news that the members of the Han family are on their way. Ralph put on a delighted face and sneered, Very good. We have not wasted our time waiting for them. After taking a short pause, Ralph asked again, All right, what's the situation at Fort Lossberg? Larrickson and Hoff's men have entered the fort. Even if the Han family managed to escape, they should have suffered great losses, right? Ralph shook his head and replied, I don't know the exact situation at Fort Lossberg. Before Larrickson and Hoffs arrived, all those unrelated to the fort had been asked to leave the fort. Even our spies couldn't enter the fort. All they could hear was the loud explosions from the energy cannons of the fort. That's great. It seems that the Han family is putting up a desperate fight. Ralph put on a hideous smile and said, But Larrickson and Hoffs both possess late-stage high god strength. Not to mention, Hoffs and Larrickson also have high god subordinates, in addition to nearly 1,000 Hushvale City Divine Guards. I reckon that even if not all of the Han family are dead, not many of them will be able to escape. My lord is wise indeed. I believe that all the wealth that the Han family has accumulated must be in the hands of those who managed to escape, said the man in a flattering manner. My lord, you are the one who calculated everything. Ralph respectfully praised Wallace. Shortly after, he commanded in a cold and stern voice, Get ready! Block the path of the airship and kill all the remaining members of the Han family. We have enough time and energy to frame Hoffs and Larrickson. Even if Brian returns, he will kill Hoffs and Larrickson first. We can stay out of this. Ralph knew that his subordinates had been frightened by Han Shua, during the competition between the 7 corps. Even though Han Shuo had disappeared for several years, they were still afraid of him. Ralph used this method to encourage his subordinates so that they would not have to worry about Han Shuo's life. Ralph's method proved to be very effective. When his subordinates heard that they would not have to bear any consequences and that they would not have to worry about being hunted down by Han Shuo, their spirits were lifted. Ralph secretly cursed when he saw the relieved expressions on his subordinates' faces. He thought to himself, "What's so great about Han Shuo that he can intimidate my subordinates?" While Ralph was plotting in his mind, Phoebe and the others on the airship were as calm as could be. As they advanced through the dense forest of the City of Shadows, they tried their best to avoid those unrelated to the City of Shadows. They also had to pay careful attention to their surroundings, fearing that they might run into those with malicious intentions. "There are people gathering in Tanai Valley ahead." Sanguiner suddenly shouted coldly, "I can feel their blood flowing. Every single one of them is very agitated. It seems that we are their target. Avoid them." Emily commanded decisively, "We cannot stay in the City of Shadows for too long. We must leave this dangerous place as soon as possible. No matter who they are, it is best not to come into contact with them." "But they won't let us hide." Sanguiner forced a smile and shook his head. He said, "They are coming. It seems that we are indeed their target, but we don't know which side they are from. Although the airship saves energy, its speed is limited. It seems that we won't be able to avoid them." Statholm, the old monster, put on a grave face and said, "Let's fight. Disembark from the airship and get into formation. Prepare for battle." Phoebe and Emily commanded at the same time. One figure after another descended from the huge bat. There were over 700 people in total, and they lined up in an orderly manner. They drew their god artifacts and waited silently for the arrival of the enemies. Every one of these 700 people were carefully selected experts. All of them had been tempered in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation and had been trained in the mountains near Fort Lossberg by Ballins and the others. They knew how to coordinate demonic formations. Their minds were firm and indomitable. They were not affected by their enemies at all. Phoebe, Emily, Ballins, Sanguiner, Gilbert, Statholm the old monster, and the others were standing at the front of the army. They turned their heads to look at the elite Han family guards behind them. They were secretly proud of themselves. With the same cultivation realm, a team of Han family guards could fend off 2 or even 3 teams of others. With them around, Phoebe and the others felt a little more at ease. A few minutes later, the 2nd Corps Divine Guards, led by Ralph, gradually appeared and stopped in front of the Han family. Ralph had brought most of the 2nd Corps Divine Guards with him. They lined up densely in front of Phoebe, Emily, and the others. There were about 700 of them. Ralph, who was leading the group, wore a cold and sinister face. He stared at Phoebe and the others in an unfriendly manner and asked, "Everyone, where are you going?" "I can't believe it's you," replied Phoebe in a cold voice. She did not expect that it would be Ralph blocking their way. It appeared that not only did Wallace acquiesce to Larrickson, Hoff's, and the others' attack on Fort Lossberg, he had also sent Ralph to secretly participate in the attack. "This is the territory of the City of Shadows. You Han family are citizens of the City of Shadows, and now all the members of the Han family have gathered together and are heading towards the Death Dominion. What are you up to?" Ralph seemed to have thought of an excuse beforehand. He sneered and said, "It seems to me that you are planning to betray the City of Shadows. Hee. It's fortunate that I ran into you. Otherwise, who knows how much damage you will bring to the City of Shadows." "Ran into you? Ha ha ha, how interesting." Stratholm the old monster put on a mocking face and said, "You traveled thousands of miles to this remote and desolate place and brought more than half of your 2nd Corps Divine Guards with you to block our way at the most opportune time and the most opportune place. And you have the nerve to say that we happened to bump into each other? Hee, what a coincidence." After listening to Stratholm's explanation, Ralph felt a little embarrassed. Even he himself felt that this coincidental reason was a little too far-fetched. Ralph let out a cold snort and said, "I don't want to make things difficult for you. As long as you return to Fort Lossberg, I won't stop you. I will report this to Wallace and the others immediately. He will give you an explanation after he finds out what happened." After taking a short pause, Ralph continued in a cold and stern voice, "But if you try to leave the City of Shadows, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wallace, doesn't he have any integrity?" Phoebe was a straightforward person, and she did not want to play along with Ralph any longer. She said, "Don't put on airs in front of me. Wallace has sent you to kill us. Do you think we will surrender and return to Fort Lossberg to die? How dare you speak rudely to the city lord? It seems that you are determined to betray the City of Shadows." Ralph sneered and said, "Then I have nothing else to say." He then waved his hand and instructed, "Don't let traitors live. Kill them." Now that things had come to this, how could Phoebe and the others not know Ralph's true intentions? From the start to the end, they had never intended to let the House of Han off. Those excuses were completely to deliberately make things difficult for them. The final outcome was still to exterminate the House of Han. "Ralph, do you think you can take us down?" Sanguiner could no longer restrain himself. He said with bloodshot eyes, "A few years ago my master could easily defeat you. Now, although my master is no longer here, I can stop you all the same." As soon as he finished those words, Sanguiner's body emitted a mist of blood. The broadsword, refined from blood crystal, emitted a blood-red radiance that soared into the sky. Sanguiner and his broadsword flew at Ralph. His aura sword and sword. He turned into a streak of blood-red radiance as he charged at Ralph at lightning speed. Ralph's face, that was brimming with confidence, suddenly jolted. He had inquired about the Han family and knew that neither Han Shua nor Rose were with the Han family. He only knew of Han Shua and Rose among the true experts of the Han family. Without them, the Han family would not have a single high god. It was for this reason that Ralph dared to bring his men to stop the Han family. However, as soon as Sanguiner moved, Ralph suddenly sensed that the dense blood aura on his body contained an extremely powerful energy. The evil, bloodthirsty aura made Ralph feel threatened. It was obvious that this kind of energy was not something that a mid-god should possess. What Ralph did not know was that Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert, who cultivated in Blood God Mantra, were extraordinary. A few years ago, during the competition of the 7th Corps, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Gilbert had the strength to contend against a mid-god and emerge victorious. After such a long time, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Gilbert had made tremendous progress. They now possessed the strength to fight against high gods of this world. The reason why Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert chose to abandon Fort Lossberg was that Larrickson and Hoffs both possessed late-stage high god strength and had several high gods under their command. The three knew that they were no match for Larrickson, Hoffs, and Gilbert. However, Ralph was just a mid-stage high god. Sanguis might be able to put up a fight against someone of that level. He might be able to suppress Ralph with his Blood God Mantra and give the House of Han an opportunity to eliminate the 2nd Corps Divine Guards. "Locke, I will stop this guy. The two of you get rid of the rest," shouted Ralph. He charged at Sanguiner, who was releasing terrifying blood aura. Fearing that something might happen to Ralph, Wallace dispatched 2 early-stage high god experts to participate in the operation. They were Wallace's trusted aides for the past 2 years. They rarely showed their faces in the House of Saint because they wanted to ensure that the House of Han was annihilated without anyone knowing about it. At Ralph's command, 2 early-stage high god experts charged out from the 2nd Corps Divine Guards. One cultivated in the energy of darkness and the other cultivated in the energy of earth. Both possessed early-stage high god strengths. Ballins and Gilbert exchanged glances with each other before they simultaneously flew out and stopped the 2 trusted aides of Wallace. Although Ballins and Gilbert did not progress as rapidly as Sanguiner, they were still much faster than Phoebe and the others. They could handle an early-stage high god that had just entered the realm of high god. Han family divine guards. Charge at them with all your might. Let them see who is the strongest, commanded Phoebe with a cold face. The number of Ralph's divine guards was about the same as that of the House of Han's divine guards. However, in terms of team strength, the House of Han had proven itself to be the mightiest in the last battle against the 7th Corps. Back then, the 5th Corps divine guards who had only trained for a year were able to defeat the elite members of the 2nd Corps. Now that so many years had passed and the Han family divine guards had tempered themselves in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, it was obvious who would emerge victorious in the battle. Chapter 883. The Han family guards were like an invincible, cold sword that pierced towards the 2nd Corps divine guards brought by Ralph. The Han family guards were arranged in small groups of 3 to 5 and a dozen to a large group. They were arranged neatly and orderly. They maintained the most appropriate distance between each other. When charging at Ralph's 2nd Corps divine guards, the Han family guards seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other. They used the most efficient demonic formations to open up a path for them, increasing their offensive strength to the maximum. Wherever their blades pointed, they would unleash an astonishing amount of power. The Han family guards wore indifferent expressions. They calmly searched for their own positions, making sure that every step they took would not make the slightest mistake. If one were to observe from above, one would discover that the distance between each group of Han family guards was astonishingly uniform. There were even larger groups formed between the groups. Those guards with profound strength and outstanding offensive strength were at the outer edge of the formation, acting as the spearhead of the attack. Those guards with slightly weaker strength, but cultivated in the elemental energy of earth, water, or other elemental energies, stood in the middle. They used their energy to form layers upon layers of boundaries to defend against the attacks coming from the outside. These Han family guards might not be much stronger than the 2nd Corps divine guards in individual strength, but when they banded together and used the energy they were most proficient in at the most opportune moment, the energy they could erupt with would suddenly become terrifying. The 2nd Corps divine guards had taken defensive measures right from the start, as Ralph, Ballins, and Gilbert, who were leading the charge, were obstructed by Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert, and without the 3 high gods to open up a path for them. In addition to the fact that the 2nd Corps divine guards were somewhat fearful of the strength of the Han family guards, they naturally adopted a defensive stance. However, they had clearly underestimated the strength of the Han family guards. Under the cone-shaped assault formation, the defensive walls that the 2nd Corps divine guards hastily formed were as fragile as paper. Upon contact, they were effortlessly torn to shreds. Immediately after, the Han family guards thrust themselves into the middle of the 2nd Corps divine guards. Small and large groups spread out like a lotus flower and reaped the lives of the 2nd Corps divine guards at the outermost perimeter. The difference in numbers between the 2 sides wasn't too great. However, when the 2nd Corps divine guards' attacks landed on the Han family guards, the attacks would be neutralized by the Han family divine guards who were focused on defense. On the other hand, the Han family divine guards, who were in charge of killing, could focus all their energy on killing the Han family divine guards. With that, a strange phenomenon occurred. The attacks of the 2nd Corps divine guards would not have any effect on the House of Han. At most, they would cause some injuries to the House of Han, but none of the injuries were fatal. However, when the attacks of the Han family divine guards fell into the middle of the 2nd Corps divine guards, they would cause great casualties. The lack of coordination between the 2nd Corps divine guards was immediately exposed. They did not know how to work together. Every time an attack was launched, they would put all their energy into protecting their own lives. It was obvious that their attacks would be ineffective. They were very selfish and would not care about the lives of others. They would even sacrifice their wounded to kill the enemy. When a fatal attack was launched, the gap between the 2 sides was immediately exposed. As time went by, the gap between the 2 sides grew bigger and bigger. Most of the miserable shrieks and screams were from the Second Corps Divine Guards. In just a short while, more than 100 of them had died under the bombardment of the Han family guards. The Han family Divine Guards, on the other hand, only suffered a dozen or so wounded, and 2 Divine Guards were killed. The Han family Divine Guards, who knew how to coordinate and utilize demonic formations to maximize their offensive and defensive strength, were far superior to the Second Corps Divine Guards in terms of teamwork. In this large-scale battle, the Han family Divine Guards had the absolute upper hand and were slaughtering the Second Corps Divine Guards one after another. Ralph was tangled up by Sanguiner. Under the frenzied barrage of crimson rays, Ralph felt rather helpless. He did not expect that Sanguiner would possess such formidable strength. Ralph was forced into a passive position right from the start of the battle. Ralph's heart was filled with remorse when he saw his Divine Guards screaming and screaming. Not only had he underestimated the strength of Sanguiner, Bollins, and the others, but he had also misjudged the situation. He did not expect that not only were the Han family Divine Guards that escaped from Fort Lossberg not injured, but there were even a few who were exhausted. What the hell is wrong with Hofs and Larrickson, 2 late-stage High God experts, and so many Hushvale City Divine Guards had failed to inflict the slightest damage on the House of Han? What in the world was going on? Ralph cursed and cursed as he watched his Divine Guards die one after another. He did not know what to do next. Before him, Sanguiner was glaring at him with his blood-red eyes. A broadsword that reeked of blood whizzed through the air, causing the blood in Ralph's body to become chaotic and out of control. Ralph was confident that he could defeat Sanguis. He could see that Sanguis was merely relying on his special energy to destabilize Ralph's blood and his frenzied attacks to gain the upper hand. From Ralph's point of view, Sanguiner was like an arrow at the end of its flight and wouldn't be able to hold on for long. All he needed to do was evade Sanguiner's barrage of attacks for a while before he could defeat Sanguiner with ease. However, Ralph knew that if this went on, the casualties of his subordinates would only increase. If he were to fight Sanguis to the death, he would have to pay a terrible price even if he could defeat Sanguis in the end. Sanguis' frenzied attacks would only increase in number. Ralph did not want to lose his life for the sake of a single Sanguiner. Therefore, he had been silently stalling for time. He would rather let his Divine Guards die one after another than risk their lives to fight Sanguiner. Ralph, who was silently defending against Sanguiner's barrage of attacks, was looking forward to seeing Lockwood and Wallace's reinforcements. While defending against Sanguiner's attacks, Ralph paid close attention to their movements. Ralph felt a chill run down his spine when he saw what was happening. Lockwood and Wallace's 2 trusted aides were also being obstructed, and from the looks of it, their situation was even worse than Ralph's. Under the frenzied barrage of attacks from Bollins and Gilbert, Lockwood and Wallace's situation was worrying. They were like candles in the wind that could be blown out at any moment. It's no wonder that the House of Han was able to win the last battle. They even said that they didn't send any High Gods to participate in the battle. Ralph cursed in his mind. He did not know that Sanguiner, Bollins, and the others did not possess the strength that they did today. He believed that the reason why the 5th Corps was able to suppress his 2nd Corps was because Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Sanguiner were too powerful. I can't let this go on. Otherwise, we will all be finished. After weighing the situation, Ralph decided not to passively take defensive measures anymore. He began to attack without regard for his own life. He began to fight Sanguiner with all his might. After all, Ralph possessed mid-stage High God strength. When he no longer had to be so cautious, when he no longer had a knot in his heart, his strength had improved tremendously. While expending divine energy to stabilize his blood flow, he continued to fight Sanguiner with all his might. With that, Sanguiner could no longer gain the upper hand. He had no choice but to fight even more desperately against Ralph. It did not take long for his body to be covered with wounds. However, for some unknown reason, whenever the wounds caused blood to gush out, Sanguiner felt that the blood in his body became even more vigorous. His broadsword that reeked of blood glowed even brighter. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. In just a dozen or so minutes, the Second Corps Divine Guards were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. More than 300 of them had been killed by the Han family guards. The Han family, on the other hand, had lost 3 more dead and more than 20 wounded. Compared to the losses suffered by the Second Corps, the Han family guards had won an overwhelming victory. "Go all out! Kill every last one of them!" commanded Phoebe from the Han family guard center with a cold face. She could tell that Sanguiner, Ballins, Gilbert, and the others were fighting with all their might and might not be able to hold on for much longer. They had to defeat the Second Corps Divine Guards as quickly as possible so that they could deal with Ralph, Rockwood, and the other 2. Under Phoebe's command, the House of Han's army changed yet again. They changed from a cone-shaped charging formation to a lotus blade formation that scattered in all directions. The 700 soldiers were divided into 7 brigades. They spread out like blades and started slaughtering the flustered Second Corps Divine Guards. It was obvious that this formation was even more lethal. As soon as the 7 companies spread out, they dragged the Second Corps Divine Guards into the abyss of death. Their blood flowed like rivers as they wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves. Ralph felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly realized that at this rate, even if he managed to kill Sanguiner, he wouldn't have many of his subordinates left alive. Ralph was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. After calmly thinking for a moment, Ralph suddenly shouted, "Mission failed! Everyone retreat!" Upon hearing those words, Ralph took the initiative to withdraw from Sanguis's side. He no longer wanted to be entangled with Sanguis. Rockwood and the other 2 high gods immediately retreated from Ballins and Gilbert after hearing Ralph's order. Without uttering a word, they turned around and flew towards the nearby Tanai. The Second Corps Divine Guards, who received the order to retreat, fled from the Blood River Hell with all their might. Their hearts were filled with fear. They never thought that they would be so weak against the same number of people. From beginning to end, they could not put up any resistance at all. They were killed one by one like babies. The Han family guards calmly continued their pursuit after Ralph and his Second Corps Divine Guards. They wanted to seize the opportunity to inflict as much damage as possible on Ralph's Second Corps Divine Guards. "Don't chase after them!" shouted Stadholm. He hastily stopped the guards from pursuing. "Time is of the essence. We don't have time to waste with them." "Come back!" shouted Phoebe. She too was very calm. She ordered her men to retreat. Stadholm and Phoebe knew that Hofs, Larrickson, and the others would not give up so easily. They might already be on their way. Once Hofs, Larrickson, and the others caught up with them, they would not be able to use the demonic formations of the Han family. Every second was critical, and they had no time to waste on Ralph and his party. If Ralph and his party failed to take them down today, Ralph would not be able to escape death when they returned to the City of Shadows to settle the score with Wallace. In their minds, Ralph was no longer a threat to them. He would not be able to stir up any trouble in the future. They decided to spare his life for now, as they would be able to take his life in the future. After hearing Stadholm and Phoebe's words, the Han family guards hastily retreated and formed a defensive formation around Phoebe and Stadholm. "Sanguiner! Gilbert, how are you doing?" It was at this moment that Emily suddenly cried out. The party stared blankly for a moment and immediately turned their attention to Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert. The 3 were drenched in sweat after the battle. It was obvious that they had expended a great deal of energy. Sanguiner, in particular, seemed to be supported by an indomitable spirit. When Ralph left, Sanguiner's body was flushed red and he was gasping for breath. He even staggered. It was only after Sanguiner relaxed that he realized that he had expended a great deal of energy in his desperate attacks. "Sanguiner, are you all right?" Although Gilbert was also sweating profusely, his expression was relatively normal. He immediately asked with concern when he saw that Sanguiner was in such a state. "I'm fine. I'll be fine in a moment. Sanguiner forced a smile. The scarlet broadsword in his hand suddenly flew out and spun at high speed in midair. Strands of bizarre energy were released from Sanguis' broadsword. All of a sudden, the blood of the Second Corps Divine Guards who died seemed to be attracted by some sort of energy. It turned into strands of blood mist and converged on Sanguis' broadsword. The blood mist slowly condensed into streams of blood that flowed on the broadsword like water. The droplets of blood flew into the air and condensed on the broadsword. The pungent smell of blood in the area was nauseating. Gradually, not a single drop of blood could be seen on the ground. It was at this moment that Sanguiner's broadsword flew back into Sanguiner's hand. Streaks of blood-red radiance passed through the broadsword and entered Sanguiner's body. Sanguiner's eyes, which were extremely weak a moment ago, started to shine brightly. After a while, Sanguiner's previous dejection was swept away and he became spirited again. Sanguiner let out a light sigh and smilingly said, "All right, I'm fine now. Let's go, we can continue our journey." Statholm, the old monster, Ermike Cotton, Phoebe, and the Han family guards were all dumbstruck. They did not expect that Sanguiner, who was barely able to stand a moment ago, could use such a bizarre method to become spirited and regain his strength. It was simply unimaginable. What's there to be surprised about? Master's strength is not something you can comprehend. Sanguiner is Master's disciple. It's normal for him to recover so quickly. When Gilbert saw that the crowd was staring blankly, he impatiently urged, "Hurry up, hurry up! Do we have to wait for those guys to catch up?" Upon hearing those words, the crowd came back to their senses. They hastily boarded the airship and continued their journey towards the Death Dominion. Chapter 884. At the border of the Darkness and Death Dominions, Ronson Canyon. The Ronson Canyon was the only way from the Darkness Dominion to the Death Dominion. Many god hunters frequented the Ronson Canyon. It was said that the headquarters of the most powerful god hunter factions in the Darkness and Death Dominions were located in Tunai Canyon. Merchants from the Darkness and Death Dominions would only dare to enter the Ronson Canyon after being escorted by a large number of divine guards. But recently, the Ronson Canyon had been much more peaceful than before. It was said that the most powerful god hunter faction in the canyon had left for unknown reasons. With the disappearance of the god hunter faction that wreaked havoc in the Death Dominion, the smaller god hunter factions in the canyon seemed to have quieted down and no longer dared to wreak havoc in the Death Dominion. On this day, a large army arrived at the vast territory of the Ronson Canyon. An enormous flying bat was flying towards the canyon. It was as though a huge dark cloud had blotted out the sky. Figures could be seen on the flying bat. The cold eyes of the guards were glowing with a frightening light. They were vigilantly scanning the forest around them for enemies that might suddenly appear. We have finally arrived at the Ronson Canyon. Once we cross the Ronson Canyon, we will be in the territory of the Death Dominion. Hoffs and Larrickson will not dare to enter the Death Dominion and wreak havoc there. Once we cross the canyon, we will be met by our allies in the Death Dominion. Statholm heaved a sigh of relief. He had been too tense and worried about Larrickson, Hoffs, and the others. He did not dare to relax for even a moment. Do not let your guard down. The Ronson Canyon is located at the border of the Darkness and Death Dominions. God hunters are rampant in this area. Ballins had served in Erebus Third Corps for several years and knew a thing or two about the Ronson Canyon. He knew that Tunai Canyon had several god hunter factions that were wreaking havoc in the Darkness and Death Dominions. God hunters. Gilbert put on a disdainful smile and said, "With our Han family's current strength, why should we be afraid of those useless god hunters? It's best if they don't come. Otherwise, we'll just kill them and bury them. Don't boast." Ballins shot a cold glance at Gilbert and groaned. "If it's just a god hunter faction, there's nothing to worry about. If it's an alliance formed by a few god hunter factions, we won't be able to escape easily." After taking a short pause, As though to warn Gilbert, Ballins continued. In Tanai, there is a group of god hunters running rampant in Ronson Gorge. Even to this day, not many know who their leader is. They dare to attack any traveling merchants, even those protected by a large number of divine guards. This god hunter faction is very famous in the Ronson Canyon. All the cities in the Death Dominion have dispatched many divine guards to encircle them, but to no avail. They have been running amok in the Ronson Canyon for decades. No ordinary family clan can contend against them. After hearing Ballins's words, Gilbert's expression turned grave. He put away his frivolous attitude and asked in astonishment, who could be so powerful? Ballins shook his head and said in an indifferent manner, I have told you not many know who their leader is. Perhaps only those who are also god hunters know his name and identity. However, it is said that the leader is very young. He cultivates in the energy of death and wields a 3-meter-long bone spear. What a powerful fella! I wonder if he is stronger than Sanguiner, muttered Gilbert as he glanced at Sanguiner from the corner of his eyes. Even if Sanguiner has the strength, he doesn't have the talent to be a leader, said Ballins as he looked at Sanguiner. Who said so? Hee, after hearing your boasting, I really want to meet him. Sanguiner's strength had been advancing by leaps and bounds recently. Now he no longer cared about many people. He was very displeased that Ballins was bragging about a young man. He did not think that he was inferior to anyone else. We better pray that we don't run into him. Otherwise, we might not even make it out of the Ronson Canyon alive, said Ballins in an indifferent manner. He did not seem to be affected by Sanguiner's words. Everyone be careful. Larrickson and Hoffs aren't the kind of people who would give up easily. Ralph won't give up so easily either. The Ronson Canyon is vast, and we can't afford to stay here any longer. We must leave as soon as possible. Emily was not interested in the conversation between Sanguiner and Ballins. All she was thinking about was how to bring the Hahn family members to safety. There was a waterfall in the Ronson Canyon. Behind the waterfall were a dozen or so caves of various sizes. In each cave, there are human heads moving about. In the largest cave, supported by 3 small energy towers, a dozen or so god hunter leaders were having a discussion in low voices. Their eyes glinted with ferocious glints. We have found out that those people are from the Hahn family of the City of Shadows. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the Death, Destruction, and Darkness Dominions now belongs to the Hahn family. Quincy, one of the god hunter leaders, was beaming with joy. He greedily encouraged the other god hunter leaders. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is rich and powerful. This is a big piece of juicy meat. My men have observed that the Hahn family guards cultivate in all kinds of energies. Not only will we be able to obtain energy from them, but we will also be able to get their black crystal coins. Do you want to join forces? The power displayed by the House of Hahn's airship was not to be underestimated. There was no way a single god hunter faction could take them down. Therefore, the leaders of all the major god hunters in Ronson Canyon had gathered in this cave to discuss whether or not they should join forces to take down the House of Hahn. This is a deal. Another god hunter leader, Krizen, put on a sinister smile and said, The Hahn family's reputation is not well known. The fact that they left the City of Shadows means that they are in dire straits. If we join forces, we can definitely take them down. Count me in. Count me in too. Count me in too. I'm joining in too. The god hunter leaders who had come to the Ronson Canyon had the intention of joining forces to take down the Hahn family. Under the instigation of Quincy, the most powerful god hunter leader in the Ronson Canyon, they declared that the Hahn family that had entered the Ronson Canyon would be their prey. Have you all forgotten someone? Suddenly a discordant voice sounded. Scarlet, one of the god hunter leaders, slightly bunched her willowy brows. She asked hesitantly, But that guy's surname is Hahn, isn't it? The Hahn surname isn't common. Could he be related to the Hahn family? Scarlet was the only female among the god hunter leaders. Her rather delicate face had 2 crisscross scars that made this woman, who was supposed to be beautiful, look hideous. Even though she had a voluptuous and alluring body, most men would avoid her due to her unflattering face. Scarlet cultivated in the energy of death and possessed early-stage, high god strength. She was neither weak nor strong among the god hunter leaders. However, due to her outstanding intelligence, the force she led had never suffered any major losses. After hearing Scarlet's words, the god hunter leaders who had just agreed to the deal bunched their brows. It was obvious that they knew who Scarlet was talking about. Crizin hesitated for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "It can't be that coincidental, right? I have never heard of that guy having any family or friends. But if he really is related to the Han family, we will have to reconsider our decision." Quincy's face turned cold, and he replied, "That's right. That guy used to be the strongest expert in the Ronson Canyon, but he is no longer in the canyon. Moreover, his followers had clearly stated that they would no longer meddle in the affairs of the Ronson Canyon. Besides, he has never mentioned that he is from the Han family, and he is no longer in the Ronson Canyon. What are you worried about?" "You're right. We are indeed overthinking. He shouldn't be related to the Han family." Crizin put on an embarrassed smile and said, "We are just scaring ourselves. Hee, the plan remains the same. I'm in." "That's right." Quincy burst into laughter. He looked at Scarlet impatiently and said, "Women are always so fussy. If you don't want to be a part of this, just leave. Without your followers, they won't affect the overall situation." "Humph, we can still get a little more." Scarlet put on a gloomy face. She nodded and said, "All right then. I don't want to risk offending that guy." Upon finishing those words, Scarlet turned into a dark shadow and left through the waterfall. "That slut seems to have fallen for him. Hee, why doesn't she take a good look at her? How could he possibly like her?" Quincy said disdainfully as he watched Scarlet leave, "That guy doesn't have the slightest bit of humanity. He has never shown the slightest bit of affection for a woman. He doesn't show any mercy when it comes to killing women. The way I see it, Scarlet is overthinking things. Hee, although that bitch's face is unflattering, her body is really sexy and wonderful. TSK, TSK. It must be nice to F*CK her in a dark place." Crizin replied with a lewd smile. The other god hunter leaders also understood what he meant and started laughing lewdly. "That's right. Chief, why did you come out?" As soon as Scarlet left the cave, a shifty-eyed follower came to her and asked with a smile. Scarlet put on an angry face. As a high god, she had sharp ears and eyes. Since those people in the cave did not deliberately lower their voices, she heard every word of their obscene words. However, Scarlet knew that her strength was limited and she had to suppress her anger. She did not dare to rush into the cave and lash out at those people. Only he wouldn't be so lowly and lewd. She shook her head in a self-deprecating manner and said to herself, "Oh, Scarlet, what are you thinking about? How could he possibly like someone like you? The last time he saved you, it was purely out of self-interest. He didn't mean anything else. Don't let your imagination run wild." "Chief, what's wrong?" the follower asked in a slightly louder voice when he saw that Scarlet's expression was complicated. One moment she was gnashing her teeth, and the next she was smiling. Scarlet abruptly snapped out of her trance and shook her head vigorously as though she was trying to shake off the unrealistic fantasy in her mind. "It's nothing. By the way, you mentioned that he still has a few followers who haven't left the Ronson Canyon. Can you get in touch with them?" asked Scarlet after she calmed herself down. "Those guys are handling the remaining matters and will probably leave soon. I know where they are. I will go and get in touch with them. Wait, I'll write a scroll for you. Send it to them as soon as possible." Scarlet thought for a moment, took out a scroll, wrote a few words on it, and handed it to the follower. After that, she hastily left the cave alone. The Ronson Canyon was a mountain range that rose and fell. White clouds gathered in the sky like cotton. After passing through a smoky swamp, they arrived at a deep valley in the middle of a forest of rocks. Before the people on the airship could get a clear look at the situation in the valley, Sanguis suddenly shouted, "Someone's coming!" The expressions of the Han family guards on the flying bat froze. Each of them vigilantly observed their surroundings. Then they quickly moved into formation on the flying bat. Emily, Phoebe, and the others looked around nervously and shouted, "Everyone be careful! Get ready for battle!" "There's no need. There's only one person, and it's a woman." Sanguiner saw that the Han family guards on the airship were on high alert because of his shout. He laughed and said, "Don't be nervous. That woman isn't particularly strong. I can handle her." The guards heaved a sigh of relief after hearing his words. They were curious as to why a woman would come alone at this time. Tanai did not know anyone in the Ronson Canyon, and it was obvious that a woman could not cause any harm to them. So what was she doing here? After a while, Scarlet gradually appeared from a stone forest in the distance. She wore a cold and stern expression. "Huh." Before Scarlet could approach, Fanny, Lisa, and the other ladies on the airship exclaimed in surprise. They were all frightened by the two hideous-looking scars on Scarlet's face. "Halt!" shouted Ballins coldly. His killing intent condensed and locked onto Scarlet. Scarlet was startled. She did not expect that Ballins would release such an intense killing intent just by looking at her. Scarlet felt a chill in her heart. She thought that the Han family was not as weak as Quincy had described them to be. Ballins alone possessed high god strength. "I wonder if there's someone stronger?" Scarlet was about to speak when she suddenly raised her willowy eyebrows. She stared at Ballins with bright eyes. She sensed a trace of very strange energy from Ballins. She had also sensed that energy from another person, and that person was even stronger. There must be a connection. Scarlet was almost immediately convinced of her conjecture. She stopped on the spot, raised her hand to indicate that she meant no harm. Then she hastily asked, "Do you know Han Hao?" "Han Hao? Who's Han Hao? I don't know him. Who are you? Who's Han Hao?" Statholm and the other members of the Han family were astounded. They looked at Scarlet in puzzlement and wondered if there was something wrong with this woman. Why would she rush over to ask such an unreliable question? Scarlet was stunned when she heard that the members of the Han family did not know Han Hao. She thought, "Am I being overly suspicious? But that old man's energy is very similar to that of Han Hao. How can I explain that?" "We don't know the person you are talking about. Please don't stand in our way," said Statholm with a faint smile. Although he spoke politely, he was repeatedly signaling to Ballins with his eyes that if you don't leave now, don't blame us for being rude. "Then I'm sorry. I'll be on my way." Having been a god hunter for so many years, Scarlet was very good at reading people's expressions. She immediately understood the situation. She thought, "Since this has nothing to do with Han Hao, I don't have to worry about your lives. Wait." It was at this moment that Gilbert seemed to recall something. He rubbed his head and said, "I think I've heard this name before. Let me think." The members of the Han family looked at Gilbert in puzzlement. Ballins did not attack Scarlet immediately. Scarlet looked at Gilbert suspiciously and tried to remind him. "Han Hao cultivates in the energy of death. He carries a 3-meter-long bone spear in his hand, and there are 7 spears on his back." Gilbert's eyes lit up as he finally remembered. He cried out in surprise, "It's him." Not only Gilbert, but Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny had also seen Little Skull Han Hao. Although they did not know that Han Hao had given himself a name, they knew who she was talking about when Scarlet mentioned that Han had 7 bone spears on his back. "I think we know who you are talking about." Emily looked at Scarlet with a puzzled expression. She smilingly asked, "Is there anything I can help you with?" "Is Han Hao a member of the Han family?" asked Scarlet. Emily thought for a moment and found it hard to define. However, she knew that Han Shua and Little Skull were very close. It seemed that Han Hao was a member of the Han family. After thinking for a moment, Emily smilingly said, "You can say that. That's great." Scarlet hastily said, "The god hunters of the Ronson Canyon have joined forces to attack the Han family. I don't think you will be able to handle so many of them. You'd better retreat from the Ronson Canyon at once. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Upon hearing those words, Emily, Statholm, and the others' faces jolted. Statholm anxiously asked, "How did you know?" "I am a god hunter leader myself. I came to warn you because I know Han Hao," replied Scarlet anxiously. "I have already sent people to inform Han Hao's followers, but I don't know if they will make it in time. Their followers are all over the Ronson Canyon. As long as you are in the canyon, Tanai will not be able to escape their eyes and ears. They know this place too well. You must leave at once." "We can't retreat." Phoebe put on a bitter smile. If they were to retreat now, they might run into Hoff's and Larrickson's followers. They were no better than the god hunters. "Thank you for your warning. We can only leave the Ronson Canyon as fast as we can. Hopefully, we will be able to escape the god hunters' pursuit." They did not waste any more words. They did not even ask about the relationship between Scarlet and Han Hao. They hastily took off again. Chapter 885. The Ronson Canyon was more than 10 days away from the Death Dominion. They had no other choice but to leave the Ronson Canyon as fast as they could. Although Gilbert, Emily, and the others were puzzled as to why this malevolent-looking woman knew Little Skull Han Hao, they thought that as Han Shoa's summoned creature, Little Skull should have stayed in the Netherworld and should not have appeared on Elysium. As time was of the essence, they did not have the time to ask Scarlet about Little Skull Han Hao. In their minds, Han Hao was not a very important person. After all, a summoned creature was just a summoned creature. As they had never seen Han Hao in person, they could never understand how terrifying Han Hao was. Scarlet understood their anxiety and did not stop them. After seeing the airship of the Han family fly past her, Scarlet hesitated for a moment before she secretly followed behind the airship of the Han family. As one of the leaders of the Ronson Canyon God Hunters, Scarlet knew better than the Han family how powerful the God Hunter factions were in the Ronson Canyon. As long as the members of the Han family were in the Ronson Canyon, Tanai, Quincy, and the others would be able to track them in no time. Quincy and the others had been roaming the Ronson Canyon for many years and knew the geography of the canyon like the back of their hands. Since he had contacted so many factions to deal with the Han family, he would not allow the Han family to escape his grasp. Scarlet's speculation was proven to be correct. 3 days later, when the Han family's airship was about to fly above a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, they discovered that the mountain peak was densely packed with burly men with sinister expressions and ferocious glints in their eyes. The crowd on the mountain peak kept a short distance from each other. It was obvious that they did not belong to a single faction, but a group of many different factions. The eyes of those leading the group were filled with greed as they stared fixedly at the approaching House of Han. Some of them were swallowing their saliva in an unnatural manner. The corners of their mouths curved into cruel smiles. It was obvious at a glance that they were god hunters who loved to kill. Before the Han family's airship could get close, the god hunters who had been waiting on the mountain peak for some time flew into the air. The leaders of the god hunters deployed their domains of divinity and formed layers of boundaries on the mountain peak to stop the airship. In front of the layers of barriers, the Han clan's flying bats were forced to stop. "What the hell are you scums doing?" Gilbert knew that they must be up to no good since they were blocking his way. As soon as he stepped forward, he yelled, "Get out of my way!" There were a dozen or so god hunter factions in the Ronson Canyon blocking the Han family's airship. Each faction had at least a few dozen god hunters. Quincy's faction had the largest number of god hunters, numbering more than 300. The dozen or so god hunter factions had gathered together, numbering around 1,300 in total. Most of their leaders possessed high god strength. With such a pack of jackals blocking their way, the future of the Han family was bleak. Quincy paid no heed to Gilbert's shouts. He stood together with the other god hunter leaders and lecherously laughed at Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny. From time to time, He would point at Jasper, Lisa, and the others and let out strange, complacent laughter. No matter if it was Phoebe, Emily, Jasper, or Lisa, they were all the kind of beauties that could only be found 1 in 100. Under the effects of Han Shoa's rebirth pills, their skin was fair and translucent, preserving the most beautiful moment of a woman. Anyone who saw them would be stunned by their beauty. God hunters lived on the edge of a knife and sought all kinds of thrills. It was only natural for them to have a strong desire for beautiful women. Beautiful women such as Phoebe and Emily were fatally attractive to them. For a moment, they almost forgot their main objective. From the perspective of Quincy and the other god hunters, the Han family's guards were nothing to be afraid of. Most importantly, they did not discover any high god experts among the Han family's troops. Even though the Han family's forces were large in number, they were nothing in their eyes. I want that woman. A woman as ripe as a honey peach is the most delicious. No one is allowed to snatch her from me. Kristen pointed at Emily and put on a lascivious smile as though they could take everything from the Han family. That little beauty is mine. She's my type. Quincy pointed at the panic-stricken Lisa, put on a mischievous smile and said, "Brothers, take a good look. Let's divide the spoils of war. TSK, they're much better than that slut Scarlet. Not only are their figures top-notch, but they are also so good-looking that they can make anyone drool. All right, let's divide the women first before talking about the other spoils of war. It seems that we will have a good time today." Another god hunter leader said with a lascivious smile. He did not take the Han family seriously at all. Ever since the Han family arrived on Elysium, they had never suffered such humiliation. Sanguiner, Bollins, Gilbert, and the others were so enraged that their lungs were about to explode. Emily, Phoebe, and the other ladies who were singled out by the god hunter leaders wanted nothing more than to hack those god hunter leaders into 1,000 pieces. However, both Emily and Phoebe knew that they had no chance of winning against the dozen or so ferocious high gods and more than 1,000 god hunters. Gilbert, Sanguiner, and the others were about to charge out when they saw that their matriarch was being humiliated. However, they were stopped by Emily's anxious gaze. Phoebe put on an ashen face and said in a cold voice, "We are members of the Han family of the City of Shadows. We are on good terms with the major family clans of the Death Dominion. If you dare to cause trouble for us, you will be surrounded and annihilated by the divine guards of the Darkness and Death Dominions. Everyone, if you are willing to let us pass, we can offer you 5 million black crystal coins. What do you think?" Who do you think you are trying to scare?" Quincy raised his head and laughed. He said, "Don't you know who we are? What kind of business do we do? We are god hunters, and this is what we do. If we were afraid of the divine guards of the 2 dominions, we would have quit a long time ago. Let's not waste our breath on them. These women are making our hearts itch. How can we just watch them leave before our eyes?" said Kristen as he rubbed his hands impatiently. Wait, it was at this moment that Scarlet flew out from the back of the airship. She took a glance at Quincy and the others and hastily said, "I have asked them. They know Han Hao. You better not act rashly." The god hunter leaders were stunned when they heard those words. Some of them, who were very afraid of Han Hao, started to hesitate. It seemed that they wanted to retreat. Even Quincy and Kristen's faces jolted. It seemed that even though Han Hao had left the Ronson Canyon, the two were still very wary of Han Shoa. "Scarlet, don't be an alarmist," Quincy angrily rebuked and said, "Who would believe their words? Humph. Han Hao has been in the Ronson Canyon for so many years, and I have never seen him have any relatives or friends. Don't think that just because the family name is Han, they have anything to do with Han Hao. Who do you think you are trying to scare?" "I have asked them. They said that Han Hao is indeed a member of the Han family." Scarlet looked at Quincy with cold eyes and said in a sinister voice, "Think about Han Hao's ruthlessness. Given Han Hao's personality, if he finds out who touched one of his people, no one will be able to escape his wrath. Han Hao has run amok in the Ronson Canyon for so many years, and never once has he suffered a loss. Even those major family clans from the Death Dominion who killed Han Hao's subordinates did not manage to survive until now. The eyes of the leaders of the smaller factions flickered incessantly after hearing Scarlet's words. It seemed that Han Hao's influence in the Ronson Canyon was so great that they were starting to panic after hearing Scarlet's words. Cut the crap, UB*TCH. Quincy had been suppressed by Han Hao's forces in the Ronson Canyon for a long time. Now that Han Hao had left the Ronson Canyon with his subordinates, Quincy was very annoyed by people mentioning Han Hao. Those people are trying to scare us with Han Hao's name. Don't fall for it. You all know that Han Hao doesn't have any relatives. Let's settle this as soon as possible. Think about it. The Han family has so many beauties and so much wealth. Today they will all be ours. Quincy continued to persuade. Perhaps Quincy's explanation worked. Or perhaps the God Hunters were bewitched by the beauties and wealth of the Han family. The God Hunter leaders encouraged themselves. They waved their hands and commanded their subordinates to surround the Han family airship from all directions. Scarlet knew that it was useless for her to say anything now that things had come to this stage. She sighed helplessly. She knew that she wouldn't be able to escape if she persisted. She had no choice but to retreat silently. At this moment, a battle was about to break out. Everyone, it's quite lively here. A shrill, cold laughter sounded from the distance. A burly man whose upper body was covered with scars walked towards them. He cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and was only a late-stage mid-god. His strength was inferior to any of the God Hunter leaders. However, the arrival of such a person caused the God Hunter leaders to turn grave. "Cisco, haven't you all left the Ronson Canyon?" said one of the God Hunter leaders with a big smile on his face. His previous domineering demeanor was nowhere to be seen as he spoke to Sita, whose strength was one level lower than his. Quincy and Krizen's expressions were very unnatural. They bunched their brows and looked at Cisco, who shouldn't be here. Quincy put on a gloomy face and asked, "Cisco, you should be in the fringe with your leader. Why are you still in the Ronson Canyon?" Cisco laughed maniacally and coldly replied, "Since when did you have the right to interfere in our business?" After taking a short pause, Cisco took a glance at the members of the Han family on the airship and said to the God Hunter leaders, "Our leader has given us an order not to touch the Han family. He also forbade us from touching the Han family. I don't know why our leader would give us such a strange order. But since it is our leader's order, we must obey it. Cisco, you have already left the Ronson Canyon. Why are you still meddling in other people's business?" Krizen's face turned cold and said, "Besides, who do you think you can stop? What gives you the right to be so presumptuous here? Han Hao is not here. Do you think you can overturn the heavens?" Cisco's eyes glinted with ferocity. He put on a hideous smile and said, "We are all in this line of work. Do you think I don't know his temper? I've already informed my brothers of the situation before I came here. If I'm not mistaken, they should be rushing towards the fringe right now. You can kill me today. I'm prepared to die at any moment in this line of work. But I believe you all know my leader's temper. Do as you see fit." The God Hunter leaders' faces jolted upon hearing those words. They did not expect Cisco to have another trick up his sleeve. They knew that even if they killed Cisco and the members of the Han family, Han Hao would know about it. "Since Han Hao has spoken, I will not participate." After a long moment of silence, one of the God Hunter leaders forced a smile and said to Cisco, "When you see Han Hao, send him my regards. Tell him that I and Long will never make an enemy out of him." Of course, replied Cisco with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. I have to give face to Han Hao." "Quincy, I'm sorry, but I will not participate," said another God Hunter leader who had given up. Han Hao treated me well back in the Ronson Canyon. I will not attack his people." One after another, the God Hunter leaders decided to retreat at the most crucial moment. They reluctantly suppressed the thought of attacking the house of Han and hastily left with their men after informing Shidan of the situation. In the blink of an eye, only Quincy and Crizin were left standing in front of the Han family's airship. They could only watch helplessly as the God Hunter leaders left. They cursed Han how countless times in their minds. On the airship, Gilbert, Emily, Fanny, and the others looked at one another in astonishment. They had no idea what was going on. When did that little skull come to the Ronson Canyon? Why are those fugitives so afraid of him? Ballins was the only one who suddenly realized something. He softly exclaimed, "So it's him!" "Who?" asked Sanguiner and Gilbert simultaneously. Ballins put on a surprised face and reminded, "Do you remember that mysterious youngster I mentioned to you? He is the most powerful God Hunter in the Ronson Canyon. To this day, not many know where he came from. I did not expect him to be one of us. It can't be wrong." Dark Dragon Gilbert put on a bitter smile and said, "That youngster has been very powerful for a long time. I did not expect him to be so influential in the Ronson Canyon. Quincy, Crizin, do you two really want to fight my leader?" Shitan looked at Quincy and Crizin and sneered, "Hee. I advise you to give up. I will pretend that this never happened. Or else you know the consequences." "Damn it, I don't believe this." Quincy seemed to have been angered by Shitan's arrogance. He angrily shouted, "If Han Hao were here, perhaps I would give him face. You are just a goddamned mid-god, and you dare to talk nonsense in front of me? Humph. If Han Hao goes to the fringe, who knows if he can come back alive? But even if he does, I'll just give up on the Ronson Canyon. Let's go and get rid of this Shiten first." Crizin had originally wanted to retreat, but when he saw the women on the Han family's airship, he was blinded by lust. He waved his hand and commanded, "Kill them!